This young man mocked things for the 30th time and suddenly transmigrated straight into another world. The ironic part was that he ended up inside the very trashy novel he had written with his own hands. All people to transmigrate into. He possessed the role of a deranged genius villain from the story. This character spent his entire life smashing things and causing trouble. In the end, he was dragged to the execution ground and cleanly dealt with like some Ezen cosplay. To keep him from dying right in the first chapter, the author had no choice but to stuff him with the protagonist's divine eye skill. This ability could support a character to an absurdly overpowered degree. A single move was enough to wipe out an entire magic hall. Others had to run all over the place, searching for mana-rich areas to absorb, while he simply needed to eat chocolate, and his mana would increase on its own. A normal book would take an entire year to master. For him, it only took the divine eye to scan it once and directly download the knowledge into his brain. Even such heaven-defying skills still were not enough. He also possessed a body that was unreasonably powerful. A casual punch alone was enough to send a monster straight to the altar. Without further rambling, the story officially begins. Do you know what ultimate misfortune is? A panicked person appeared and 3 days had already passed. Yet he still could not believe it, that he opened his eyes and woke up. Right inside the novel he himself had written. This bizarre transmigration phenomenon, something that only existed in a fictional world on the pages of a book. He had never imagined that a bewildered brat like him would encounter such a thing. The sky was a deep blue, the breeze was cool, someone's feet lightly stepped on the ground. The curious brat pinched his own cheek and muttered about this round face and pudgy belly. Clearly he still had not gotten used to his current body. No matter how many times he rubbed his eyes, the lines of text before him were still clear. The story system displayed character information. The name Jia Sen Mate, magical combat talent, abnormal thinking. It seemed he truly had transmigrated into this world. But among the countless characters present, bad luck continued to cling to him. He possessed an unfortunate supporting role executed by his own older brother after 9 years. On the first day, while still drowsy from sleep, the moment he opened his eyes, he was completely startled awake. Brat muttered incomprehensible words like overtime, going to work, schedules, and such. Beside his ear, a trembling voice kept apologizing nonstop. He has committed a grievous crime, please spare him. He blankly wondered who this girl was. She did not look Korean, nor did she seem fully Western. Only then did he awkwardly speak up. Where is this place? Please forgive me, my lord. I did not know you had to wake up early today, so I did not call you. This is all my fault. He was even more panicked than the maid in front of him. He asked if she was all right. Please, my lord, do not hit me. After saying that she was so frightened that she fainted on the spot. It only just stood up, and she had already passed out. That was everything that happened on the first day, enough to leave him dizzy. Another day of confusion passed, entering the second day. Looking at the system panel displaying the name Jia Sen and detailed information, he realized he was no longer Cha Min's son. That morning he met a boy. Young master, I will record your daily activity log. My name is Hampton. He once again asked blankly, what is a daily log? Yes, my lord, with your permission. It will be completed very quickly. After that, the boy went on, and on explaining at length. Daily log, he remembered now. The heir of a prestigious family, always under strict surveillance. Every action recorded until the age of 14 before being allowed to travel. While recording, the servant boy suddenly jumped in shock. Sorry, young master. I will clean it up right away. What is going on? Why did his body move on its own? When he looked at that dark-skinned brat, he felt an urge to kick him, as if the body had been pre-programmed. On the second day, memories began flooding into his mind. The memories of Jia Sen Mate. He remembered that at 4 years old, this brat had once used a toy stick to beat a servant. One of them was Hampton. At 5 years old, he learned of his true identity. A person like you is my mother. Jia Sen was the son of the family head Zekaza and a lowly maid. He was extremely afraid of knives cutting into skin, but he was not afraid of whips or beatings at all. Get lost, useless trash. Just thinking back on it was enough to make him blush with shame. In any case, at 7 years old, Jia Sen truly had a talent for committing all kinds of evil. So many incidents that it was impossible to remember them all. After skimming through 7 years of life memories, the most serious incident occurred when he was 8.5 years old. At that time, the brat held a stick while beating people and cursing, "Idiot, be my punching bag to vent my anger." Jia Sen viciously beat Rosaline, a 16-year-old girl from a renowned martial family. Because of that, his father Zekaza had to bow his head and apologize to the family head Ji Jander. Before turning 9, he was almost exiled to the remote Maple Auxiliary estate. All of this had only happened a few days ago. Bring me dark chocolate here. After reviewing the memories, he only felt dejected. Was this brat truly addicted to chocolate? Jia Sen Mate appeared in the novel Sword Drawn to Drunken Fame by the author Cha Sung-min. which was also him. He indeed wrote him as an utterly despicable person, but he had never described the entire life of a supporting character in such detail. That meant this world was not completely written by Cha Sung-min. This was a world not fully recorded, so events operated according to their own rules. Thinking of this gave him a bitter headache. Nearly all the memories had returned, even though they were far from pleasant. On the third day, he had no choice but to accept that he had transmigrated. This was not a dream. He could not keep deceiving himself. Yasin Mate, the despicable supporting character in Sword Drawn to Drunken Fame by Cha Sung-min. He screamed inwardly. He had never described that man's appearance or strength, because that man only appeared briefly. With no clear plan, he only gave that man magical combat talent and then left it unused. Some readers once commented in Chapter 83, "Who is Jia Sen? Since when was he part of the Maton family?" Therefore, almost no one knew about this ability. That man's final fate was execution at the age of 17. Alright, the top priority now was survival. Currently, Jia Sen was only 9 years old. He still had 8 years. 8 years to overturn the entire future. Thinking of this made him tremble, but then, even if he could change fate in 8 years, he would still have to face the protagonist. The true central character of this novel, Kassensai. Kassin was destined to oppose the Maton family and the family head Zekaza. Many years ago, Zekaza accidentally killed the eldest son of the Sadie family. This complicated secret would gradually be revealed. The conflict reached its peak. The two families erupted into war, a battle between swordsmanship and magic. Just as the title suggested, the Sadie family claimed victory and almost completely wiped out the Maton. Maybe I should just lie still and wait to die. If I move, I cannot do anything anyway. Cha Sung-min was the one who created this world, even if it was just cheap entertainment to relieve stress after burying himself at the company. The truth did not change. He was its author. Every golden finger of the male lead Kassin was written by him. He even knew the future, so as long as he acted carefully, he could completely live peacefully like his previous life. It might even be more comfortable than before. The bathroom in this house was so large that it was bigger than his old apartment. Having lived once already, being the youngest child in a wealthy family was not bad at all. Because Jia Sen's magical combat ability had not yet awakened, even he himself did not know how strong he was. At the very least, he had to be a magical combat genius. The issue was how to use it. After all, he carried the Maton bloodline, one of the 3 supreme great families of this world. Thinking of that, he comforted himself that he was born with a golden spoon. Stay optimistic. Aside from carrying the identity of a brain-damaged waste and being beheaded at 57 if nothing changed, this life was still better than Cha Sung-min in Korea. He could do it. 8 years was a long enough period. He had really gotten immersed in role-playing. These were the words he saw the moment he transmigrated. Jia Sen's legacy notification activated. Holy Eye officially unlocked. What the hell just happened? Was this not the exclusive skill of the male lead in Sword Drawn to Drunken Fame D? Holy Eye, why did he possess it? This was clearly the ability of the protagonist Kassin. Then those lines he saw before must have been due to the influence of this ability. But why him? He was not the protagonist. Thinking carefully, it no longer mattered. From the moment he transmigrated here, logic and normalcy had long vanished. The ability of the protagonist, Sword Drawn to Drunken Fame, was originally a typical cheap romance novel. The male lead was so strong that he could flatten an entire continent alone. And if he could not even destroy the universe, how could it be worthy of a cheap romance? The key point was that this power would eventually be used to annihilate the Maton family, a deadly cycle. This thing was completely invisible to the naked eye. It was as if a divine eye was scrutinizing his body. A circle appeared. This was the first mana ring. A mana ring was a mana circle formed around the heart, a mandatory element to cast magic, equivalent to a living energy core. According to Cha Sung-min's settings, just the first mana ring alone required long and arduous training, consuming enormous money and patience. There was no way a useless trash like Jia Sen had ever studied or trained seriously to obtain this. Could it have appeared naturally? Knock, knock. The sudden sound of knocking interrupted his thoughts. At this hour, it was probably a servant. "Young master, may I come in? Come in." She entered. He could not help but feel surprise. This brat was truly unruly. "Every time you accidentally look straight into my eyes, you must kneel immediately." Understood. After forcing others to do such things, he only wanted to curse. That man set nothing but ridiculous rules. While still lost in random thoughts, he suddenly felt an irritating itch. What the hell is this? Wait, what is this? Name Heiza, primary attribute assassin. Traits cannot be analyzed. Why would a little girl carry the assassin attribute? He had absolutely no memory of ever writing such a setting. Only then did he recall that the world of Sword Drawn to Drunken Fame was inherently extremely insane, where power and violence ran rampant. almost completely dominated by the law of the jungle. That meant someone had deliberately arranged an assassin by his side. Stuffing a young female assassin next to a lowly cripple was definitely a scheme to fight over inheritance. This was a world where being born rich did not mean immortality. Death meant the end. Calm down, Cha Sung-min. At least pretend to smile properly. He revealed a strange smile. The girl in front of him was an assassin. With a single lapse, she could kill him. So those previous bouts of crying and fear were all acting. Very likely so. Even the trembling appearance right now was just playing a role. Holy Eye gave him enough evidence. Acting like this, she could become an actress. Hey, Heiza. Yes, young master, you called for me. Go out and bring me fresh chocolate. Chocolate, right? His stomach growled loudly. Please go out so he could think. Are you questioning me? No, not at all. I will fetch it immediately. When Heiza left, her heart was filled with doubt. What was going on? She could not explain it clearly. But something had clearly changed compared to before. These past few days she had felt it too. His aura had changed. Even if she did not know exactly what had happened, there was definitely a transformation. It was just that the change had not yet fully revealed itself. Perhaps she should still report it to that person. Thinking that, she left full of doubts. In the room, he immediately focused and began piecing everything together. Jia Maten had been exiled to the auxiliary estate 2 hours ago, completely removed from his father's sight and the inheritance list. Jia originally had no chance to become the heir of the mage family, but for him, this was an advantage because this family opposed sword drawn to drunken fame. Survive, for now he would pretend to be an ordinary person. Fortunately, Cha Sung-min was the creator of this world. He also had the protagonist's ability, foresight of the future, and knowledge of the buried locations of ancient artifacts. Had to participate in the inheritance struggle. Otherwise, he would forever be the stain of the Maten family. Right now, he was only 9 years old. It would take until 50 to truly enter that battle. According to the old script, that man would continue to degenerate after 10 and die at 17. He could eat and drink without worrying about money, travel everywhere and live a luxurious life he never had. As long as he maintained an average position, it would be enough. He was used to this move, a survival manual from the Korean army. All right, the way to act was clear. Now for what needed to be done. The system notified that mana was insufficient. The Holy Eye effect temporarily shut down. Knock, knock, the sound of knocking rang again. Sorry, young master. I cannot bring fresh chocolate. That item is truly very rare. It is fine. He did not crave chocolate anyway. He just needed a bit more time to think. Girl pretended to be naive and asked again. He said it was fine already, withdraw. For now, he would continue to play the role of that bastard Jia. Know what is most terrifying? Heiza left without making a single sound, then returned to ask, what about the fresh chocolate? I said it is fine, get lost. Yes, my lord, wishing you a good day. As she left, she doubted herself. Did she hear wrong? What did that man just say? She was certain when he said it was fine. That chocolate-obsessed man was actually indifferent. She needed more observation before deciding to report. 1 week later, he called Hampton. Prepare to go, brat. Yes, young master. Prepare what? They're going to the training grounds. The brat stammered, the training grounds. He spoke coldly. You dare question me? Do you need me to repeat it? No, I will arrange it immediately. 7th young master. Over the past week, he had thought a lot and temporarily arranged everything. First, to survive, he had to participate in the inheritance struggle and appear human. Second, to be human, he had to train seriously. And finally, at all costs, survive and become independent. To do that, there were things he had to grasp. The first mana ring, magical combat, and Jia Holy Eye. It was time to use them. Dark-skinned brat ran off in a panic while thinking. Young Master Jia had changed. Being bruised was not from anger but from regret. The young master was different now. It was because he did not serve that lord attentively. And now, the 7th young master wanted to go to the training grounds. Recalling that moment when Hampton blankly asked about the training grounds, the status panel displayed the name Hamber with the primary attribute poison and the trait timid shadow. First an assassin and now a poison user. What the hell was this? Since when did that man learn poison? It seemed that man had been secretly waiting for a long time to approach him. Every inheritance candidate of the mage family had an assistant trained and brainwashed from childhood to serve, even ready to sacrifice their life. The shadow of the 7th son was Hampton, this so-called shadow. Even a waste like him had a shadow. No matter what, that boy was only a well-trained attendant of the Maten family. The scene shifted to the training grounds. Being back at a place where he once trained, the feeling was truly relieving. But why had things developed into this? It was not that he feared that Lord would cause trouble. It was just that every action of that Lord being despised by others made him feel stifled. He still trusted the young master. Suddenly he blurted out a curse, damn it. a modern-style building in a fantasy world. Indeed, he had been far too lazy with world building. At least it was both familiar and convenient. The system reported the current location as Training Ground Number 1. Each training ground had at least one person responsible for management. Seventh young master, you finally arrived. I am No, the manager of the Lip Training Ground. It is an honor to meet you, young master. That man greeted respectfully. In that man's heart burned resentment, the one who slapped him a year ago just because he did not bow properly, yet now could not even remember his face. As for him, he wondered why the holy eye could not read that man. Perhaps that man was stronger than Jia Sen, which made sense for a manager. It was best to behave politely. Starting training today, what kind of monster suited him? That was right, give him advice. Choose one suitable for this age. Young master was currently 9 years old. He had no idea that No still held a grudge over being turned into a laughingstock more than a year ago. How should that man handle this reasonably so that no one could fault him? Suddenly that man had an idea and secretly smiled smugly. Sixth young master once hunted a mushroom fiend at the age of 9. He clearly remembered its settings. Code 58,997, about 50 centimeters tall, shaped like a giant mushroom, moved by hopping, the lowest level monster. Would choose it, that man would prepare immediately. The battlefield would be the mushroom forest. It would take about 3 minutes to complete. Watch that man walk away humming, not knowing why that man was so excited. The mushroom fiend was not difficult to deal with. No wonder the sixth young master killed it at 9. After about 3 minutes of focus, he clearly felt a circle in his chest that was combat magic. He instinctively understood how to use it thanks to the blood of the magic family flowing in him. That man enthusiastically led the way. Please go this way. Current location notification, mushroom forest illusion. That man wished him luck and immediately withdrew. The moment he stepped in, he could not help being astonished. So this was it, young master. The weakness of the mushroom fiend lay in its body. Because it was a fungus-type monster, its fire resistance was poor. This was the first time he had seen a mushroom fiend with his own eyes. Watching a monster move like this was truly unsettling. All right, let us begin. Clenched his fist tightly, the body confirmed the command. Combat magic had fully awakened. Someone was secretly observing him from afar. That man had once been a renowned mage before entering the Maiden household. Despite this appearance, he had once been called a genius in his hometown. That man was sent flying by a punch, even spitting saliva. That man froze when hearing the brat in front say, "You dare call yourself human just because you bowed at 82 degrees. It was you who mocked me for not bowing a full 90 degrees. Today I will return everything, ha ha. I have upgraded the mushroom fiend to the highest level. Combat magic was originally regarded as inferior in the magic family. With only your combat magic, you cannot harm the mushroom fiend. Now my revenge is complete, milk-stinking brat." That man suddenly stared intently at the observation orb. He charged straight toward the mushroom fiend. Mushroom fiend collapsed almost instantly. With just one punch, he thought disdainfully, it was nothing special. The system emitted a beep sound. Combat magic that had just awakened was used. A small amount of unreasonable cognition was absorbed and stored. He felt the bloodline within him boil. Combat magic was stored into the mana ring. He was astonished by this power. That mage widened his eyes. What the hell was this? Was this pure combat magic? A type of magic that caused physical destructive power. The mushroom fiend could withstand such attacks, yet was easily defeated. This was impossible. Through the system, that man told him that the mushroom fiend was not enough as a training dummy. He thought so as well. Panic surged in that man's heart. What on earth had happened to the young master over the past year? He proposed increasing the difficulty a little. That man hesitated and asked how much to increase it. Because his mana was not much left, the next type would be the red mushroom fiend. They were faster and stronger. Moreover, if not destroyed in time, they would split further. That man tried to suppress personal emotions to gather information for reporting. If the situation exceeded control, that man would stop the training. He curiously asked what a red mushroom fiend was. He had never set this up, but perhaps it was a variant derived from the old foundation. Young master, the monster is spawning. Red mushroom fiend appeared. Compared to the previous one, aside from the color, what difference was there? He immediately had to retract that thought. Its speed was frighteningly fast. A sudden explosion occurred. Before he could recover, he was continuously dragged into other unexpected situations. A red mushroom charged straight at him. It brushed past him closely. Dust filled the air. He stood stunned and watched. It was both strong and fast, but it did not give an overwhelming sense of threat. The mushroom could even burrow underground and suddenly emerge. He used mana to knock it away. Young master diverted its trajectory. He suddenly realized something. Its attack pattern was quite simple, so he should make use of the abilities he already had. The system reported beginner combat magic based on weight was in use. Mana insufficient. Damn it, mana was depleted. He punched the red mushroom away with his bare hands. What was that just now? It felt like time slowed briefly. A allowing him to defeat it. Notification: you have consumed all mana. Due to insufficient mana, the holy eye was disabled. That could be dealt with after mana recovered. Hampton in the distance stood with mouth agape. What did I just witness? Was the young master accumulating power on his own? Hamper thought to himself, had the 10th birthday of the 7th young master already passed? Yes, next year it would be his turn. Why was that lord so strong back then, even before reaching his 10th birthday? Young master, at that time, he had already formed a mana ring. The first mana ring absolutely could not appear out of nowhere. The young master must have secretly trained beforehand. Hampton ran over and hugged tightly onto young master men. Thought irritably, he had made a huge oversight. There were still too many things in this world he did not understand. Standing out early would only invite trouble. First, he had to act a little, then collapse onto the ground. Two people panicked and shouted, "Young master!" Hampton immediately called for the second-floor healing mage. Yes. Was it so serious that they had to search themselves? There were definitely medicines or healing spells on the second floor. On the second floor, there was a fat old man sleeping soundly, drool flowing freely. "Are you a healing mage? Ah, you startled me. Yes, so what? 7th young master is injured. Really, that is serious." Hampton urged him to hurry. 7th young master, not the 6th young master. Yes, the 7th young master. HMPH, are you not someone of the 6th young master? I am Hampton, the aide of the 7th young master. That man was more shocked than hearing that young master men was injured. Wait, the 7th young master is really here. What is that useless trash doing here? Defeated the mushroom fiend and was severely injured by the red mushroom fiend. How was that possible? Using combat magic. Young master men was quickly taken for treatment. If the injuries were due to side effects of combat magic, then it would be hard to handle. Now just pretend to treat him and send him to a higher level mage. There were many better mages in the main building. He just needed to hand him over. Mana was sent into the body. As expected, there was no reaction at all. That man swallowed nervously. As expected, he was useless. Resolve this quickly and send the young master back to the main building. While that man was still flustered, young master men had already woken up. Young master, the one-eyed mage, was shocked. Had his healing ability increased? No, he had not done anything. Thinking it over, the self-recovery ability of that guy made more sense. Young master men glanced over and whispered, "Thank you." The three people standing there thought he was possessed. He said, "Thank you to you." The three people blankly asked again, "Huh?" The scene shifted back to the castle. A triumphant hand was raised. Bought limited edition chocolate. There were only 2 bars left. "Please forgive me. You ordered 3 bars. She trembled and apologized, saying she would look for more. "It is fine, just leave it there." She blankly asked again, "Yes." "Rest, you look very tired. I just finished training as well. Do not disturb me anymore. Hurry and go." "I understand, young master. Wish you a good rest." Really, the young master truly went training. "I told you already, that is right." During that training, the young master made her shout in disbelief. Turning to the room, he bit into the chocolate happily, his teeth crunching. He originally did not like chocolate, but this kind was truly different. The moment it touched his tongue, it melted, sweetness spreading warmly like being wrapped in a blanket. Wait, what was this feeling? Holy eye, the effect of the chocolate spread through the body. Mana was absorbed a little. This was insane, so that was it. Notification: you have discovered a fragment of unreasonable thought. It felt like the character had taken another step forward. Random abilities began to link together. Eating chocolate could absorb mana. Ordinary mages had to go to mana-dense regions, cross dangerous zones just to gather a little mana. Clearly, he possessed a special physique, even though he had never said it. That was why it was called unreasonable thought. He was extremely satisfied, free mana. The only side effect was gaining weight. Write that feeling back then, try to recall it. Notification: delayed flow attribute activated. What was delayed flow? Young master has a guess. He irritably said he already told them not to receive anyone. Tell that man to get lost. That man did not listen and barged in. Look at how you greet your older brother. Your brother arrived and you do not stand to greet him. Have you thrown etiquette to the dogs? Want to eat bird droppings again? That was Katan Maten, the elder brother of Jia Sen. This was the older brother Jia Sen had once feared. Young mastermen glanced over. The older brother had arrived. That man roared, "That was why you were useless, always so slow. What are you still standing there for? Kneel down and crawl like a dog, did you hear me?" Notification: delayed flow activated. That man's movements clearly slowed. This skill was truly useful. This was an extremely good support skill in any situation. First, when that man struck, young mastermen easily dodged. "What did you just do? How dare you, trash? I was just defending myself properly." "Say it again, say that again, trash." "Dead dog, you dare call me that?" That man was shaking with rage. "Bastard, I will kill you." Around that man's heart there was also a mana ring. He was about to release energy. Information appeared. Ka-tan mate and water attribute. Hot-tempered personality. Water attribute would release energy from the front of the chest. Predicted that man's action. Everything required precision. What was this? Young master men appeared behind him, so fast that that man could not defend in time. Then he lunged forward and punched straight at the face. The older brother spat blood in pain. Man roared violently, blood. Damn it, he used too much force. Young master men shouted Hampton, call the medic. Perhaps because combat magic was still unstable. Control was not yet good. Happened, young master. I told you to call the medic. Yes, I understand. It seemed he hit him a bit too hard. That man still could not stand up. He thought he had found the most effective way to deal with mages. The goal was to live until 57. Hope had sparked. Next day a shout rang out. What did that idiot do to the sixth young master? How could that happen? It sounded absurd, but without seeing it no one would believe it. Sister, let me speak honestly. You mean you are just a shadow? That young master has changed already. Do you still see him the same? No, even you are not an ordinary maid. Your footsteps are very careful. Era smiled lightly. Everyone could tell that, not just you. You still think that Lord is just lazy. Yes, go on. I think this. The 10th birthday is approaching. The 7th young master has finally begun to change. The scene returned to young mastermen standing stunned. So that was it. This was where he would learn to control mana, the Starlight Library. It looked like a shopping mall. It was hard to believe that Jia Sen had never set foot here before. It was truly insane. Books were everywhere. All 3 floors of the library were packed full. He was still wondering how many volumes there were when an invisible voice sounded. About 200,000 books. 7th young master. What was that? Where did that voice come from? Lip. Stunning beauty suddenly appeared before him. Who are you? I am the librarian of the Starlight Library, Evian. Scene returned to the noble maid. You said that man had already prepared for the 10th birthday, and you believe he is hiding his true self. Does that sound reasonable? I think he has deliberately done so for the past 10 years. I did not expect you to speculate to such an extent. I saw the young master complete the first mana ring with my own eyes. The first mana ring completed in just a few days. Do you really think so? Think about it. The recent behavior of the 7th young master is very abnormal. From training to easily defeating the 6th young master. You are his maid, so you see it clearly as well. Everything shows that the 7th young master is deliberately suppressing himself and hiding his talent. It still feels off. That man's combat magic was always average before. I bet I am right. Why are you so sure? Because I am his shadow. He must have shown me the future. If the 7th young master runs into trouble, both of us will be implicated, sister. Why do we not cooperate? She interrupted. If that man decide to visit the library someday and you can verify it yourself. What did you say? I heard that every member of the Maiden family must study at the Starlight Library to prepare for the inheritance struggle. The scene returned to young mastermen asking blankly, who is that? I am Evian, the librarian of the Starlight Library. Who is Evian? He could not remember at all. The system only displayed the name. It is an honor to meet the 7th young master. He felt it was incredible that she was here. She did not directly confront the villain Cassin said. She was a grand mage who appeared in many events when soldiers shouted to kill that witch. She was an extraordinary mage who once defeated King Tizonik of the Adon Empire along with his army. They were frozen in an instant. After that, the entire Adon castle was sealed in ice. Later, she became known as a grand mage in the future Northern Sea War. Currently, she was wanted across the continent, but as the Maiden librarian, no one had found her. The Maiden library was no different from a mage sanctuary, preserving original and copied versions of every magic tome. All librarians here were grand mages, with the authority to manage and read all books. Why was it Evian, a legendary witch, standing before him like this? She invited him to sit and wait on the 2nd floor. He agreed. She prepared tea. What would you like to drink? Black tea is fine. He did not like it, but still replied that he did. We'll prepare it immediately, Hugh. This world was truly dangerous, but entering the library for the first time felt relieving. If he had not regressed, who knew what trouble that idiot would cause next? Hot cup of tea was brought over. She asked what book he wanted to find. He needed books on mana cultivation. What type? She asked again. Most basic kind. Even a maiden should learn from the foundation. One must learn low before going high. She asked in surprise. Skip. Please wait a moment. I will find it for you. She operated the lip. A book appeared before him. Right, you may go. I hope you gain something. Mana is the term for all natural energy, accumulating in the heart to form a mana ring to become a mage. Lego's 8th theorem and Bersato's 7th formula are both related. So the answer is e to the power of 648. How was this considered basic? Reading it, he understood nothing. How could a modern person like himself study this? Wait, if he could not learn it, then use the holy eye. The holy eye appeared, just trying for fun, yet it actually analyzed it, like a computer screen. His skill was truly overpowered, but some monsters used it better than him. The system reported analysis at 22% due to insufficient mana. If it reached 100%, would he understand everything? Then he had to solve the mana problem first. Today was enough. Hampton happily welcomed him. Young master, Madame Zozo from the Maple estate has come to visit. He froze, then his eyes suddenly lit up. A woman stood by the railing. He was left speechless. Why did mother appear here? Cha Sung-min always missed his mother because he never saw her again. In the emergency room, machines beeped coldly. Mom, do not leave me. Mom, do not go. His mother died of cancer when Sung-min was only 15. Painful memories surfaced one after another. How dare an orphan like you insult me? From then on, Sung-min struggled endlessly with inner turmoil. Why did she look so much like his mother? He stood dazed for a long while. System panel suddenly appeared. Character information Zozo. Trait mother of GSN, early stage green spec. After that, mother and son drank tea together. He sat obediently beside his mother, yet still felt a bit awkward. Old memories echoed. Why did I speak to mother like that? Turning to reality, he hesitated, then called out, "Mother." Zozo looked at him in shock. "I am sorry." Behind her, the maid was stunned. Could it be that the seventh young master was only pretending to be vile? Could this be part of an inheritance struggle plan? He could no longer be underestimated. "I am sorry for my previous actions." Mother Zozo was stunned. He said he had become more sensible and was no longer like before. She remained half doubtful. Would make amends. She only listened quietly. Just hearing that choked voice was enough for him to understand everything. Mother will head back first. Mother still has matters. She is no longer a maid now. Character information Zozo. Mother of GSN mate. Early stage green speck. Green speck is a rare disease. 3 green spots appear on the chest, and it is incurable at the final stage. Fortunately, she only had 1 spot, yet the joyful day still made her cry endlessly. The sun finally called me mother for the first time. Called after her, could mother give me 1 hour every day? To prepare grape tea from the Zepp Lion range to drink together every day. Would she agree? Zepp Lion grape tea, when consumed long-term, can cure green speck. No matter how terrible the past was, mother was still mother. She never abandoned GSN. Not let the illness worsen mother. Night fell in the wooden house. Someone tossed and turned unable to sleep. Zozo thought blankly, was this a dream? If it was not a dream, then what was it? GSN changed right after his 10th birthday, as if becoming someone else. Up there, did you hear me? Every day I can sip tea with GSN. I feel he has changed a great deal already. Seeing such a clear change in the child makes me both stunned and delighted. So it really is true, brother. Then the candle in the room flickered faintly and went out completely. Darkness enveloped the chamber. Early the next morning, as the two had just gone out, they were interrupted by the kidmen. "I need you to handle something very important." She replied briefly, "Yes." Important? Could it be that he has traced my identity, or that he is testing my reaction? Surely he is not planning to send me to assassinate someone. As she was thinking, men spoke up, framing her with nonsense. "Yes. Remember to choose the best quality, and take as much as possible." Sprayed some gel while thinking, is that really so? Ah, there is one more thing. Fine then, he must be keeping the most important item for last again. Men added, remember to buy candy from Dudon Bakery as well. Her mind seemed covered by thick dark clouds. An hour passed, men felt invigorated, just as he had expected. The power of money and authority was truly terrifying. The price was 20 G apiece, which came to nearly 5 million. Here it would be at least over 100 bars of So-Cola. A servant willing to spend nearly 500 million on So-Cola within just 1 hour because of his master's order was unbelievable. I must seize this wealth and power in the struggle for succession. I'm exactly what I need. The most expensive kind is about 30 G each, while the cheapest is still around 10 G. The difference lay in the amount of mana absorbed. The system displayed a notice that you had received a small amount of mana, and the notice repeated. Mana could also be charged from Dudon candy, which led to only one conclusion. Candy and chocolate shared the same ingredient. Called Hampton again, the other side replied, "I am listening, young master. Bring the pastry chef from the bakery here." Half an hour later, the chef arrived at the castle. The man trembled, unable to understand why he had been summoned. Could there be something wrong with the candy? In his eyes, the kidman was a notoriously terrifying figure, someone who even dared to strike his own older brother. From the chef's perspective, GSN was no different from a real devil. Killing him would be effortless. Please let that not happen. He barely frowned when the man hastily said, "I am listening, young master." What did you put into the candy? Speak. Confess all the ingredients. Do not hide anything. The chef immediately kowtowed and apologized repeatedly, saying it was his fault. Men quickly reassured him, "It is not what you think. I only want to know the recipe." Ah, the recipe uses sugar from the Do City region. Still trembling, he added 1,000-year herb powder, 2 tablespoons of the herb powder and corn syrup. That is all. Yes, young master, I swear that is everything. I understand now. The ingredient of so-cola framing is the 1,000-year herb. If eaten directly, it should allow more mana absorption. At the training grounds, someone thought irritably, "Damn it, why is everyone coming here asking about the 7th young master?" We'll only say 2 things. He knocked down the beast with a single punch. He even dispelled the negative effects of dark magic by himself, using a dispel spell. Manager, have you heard the news? 7th young master defeated the 6th young master. The battle was fierce, so everyone is talking about it. What kind of insane nonsense is this? That guy really is crazy. When could he defeat the 6th young master so easily, especially in a fast-paced magic duel? His 10th birthday is coming up. Perhaps he poured all his strength into that fight to prove himself before the family head. That means he has improved far beyond what people previously thought. Perhaps that is so. First of all, mages are not fast by nature. They must use teleportation magic to compensate, and a 9-year-old child cannot use that. I never knew the 7th young master had so many skills. It seems we must pay more attention to him because he is no longer the same. The magic he used was very strange. It seemed to be ancient spells long forgotten that no one has learned. It is unclear where he learned those things, how he could even grasp them. Could it be that he encountered some fortuitous chance? Possibly, but I still feel uneasy. Are you not evaluating him too highly? That despicable man chuckled inwardly, thinking that his 10th birthday would surely be very entertaining. Back to men, at this moment he was chewing grass and looked just like a rabbit. Ding, notification. You have absorbed a small amount of mana. Indeed, I have almost not taken in any extra calories. Because that bastard had eaten so-cola framing for nearly 10 years, dense energy had accumulated in his body. When the energy converged toward the heart, it generated heat, thereby increasing the amount of mana absorbed. The increase in mana allowed the clear sight to operate longer, and I could also learn more magic in the library. Ding, the system again reported mana absorption. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Men happily thought that he had succeeded. Notified that the introduction to magic had been analyzed. The saint had absorbed this content. Notification that the cultivation book Easy Energy Training by the great sage Alberto had opened a hidden page. What was this? Blip searched for the Simplicity of Magic Volume 77 by the great sage Alberto. Who exactly was Alberto? Find out clearly, the only way was to return to the Starlight Library. Honestly speaking, Librarian Evian was truly frightening. I really did not want to get involved with that ice witch, but I still had to go. After that, men dragged his tired body to the library. This library is really cold. Where is Evian? Suddenly she appeared behind him like a British ghost. You have finished reading already. Here it is. You read very fast. Well, it was only basic knowledge about using magic. He took the book and threw it away, leaving the kidmen stunned. Blip, how did she cast magic without chanting? You looking for another book? Ah, do you know Volume 77 by the great sage, The Simplicity of Magic? Yes, it is here. Then give me a copy, she said and hesitated. That book is classified because it is quite hard for beginners to understand, he replied. It is fine, I will just read it for fun. Suddenly she sniffed lightly as if catching a scent. She sniffed him just like a dog. What is this? What is this feeling? Before the witch, Men was like a young rabbit, while she resembled a predator tracking its prey. She asked 7th young master, what is wrong? There is a very pleasant scent on you. He was surprised, a scent, ah well. You mean this? Do you want to try it? She immediately refused, yet her hand held on tightly. If you give it to me, then I will accept. What kind of way of accepting a gift was that? Something felt wrong. It was as if something unusual was happening. He said then, I will be going now. At this moment, saying more would probably not be appropriate. There is plenty of cool chocolate in the estate. You can drop by sometimes. I will tell them to give you some. Hearing this, she was stunned in shock. He waved goodbye and thought to himself that she probably would not come. It was just a polite invitation. Notification. Completion progress 42%. Clear sight cannot be activated due to insufficient energy. The Simplicity of Magic, Easy Energy Training by Alberto. This book contained less information than I had hoped. He appeared saying that I am a great mage, able to use every kind of magic, wonderful, right? To reach my level, you must firmly learn the basics I teach. The next morning, the 2 servants of Men were extremely surprised. Wow. Men, plump and round, was jogging to exercise. That day was busy throughout. He also visited the Starlight Library and the Bat-Go estate, and trained diligently as well. That was not ordinary running. Then what was it? Girl behind explained that it was a method of using exercise to dissipate the energy accumulated in his body. Evian, I did not even sense her presence at all. He came here to go to the Maple estate by order of the head librarian. She replied briefly. Should I inform the young master? She said, and then decided on her own very well. Why did Evian come to the Marple estate? A librarian who was originally a top-tier mage. Came either to evaluate his progress or to support the young master in the succession struggle. Librarians were regarded as neutral. She looked at the kid men and said that back then you were completely different from the seventh young master in the rumors. Heza suddenly spoke up. Mevian, the seventh young master has given me an order. You come then give you this premium chocolate. He added that, of course, he did not think the librarian would like chocolate, but the seventh young master instructed this. She thought warily that when giving gifts one must pay attention to the recipient's status. Giving chocolate to a librarian like Evian could easily be seen as an act of disrespect. He accepted it immediately and said, very well, I cannot refuse the young master's goodwill. After that, she kept staring at him without looking away, while Heza silently observed her reaction. What was he really thinking when he made me bring that bar of chocolate to give her? Could there be some relationship between them? Time continued to pass quietly. Flip notified that the simplicity of magic, easy energy training, had been fully analyzed and deeply engraved into your consciousness. Finally finished, I have completely mastered easy energy training. Suddenly, his body developed a sense of instability. He knelt down in pain onto the floor. Wait, what is happening? The energy in my body is losing control. If I cannot restrain it, my heart will burst. This is bad. I must use the holy eye immediately. In this world, losing control of energy can mean death at any moment. Honor is still sufficient focus. The dull morning passed just like that and quickly moved into the afternoon. Basic mana cultivation has been deeply engraved into your heart. Next to basic mana cultivation, previously locked settings have now been unlocked. Oh, I can see some new things. Otherworld settings have been unlocked. Now I understand why Evian's reasoning felt strange. Her information is Vion, 27 years old, ice attribute, cold and pure personality with occasional ferocity. Many settings are now available. Chocolate is the best. Oh, what is this? Wait. In just an instant, when I was not paying attention, Sun had scribbled the words chocolate is the best onto Levion, settings page. That is how it was. I finally understand why Evian had been acting so strangely. Forcing yourself to focus will not make the kid any better. When the flames erupt, what exactly is happening? This flame is not hot at all. Someone is here. He stared in terror toward the blaze. Woman appeared and spoke. Hey, idiot. Why pretend to focus? Do you want to die? Character information Bo Sa Mate, 29 years old. Fire, earth, water attributes. Violent, strong, ruthless personality. Bo Sa Mate, the mad mage with 3 attributes. Why is it this woman? Oh, should I cut you into pieces? I cannot hold back. Her nature despises the weak and enjoys slicing people apart. After reading it, he could only think she was truly sick. He stepped close and said, answer me. Why are you pretending to focus? He blurted out a reply and hurriedly covered his mouth. Damn it, I almost apologized. With someone who hates the weak like her, apologizing might cost me my limbs. Tusa is deliberately testing me. He immediately corrected himself. I was not pretending, that is all. That was how he reassured himself even though he was still afraid. Whatever, I will gamble once. I seriously doubt this big sister's qualifications. That sounds acceptable. I know you also noticed that I was carefully observing, so what? What I want to know is simply whether you would open your mouth and apologize. Ho ho ho, so did that trick work? See, it turns out the rumor that you have changed is true. The rumors were not wrong. I am just trying to grow up like everyone else. Could it be too late already? When I think it is too late, that means you can strike faster. The snake lunged straight toward his face, opening its mouth to reveal venomous fangs. Once you think it is too late, then it truly is too late, kid. He said, I know I cannot become the family head. I understand my position, but you can use me in the succession struggle. Good, continue. At least I still have some value, she sneered. Trash like you is useless. Value lies in how others use me. He replied that the legitimate children of the family always have their own value. Then whose chess piece do you want to become? She wanted to know which side he would stand on. I do not understand much about my elder siblings, so I do not know who is qualified to be the family head. The one certain to ascend as family head and become the next matriarch is Abelia. But I know you are wary of our 2 eldest sisters. Snake became more ferocious, baring its fangs and snarling at him. The flames burned hot, as if scorching his entire body. I heard you are very adorable. I did not expect you to treat Tata like this. You hate lies by nature, and you despise the weak even more than hearing unpleasant truths. I do not want you to remember me as a pitiful younger brother. I can follow reason, but I will not submit to strength. I believe you spared me the moment I spoke the truth. He coughed violently again and again. She retracted her toy and said, idiot. Immediately after that, she continued attacking him. He collapsed in pain, but still had not touched his inner power. It felt like being hit by a bowling ball. What is this, an apple? Was I hit with an apple? Beginner combat magic activated to protect the heart against high-level mana. The skill unyielding will was engraved into the magic circle. Did I gain new magic just from eating an apple? He said, eat it. He hesitated and asked, have you spared me? She shouted, eat when I tell you to eat. I picked it up on the road. He blankly thought she wanted him to eat the apple. Wait, this is notification Keisha, a precious item containing rare and expensive energy. Obtaining this is truly not easy. I am sure it can only appear on the body, the youngest son of the Maiden family. In novels, the chosen protagonist is always surrounded by a halo, so Keisha is nothing. It is better not to compare myself to it. A contemptuous voice echoed in the darkness. That is just the bastard child of the Marple estate. Truly an interesting brat. Only 9 years old and already created his first magic circle. If he always pretends to be a stupid bastard child, then he is indeed a crafty snake. I need someone like that to deal with my 2 elder sisters. Snap, snap. A coward who is always afraid yet knows how to hide it. Snap, snap. No chance of becoming family head due to limited potential. Tap. Just a useful pawn on my chessboard. Table split in 2, she shouted, eat it. Spread the news that Jia Sen is just a bastard, so no one will force him to leave anymore. It is best to prevent him from contacting other family members. But do not be too obvious. Now I wonder whether he has eaten Keisha yet. Monitor whether he uses the Keisha I left behind. She seems quite interested in him. It would be troublesome if someone spread rumors that I killed him. It would be more interesting if he does not eat it and uses it for something else. It would be foolish to ignore food delivered to one's mouth. Then I would have an excuse to chop off his limbs for scheming. The cold night enveloped the castle. Notification, overdose consumption can be fatal. An experienced mage is required. Water, ice, or wind attributes are extremely effective for assistance. I do not know what dosage is safe, but why did she give this to me? To prove that we are equals. Third young lady is not normal, perhaps out of curiosity or simply because she likes it. If I successfully absorb it and grow stronger, she will use me. I do not know whether she will keep me or discard me afterward. If I do not eat it, then at least I will lose an arm or a leg. I have no choice but to eat. I need help, a water, ice, or wind mage, ice attribute. Vian, if I can find her, she will definitely be very useful. But what if she suddenly feels like killing me? Her reason would also be reasonable. It could be said I died from overdose. The image of her smiling brightly while holding the apple appeared in my mind. In the end, she would seize Keisha. That is the worst-case scenario. Clack, clack. Outside is Evian. May I come in? In any case, it cannot be hidden. She would immediately sense the mana radiating from Keisha. I must think of another plan. He replied nervously, come in. Evian, I will not hide it because you have certainly sensed it. As you can see, this is Keisha, yes. I want to make a deal with you. What kind of deal? I cannot absorb this on my own, so I need your assistance. As a librarian, I must remain neutral. I will not participate in the struggle for succession in any form. I am not asking you to join that battle. I only want to go further as a mage. The inheritor of magic's mission, what is that? Speak of the mission of magic, is to become a role model within the world of mages. Someone is deliberately spreading malicious false rumors, targeting the 7th young master. No matter what, I have never intended to sit in the position of family head. I have heard that members of the May 10 family devote their entire lives just for that position. This matter is completely unrelated. My goal is simply to make myself stronger. Even so, with my status as a librarian, I cannot interfere. Please seek assistance from the mages of the main house. I cannot trust them. They have surely been bought off by my elder siblings. Please help me. I am speaking sincerely. I only want to protect my weak mother. Hearing this, her heartbeat faltered slightly. Painful memories surged forth. You dare evade taxes. Let me drag you out as an example. Let go of my mother, you bastard. You damned, disgusting vermin. Oh, the mother rushed forward to shield him. Then the cold-hearted guard stabbed straight into her. A heart-rending scream rang out. Mother, damn it, this is unbearable. Mother, mother, please open your eyes. Chaotic shouts erupted. Mother. The crowd surrounded them. What did they do wrong? That monster deserved to die. Witnessing that scene, she completely lost control. After that came the moment she walked straight toward that castle, alone facing thousands of soldiers. A 9-year-old young master monitored for life. A mother who was a discarded servant concubine. The youngest son of a prestigious mage family forced to play the fool and demean himself. I want to protect my weak mother. Those words were sincere yet impossible. The succession candidates were too strong, while he was merely a lowly outcast despised by all. Or pursuing an unrealistic dream, but that dream. That is right. A dream does not need to be achievable to be called a dream. He fell silent in contemplation for a long while. I believe the process of pursuing it is the dream itself, but I will not help. Not because you gave me chocolate or anything else. Hearing this, he could not hide his joy. Then she froze the apple just like that. Short, I will freeze the overflowing mana during the consumption of Keisha, then slowly thaw it so your heart can absorb it. The side effect is that your body may be frozen. Your body will be encased in ice. If lucky, it will recover in a few months. If unlucky, a few years. In the worst case, you may lose your life. He shivered in fear. Do not talk about life and death so calmly, Evian. But I am an ice mage with sufficient ability and will try to prevent that from happening. For a moment, he wondered whether he should stop the consumption. Normally, in situations like this, the success rate is quite high. People with personalities like Evian usually care deeply about others. She clearly explained the level of danger, yet likened it to a high-odds lottery. No investment comes without risk. He replied, do it. However, I am still a mage. If you hire me, there must be appropriate compensation. Compensation, she asked. That is right, it will not be much. Just 24 bars of chocolate will suffice as my presence fee. Switching to the red-haired side, so he has already eaten Keisha. Yes, with Evian's assistance. She enjoys torturing people by nature. Evian, that ice witch. Yes, I believe he managed to move her. By what method? Sorry, I cannot investigate further since I cannot bypass Evian's senses. How interesting that the youngest brother holds a card capable of stirring Evian. The Keisha I gave him is a special high-grade type. With Evian's level, consuming it should mean certain death. It seems he already knows Evian's Lavian identity. The way you describe it makes me believe he has begun absorbing it. Yes, but there is something strange. What is it? Seventh young master's body is abnormally rigid. Really? Yes, even Evian was astonished. The mana absorption process is frozen, heart and body temperature unchanged, proving his heart is extraordinarily strong. After all, he is a Tenma. Tando, how long do you think he needs? Usually 3 years, but with this progress it may only take 1 year. I think 3 weeks is reasonable. What? Night fell, the pack of wolves appeared. Cursed in pain, damn it. Body, he panted heavily. Outside was freezing cold, but inside felt like burning fire. Every step felt heavy with exertion. Ran for many hours without feeling tired. A nearby rooster crowed. This proved his body was too strong. His heart felt ready to burst from mana overload. Called Hampton. The drowsy boy replied, yes, young master. Take me to the waterfall garden. The scene shifted to the garden with the roaring waterfall. This is far more effective. Climbing the waterfall consumes more energy than jogging. Hampton brings several 10-kilogram weights here. The system displayed a notification that iron will protects the body. Training upgraded the skill to a higher level and increased defensive effectiveness. Combat magic specialization also leveled up. The body gradually felt lighter. He requested increasing the weight to 20 kilograms, leaving Hampton stunned. 1 week later, it was raised to 30 kilograms. Another week later, it reached 50 kilograms. Hampton was worried but still trusted the young master. He said he had been sleeping less lately, but his spirit was extremely vigorous. Someone in the castle commented, I think he has absorbed all of Keisha's mana. His body is truly terrifying. The third young lady replied, is that so? Every day he climbs the waterfall bare-handed, using no magic and relying only on combat magic. Combat magic develops quickly but has limits. It only needs to fulfill a supporting role. But he is carrying 50 kilograms, not 5, and climbs a 30-meter waterfall in under 5 minutes. Haha, he must be overloaded with energy. Who knows how long he will live? If this continues, he will die in 3 months. Too much mana in the body without special protection will cause him to explode and die. If you help, he will live. Lady Persa refused. Giving Keisha was enough, just observe. But if he is about to die, force him to reveal how he approached librarian Evian. After some time, he met men again, Hat M. After absorbing mana, I have changed greatly. A lovely cup of tea appeared leisurely. Mother asked whether he noticed losing weight quickly. It only drops when I train. Appearance matters, but health matters more. I am still healthy, mother, do not worry. Sarah's tea brewing has become better lately. Thank you, my lady. You are becoming more beautiful by the day. Sarah behaved unusually close to mother. Well, that is fine. Mother's illness has eased. Everything is progressing smoothly. Evening at the Duke's estate. Activate Holy Eye. Easy mana training. Today is December 20th, year 218 of the Heap Heian calendar. 4 days remain. Night of December 24th is Stiola Nation, the eve of the birthday of King Heap Heian, founder of the human empire. I do not care about that, king. What matters lies elsewhere. According to my records, Judia will appear at the West Gate on December 24th. Judia, the assassin mage pursued by Phi Kin, will be driven to the West Gate of the May 10 family on that day. I did not record details, only that she was captured by the third young lady. Now I understand why Judia lost her arm. Judia bears hatred toward the family and becomes Cassin's core companion. Phi Kin possesses special power. Together with Cassin, they dominate the battlefield after forming a fire pact. If I can obtain the Fire Grail Cassin seized from Judia, that would be ideal. Suddenly, he became highly alert. Someone is invisible. The information revealed it is the shadow of the third young lady. Unclear since when? Best to pretend not to know. Without using Holy Eye, he cannot see her. You are using a mana training method, so you cannot deactivate Holy Eye. Forcibly disabling it will overload mana. Damn it. I should pretend to sleep, hoping she will leave on her own. The stalker was left stunned. What kind of madness is this? Can he cultivate mana even while sleeping? Mana cultivation is extremely dangerous. Even the slightest mental fluctuation can be fatal, yet he is sleeping while cultivating. This is unbelievable. How am I supposed to report this? This kid only knows basic methods from the Starlight Library, so I underestimated him because the mana output was too low. Yet even while asleep he continues cultivating, and the mana is abnormally stable. I have gone through all the introductory books and easy mana training, but found no such technique. Yet he absorbed mana from Keisha with Evian's support, even strengthening his body. Perhaps he is channeling mana into his heart, but the heart is completely fine and extraordinarily strong. This truly makes no sense. His mana is becoming more and more stable. There is no formation of a second magic circle nor any implanted modification. The durability of his heart is far too abnormal. I must submit a detailed report tomorrow. Men pretended to sleep, then opened his eyes, gone already. Time passed as fast as a dog running across a field. Brown pine tree had been erected inside the Duke's estate. Hera Hampton, follow me. Yes, young master. Where are we going? He said to the outer west gate. The west gate. Mayton family has 4 west gates. The outer gate is the farthest one. Today, the 3 of them walked together. Udia, the suicidal assassin, natural enemy of mages, the one-armed mage. Today is the day I meet her. That girl was raging, flames erupting violently. You bastards, I will kill all of you. Damn it, am I too late? Is this really the outer west gate? By the way, shall I visit the 6th young master? I have fully prepared paralytic poison. Rejected flatly, leaving Phantom dejected and disappointed. Are you sad? Yes, very sad. Oh no, not at all. That does not affect anything. Another gate, the battle was fierce. You scoundrels, move aside. I will kill them all. Character information: Julia, fire attribute, simple-minded, absolute loyalty, a dutiful daughter. It is Julia. I knew she acts without thinking, but this is too reckless. What will happen to her? He cannot spontaneously trigger poison resistance at such a moment. Hampton, yes, spray paralytic poison now. Take that girl as the target. Immobilize her at all costs. Understood. Paralytic poison, fire. He screamed madly, I will burn all of you. Then the bomb exploded. The girl was hit. Damn it, you bastards. He thought he had to quickly handle the aftermath. As he rushed over, he was stopped by someone. Who are you, daring to interfere here? State your name. Just came out from inside. Calm down. And you call yourselves guards. I guess the Westgate guards were not qualified as family mages, but being this incompetent is beyond expectation. In truth, it is not that they are weak, but that Julia is simply too strong. Who are you? I will take her away. No, state your identity at once. Hampton suddenly coughed lightly, The outstanding young mage of the My-Gen family, inheritor of the bloodline, a pioneer transcending the era on the path of magic, a genius adventurer who funds his own expeditions. That is overly flowery. This praise will probably go on for a while. He is the 7th young master, Jia Sen Mayton. Now you understand, he said. What kind of ridiculous introduction is that? Shouted angrily, you idiots, do you not recognize young master Jia Sen Mayton? Is the young master more handsome than men? Is that praise or sarcasm? I only lost a bit of weight. What is your name? I will remember it. Do you think anyone would dare impersonate the 7th young master? What you say makes sense. Everyone knows the 7th young master is a useless, ugly pig. You still believe I am an imposter? Foolish guard, Hampton whispered. In my eyes, you are always cool. If you do not believe it, you can send someone back to the family to confirm. The man was intimidated by the pressure and said he would. Men continued, but once it is confirmed that I am indeed the 7th young master, you will pay the price for today's rudeness. Panicked and apologized. My apologies, 7th young master. But young master, why are you taking that girl away? Why, I do not think you need to ask so much. Coughed lightly again, Because she is very beautiful. Group stood dumbfounded. Yes, we understand. After that, the girl was taken away. The 3 waited for her to wake up. Notification. A deviation has occurred that may affect plot coherence. Deviation. The world has recorded a minor change caused by me. The girl gradually woke up and began making muffled noises, sounding like she was cursing. Julia's settings are rather simple and impulsive. I will approach her in the most basic way. Hey, I heard your father is gravely ill. I will help you. My mother was once gravely ill too. I know why you came here. Judging by the robe and the crescent emblem, you are a mage from High Giant. Using fire attribute, it must be Fire Bird. How does the young master know all that? High Giant is south of the Fire Dragon range. Epidemics have been rampant these past years. Liza beside him was also surprised, silently observing. I know how to cure that disease. She again made muffled noises. Also know you came here recklessly. because you heard our family has a cure, muffled sounds. If you understand what I am saying, then nod twice. She nodded repeatedly like a pecking chicken. Issa removed the tape from her mouth. All right, are you calmer now? She twisted her mouth and asked, will you really help me? I guess you also said that to Cassin. Yes, I said I would do it. She asked blankly why. Helping someone needs a reason. I heard nobles do not help for free. Who said that, my father? Then why did you still come? Knowing no one helps for free, I will give them a proper reason. I have several precious items. Several precious items, I understand now. That item is the Holy Grail, the opportunity held by Kay Sinside in the original plot. I will cure your father, really? But the price will not be cheap. She said weakly, I am out of money. Can I pay later? How much do you need? I must see the illness before setting a price. Then please save my father. Can I afford it? Guarantee no matter the price. You said you have precious items, right? I will give them all. All right, that is enough, Hampton spoke. Collect herbs over 10 years old and distribute them to High Giant. If herbs aged 15 years are soaked in silver seawater for 18 minutes, they become epidemic-curing medicine. This is the first time I have heard of such processing. Young master, can you explain again? Do not doubt it, just follow it. Dark-skinned boy looked at him with admiration. I understand, I will do it. The young master is really cool. Young master, may I ask one question? What is it? Are you curious too? Yes, based on common knowledge, this method is very hard to understand. With absolute confidence, he said, I am a maiden after all. He lowered her head. Thank you, young master, for your guidance. Looking closely, it was precisely that confidence that made him resemble the family head from childhood memories. Men said, Julia, now I will release you. He asked in shock, what? He snarled angrily, what did you just say? I never told her my name. So why did she call me correctly? Men broke into a cold sweat thinking it was over. I slipped up. Damn it, that really was a wrong move just now. Cold sweat soaked him, yet he still steadied himself and said, it is nothing strange. I know your name, so why would that be odd? That is right. Once this is done, I will give you the 15-year herbs. How about it? Does that sound strange? Or should I just tell you the secret of that medicine? That would sound even stranger. Why do you think the benefits you receive are abnormal? That is completely reasonable. Do you realize you are unintentionally showing malice toward your benefactor? Then the little rabbit was dragged back by men. Ah, yes. You treating the concern I show you like trash. She hurriedly said, I am sorry. Say it clearly, I am sorry. Cannot hear anything. She lowered her head in embarrassment. I am sorry, it is my fault. That is enough, I accept your apology, but you cannot leave yet. What? I am not allowed to go home. Have you forgotten what you did? You infiltrated the May 10 family and even attacked the guards. That matter, she said she only came to find medicine to save her father. So what did the guards say? They said this place was not meant for someone like her. They mocked her and said people about to die like my father had nothing to do with May 10. And they even asserted that he would certainly die. I only wanted to stay with my father, but they told me to let him die to settle debts. At this moment he gave the order. Hera, release her. Yes, young master. But who are you? Why are you treating me so well? He replied briefly, I am Jia Sen. He was momentarily stunned. Jia Sen, May 10. Then she suddenly clapped her hands once, pointed straight at him and said calmly, are you the miserable bastard child of that family? His facial muscles twitched slightly. Am I that famous under such a name? Yes, they said you are just trash. I do not see you that way. You are a good person. Notification. A change affecting the plot has occurred. Fluctuation has been recorded. Cassin's ally is the suicidal assassin and a genius fire mage. Was forming an alliance with Judia correct. Grasp the present first and consider the future later. I have gathered all the herbs you need, young master. Now I will head to High Giant. Very well. How long will it take you? About 3 days. Young master, may I ask one question? Why did you help that girl, Julia? I simply find it regrettable to die from an illness that is completely curable. If it were our father, it would be the same. Helping others is not a big deal to me. Thank you for the lesson. What lesson? That a great family should not turn its back on the miserable and weak. I have found the light of my life, the boy said. Please allow me to leave first, young master. In truth, my goal is the Holy Grail, but saying it that way sounds easier to accept. Time continued to pass. 2 more days went by. Tap, tap, heavy footsteps echoed. Found a new toy, did you, idiot? Let me see. I am quite curious about the toy this bastard child brought back. She glanced once and snorted. She asked, who are you? There has never been a man this handsome in the family. Ben answered confidently, Jia Sen, May 10, your youngest brother. Interesting. I sense you are still hiding something. I am not hiding anything, aside from the truth that I created this world. Why are you so cute? A boy should have a pretty face. He felt his heart about to freeze. Basic combat magic firm will automatically protected him. She activated it with just a glance. Interesting. How did you change so much in only 3 weeks? Very good, this face passes. If you grow up like this, I will dote on you a lot. He swatted her hand away. I do not need that. Are you testing me? I want you as a rival or an ally, not something to be pampered that makes you even cuter. If your heart were torn out, it would surely be a work of art. Stepped back in panic. Do not joke like that. Ha, do you think I am joking? Still, I want to see your toy Julia, because she has fire potential. Tasa is a fire genius. She sensed Julia as a fire user and will not let it go. I cannot let things follow the original plot. Said coldly, she is my toy. What I brought back is not something I am obligated to show you, nor do I intend to. The mad older sister shouted in rage, you dare challenge me. Combat magic firm will resist it invading energy. Look at yourself. A foolish bastard daring to oppose me. Holy Eye supports basic cultivation. Tasa's mana is crushing my body. I will give you one chance. You study combat magic. Yes, only basic. I will use just one finger. Removing attributes and using only combat magic. You learned that too, just a little. I read for 5 minutes before coming. I will use all my strength to crush you, my eldest sister. This youngest brother is quite interesting. I like him. She snapped her fingers and summoned an illusionary snake. The system activated clear sight to detect illusion. He clenched his fists tightly. He used only 5 punches to fight. Kid has truly grown up. Do it. If you win, I will not touch your toy anymore. But you must use all your strength. If that toy is not interesting, I will tear it into pieces. I will defeat you at any cost, eldest sister. I did not expect this brat to entertain me so much, even if he is the worst discard abandoned by father. He charged forward to attack his elder sister. He said disdainfully, too slow. One strike from her forced him into a desperate defense. He hurriedly retreated to save his life. Cannot even dodge a single blow, only charging straight in. That is why you learn defensive magic in combat. A correct choice. The longer this battle drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for me. The vast gap in strength makes dodging and counterattacking extremely difficult. High-level iron will protect the body. She used only one finger yet caused my mana to quake. Easy mana training activated, controlling mana circulation, stabilizing the shock. The chance has come. High-level emphasis technique activated. The target is her right thigh. He lunged forward suddenly. The elder sister slipped from carelessness. I will knock her down. High-level emphasis technique continued to take effect. He shouted loudly, perhaps only winning in form and not by much strength. Even after the strike, he remained full of worry. Are the bones in my hand shattered? It seems she used defensive magic, correct? You predicted my opening and rushed in from the start. Yes, that was the only choice. That is why you slammed me down so crudely. Is that not how magical combat always is? I hate inelegant fighting, but regardless, you did knock me down. The eldest sister stared fixedly at the kid man. His hand throbbed with pain. It was worth it. He raised her hand. Mad magic surged threateningly. The kid man was blasted into the air, then smashed into and shattered the surrounding objects. He spat blood. The elder sister laughed and said, you won the bet. I will stop paying attention to your toys now. But hey, little brother, this one has started to find you far more interesting. Just as Sando judged, this brat's body is truly resilient. Even though I only used one finger, I poured a considerable amount of destructive power into it. Yet he still blocked it with flesh and skin. I am starting to grow curious about how tough this brat's body really is. Let me observe it to the end. For now he is still weak, so we will meet again later, little brother. After saying that, the elder sister figure vanished into a sea of flames. On the way back, the elder sister figure thought to himself. What was even more noteworthy was that he could absorb my mana. He did not absorb it recklessly. Absorption-type mages are rare, but they do exist. However, he is different from those cases, which is why I deliberately exaggerated my reaction. When I infused mana into the healing spell, he likely siphoned off a portion. It seems she should learn to cherish this 7th young master. That brat is truly interesting. It seems you already gave him quite a novel gift, did you not? That is right, but if he does not know how to control it, that thing will only disrupt the balance within his body. The air around him was filled with the stench of blood. Special state activated. Elementary combat magic self-regeneration technique engraved on the body initiated. Each operation accompanied by abnormal states. Elementary combat magic self-regeneration technique is restoring the body. Notification that a large amount of mana has been consumed. Self-regeneration technique resonates with the simple mana cultivation method, a special state formed from the resonance between combat magic, mana cultivation, and an external factor. Notification that the conditions for body reconstruction are met. Reconstruction process has begun. He was stunned. What the hell was this? Before he could mentally prepare himself, he nearly lost consciousness, because the reconstruction process brought with it excruciating pain. I have to keep my mind clear. His entire body felt as if it shattered all at once, bones crumbling into fine dust. Fluid seeped from his ears from the overwhelming pain. Then all 5 of his senses began spitting blood continuously. ZZGH, muscles tore apart. His arms felt like they exploded. The elementary self-regeneration technique activated automatically. His body shattered. and then instantly reassembled at an astonishing speed. The elementary combat magic iron will technique was in operation. From afar, two people rushed over in panic. Jia-sen. Seeing him in that state, no one understood what had just happened. What on earth was going on? There is no way poison could be this potent. Or did his body generate that mist on its own? Body reconstruction requires an enormous amount of mana. My mana is nearly depleted. Where on earth did all that mana flow to? Insufficient mana will cause reconstruction to be interrupted. The consequences of interruption are extremely severe. Damn it, I do not have a shred of mana left. A warm flame suddenly appeared. He jolted in surprise. What was this? Jason, I do not know what is happening, but I will help you. Absorbing pure mana from the crimson chain flame. The flame containing massive energy linked with the refinement setup I created. Even though Judia only did what she could, it still saved him once. Thank you, Judia. Two watched as his body gradually stabilized within the bone mist. The system notified that reconstruction was complete. An unfinished story segment was unlocked. After that, the two shouted in unison, Young Master Jia-sen. Notification that the basic trait innate destiny hidden within the body has activated. Meeting the conditions for advanced combat magic. Deeply buried innate attributes released. This brat's body is truly terrifyingly abnormal. Innate destiny. This is the highest level physical attribute I personally set up for the protagonist. When innate destiny combines with the Sword Saint, it gives rise to the supreme attribute Celestial Emperor. This is the protagonist's initial physical foundation. Even the Holy Eye has appeared. Why do I possess the protagonist's traits? He steadied himself and said, Issa, listen. Bring me some clothes, yes, young master. The next morning he was filled with worry. He absolutely could not let anyone know about this. Just then an excited voice rang out, really? My father has truly gotten better. Yes, this is my father's letter. Judia was overjoyed when she saw the familiar handwriting. In the letter, Judia's father wrote that the villagers had recovered greatly thanks to the secret medicine of the seventh young master. The epidemic had completely disappeared. She shed tears and said that it was wonderful. This feeling is not bad. She looked at him and said, I will definitely repay this kindness. Yes, you are my benefactor. Thinking about it, that is indeed true. I am willing to become your contractor, a contractor of the Fire Pact. He was shocked as he recalled the Fire Pact in the plot. This was the contract Cassin and Judia once signed at the Great Knot Anti-Canyon. The Fire Pact is a contract that a Firekin can only form once in their lifetime. The signer must remain loyal until their final breath. To them it is a life contract. If I sign it with Judia right now, the original plot will be completely altered. Cassin's powerful ally, the Scar Assassin, will vanish from the world. Wait a moment, what does that have to do with me? The one in danger from now until age 17 is me. I have to escape Cassin D's shadow as soon as possible. He was indescribably happy, yet still forced himself to remain serious. If you truly wish to do so. He looked at him and revealed a sincere smile. I, Firekin Julia, hereby swear a lifelong oath before the eternal flame. He was stunned, so this is the Fire Pact. Notification that the Holy Eye is encoding new data, displaying the laws of the world. The one who signs the Fire Pact gains authority over the rage of the Berserker. In the novel, I once made Judia unexpectedly go berserk. She was simple by nature, so becoming a Berserker when enraged was reasonable. One holding authority over the Berserker's rage can control the contractor's mana when berserk. The side effect is the death of the co-contractor. Wait, death. Wait, slow down. Judia, I do not want to sign this. Why would you refuse? This contract is very useful. Not at all. Father said it was very good. So what exactly is good about it? Explain it to me. She was also surprised by that question. And after that, he did not know anything anymore. It was like his mind went completely blank. Listen carefully. If you become a Fire Pact contractor, you will have to sacrifice your entire life for me. Sacrifice, that is good. Sacrifice is a good thing. How could it be like this? She was like a naive little rabbit tricked into helping others count money. It sounded cool yet dangerous. But if you go berserk, I will not be able to stop you. What if I cannot stop you? The side effect is the death of the co-contractor. You will die. Yet you said they are willing to die for the co-contractor. That is the honor of the Firekin. Call it martyrdom. She said it with such innocence that it sent chills down my spine. I do not want to kill you, nor do I want to bear responsibility for that death. No way, young Master Jia-sen, you worry too much. I will not die. The more I say it, the more Chinese letter I feel. He held her hand and said, listen to me. You are only 9 years old, far too young to become a contractor. Age is not the problem. I am not a Firekin. Do not impose the Firekin's beliefs on me. Imposition is a terrible thing, is it not? I also do not want to be forced. Does Jia-sen dislike someone like me becoming a contractor? It is not dislike, but that responsibility is too heavy. We are still too young, who can be sure they can bear a sacred ritual like the Fire Pact. He replied sadly, I understand, then I will wait. Notification that the Fire Pact has been cancelled. Jia-sen is a good person. Why so sudden? My father once said that. Signing the fire pact must be conducted with great ceremony, and the contractor chosen carefully, so that is how it is. Father said that if I signed the contract, I would become a perfect tool. He also said that anyone who refuses the fire pact for legitimate reasons must be a good person. She looked at him sincerely and said, someone extremely trustworthy, and absolutely never let go of such a person. Then she softly added, it is really delicious, truly very delicious. You saved my father and even let me eat such good food. Jia-sen is truly a good person. Judia, it is time to bring out the good stuff, that good stuff. Speaking of this, she suddenly remembered, all right, that good stuff. Surely the fire holy grail is the achievement closest to the firekin. It is hidden in the Dragon Mountain range, nearly 2 chambers beneath a small stone tomb that only firekin can activate. That is where the fire holy grail is stored in the story. Near our home there are several really good items. Really good, father said so. So what is its name? Fire holy grail, right. Hurry up and say fire holy grail. She stared at him blankly. The name I do not remember anymore. He was utterly disappointed. She does not know. They only told her it was a good cup. It seems I set Judia's personality far too simply. Now I will use the holy eye to study the fire holy grail. This item produces fire water once every 100 years, a liquid capable of purifying and removing anything that invades both mind and body. With it I will never be poisoned or affected by mind control magic. Even eating spoiled food would not cause a stomach ache, an item that brings a life free from illness. Equivalent to being detained. What does that even mean? The system said so, yet he still could not understand. What the hell is this? Forget it, let us go, Julia. It is time to depart. Heza stepped out and asked respectfully, young master, do you need me to summon an escort mage? The tiger command. All right, now he remembered. Every time they left the estate, the main line always brought at least one person. An escort mage, also called an escort emissary. Even he, the youngest son who was looked down on, was no exception. How should he explain Julia wanting to return to her hometown? High giant, how should he say it? If the main line knew he came only to take a cup, how would they react? Lying was impossible. A tier 7 spell ring mage stayed by his side day and night. Nothing could be hidden. The key point was that each escort emissary was responsible for one sibling. The struggle for the main position was a race to gather manpower, so everyone had to belong to a faction, yet he did not want to give up the holy fire chalice. He hesitated and calculated, gulp. Whether to risk taking the holy chalice or let go, gulp, fine, it was decided. Scene shifted to the escort mage armor limp. His eyes widened as he asked, what was that? He scowled and said, that idiot chose me as his escort emissary again. This old man is extremely dissatisfied with Jia-sen. 3 years ago you were just a gate dog, and I was your master, understand? If you understand, then drop that attitude immediately. Lowly trash. Heavens, at only 6 years old was he already like this. What on earth was he doing? The guards back then were all grand mages, at least tier 7 spell rings. Young master, then how should I write the reason, that reason? Say I am going out to play. There is delicious chocolate outside. Who would believe that? Unexpectedly, the application was approved far too easily. Old Limp slowly advanced toward the manor, leaned against the desk and said, welcome, Limp. Look at that shiny face of yours. The irritated old man replied, why did you call me here? You really have changed a lot. Yes, a little. May I ask one question? You must be curious why I chose you as my bodyguard, right? Him, he was no different from a guard dog. His heart twitched. The old man remembered every word. A tier 7 spell ring mage indeed had terrifying memory. Then he said calmly, since you guard the house, you naturally must also protect the master. After hearing that, the old man was so angry that veins bulged on his forehead. Honestly, confronting a high-tier mage was very tense. But sorry, it would not solve anything. You are the most loyal dog among the 7. At least you would never stab me in the back. Old Limp asked, you trust me, no? Then why? I do not trust Limp as an individual, but I trust a bodyguard named Limp. I know you are full of ambition. Limp was a man who embraced many ambitions. As long as goals aligned, he would devote everything to accompany them. Thus he was very reliable. Initially he was loyal to the 4th young master Jia-Sezon, but later unexpectedly allied with the 2nd young lady Elia. Why did your greed make me consider choosing you? Because I believe one day you will help me. By what means? He was just a useless man with neither power nor influence. On the surface you are loyal to my 4th brother, but in your heart you want to support my 2nd sister. Is that right? What? How did you know? I'm a bodyguard. I cannot swear loyalty to anyone. I knew it. Then why did you ask so much? Does a bodyguard need a reason to protect the master? You are absolutely right. As a member of the Maiden family, I order you to protect me. At this moment he replied, I obey. What in the world was this? Before this, he was just an idiot. I heard that he recently made a move against the sixth young master, and even created a Tier 1 spell ring without any guidance. More astonishing was that the spell ring had mana of 2 layers. Even the second young lady Elia might not be able to control that amount of mana at Tier 1. Clearly, he was hiding something. Further observation was needed. Judy A smiled happily and said, "Let us go see father." After walking for a while, they arrived at High Giant, Judia hometown. High Giant was famous for fire people, once ruling the land since ancient times, but since the appearance of the Phoenix Authority, they no longer flaunted themselves as before. Looking now, it was just an ordinary rural village. A dog bared its teeth in greeting, not very friendly. As soon as Judia returned home, she became extremely excited. Girls shouted loudly, "Dad." The shout was so loud it nearly pierced eardrum. A familiar person ran over to greet them. "Young master. Sorry for the delayed reception. I did not know the young master was coming." "It is fine. Where is my father, Hampton?" Hampton replied. Inside the house, Julia happily ran in calling father. Hampton hurried after her and said, "Wait." Behind them, Limp felt that something was not right. He recalled the words he once said, that although outwardly loyal to the fourth brother, in his heart he wanted to. He had never revealed those thoughts outwardly. Julia rushed forward and tightly hugged her ailing father. After that, the father and daughter solemnly thanked the young master. Unexpectedly, the girl was only 9, yet already had such a large amount of mana. "Since when did the young master befriend her, father?" "Jia-sen is very good. I brought him back to give gifts." "That is right, my child. A favor must be repaid." What the girl praised that despicable man as kind and even talked about repaying. What favor? Only now did he notice that the villagers seemed to cherish him greatly. Why was he welcomed like this? Forget it. Whatever he did not matter. None of the bodyguards knew. Limp was also wondering what he had secretly done behind their backs and since when. "Follow me, I will show you something." Judia led everyone to another place. This was. She pointed toward the mountain ahead and said, "Over there." Stone tomb appeared. Suddenly she chanted a strange spell, La Sa Daula Lilata. The stone tomb shook violently. Immediately after, the stone tomb completely collapsed. Inside the tomb, a fire cup was revealed. Behind them, the bodyguard exclaimed in shock, "What is that?" The cup emitted strong fluctuations. What in the world was this? There was fire energy inside the holy chalice. He said he was only going out to eat candy, so that was a lie. He sensed extremely strange energy from the cup. He stared intently. This was the holy fire chalice. The system notification detected another world background. Anyone not bonded with fire people who drank incineration water would vomit and suffer abdominal pain until death. The warning repeated. So to drink this, he had to establish a fire pact. The pure fire water in the cup was gradually oxidizing due to air exposure. The longer it stayed, the more its efficacy declined. If delayed, the pure fire water would turn into ordinary water. He could not hesitate any longer. If he accepted the fire pact, he would have to personally control Judia. Even Casson found it difficult. Could he do it? But this opportunity would not repeat. In this situation, what choice had the author Cha Sung-min made? Perhaps the author had decided. At this moment, he spoke up and called Julia. She looked straight into his eyes and said, "Establish the fire pact." She was stunned, really. He urged, "Hurry." There was not much time left. Then she reluctantly nodded in agreement. Changes began to appear on the holy fire. The light on the holy fire gradually extinguished. Then it flared up again, more brilliant than before. Going out to play and eat chocolate. Such a smooth lie. Everything had already been arranged. This fire mana was something he had never seen. So pure it rivaled the fire arts of the third young lady. Limp thought silently. This time it was certain. Information about the seventh young master had clearly been altered. The fire pact was completed. She panted in exhaustion. He said, "I saw it." Notification that the fire pact had been completed. Judia became a fire contractor. The plot produced a variable. The heat source from earlier completely disappeared. The holy fire underwent pact purification and was upgraded into pure holy fire. The fire water was upgraded into divine fire water. He lifted the holy chalice. Its taste was bland like ordinary water, similar to carbonated water. You have consumed pure fire water. Power is required to control heat. A simple mana cultivation method begins activation. The stream of heat in his abdomen gradually moved toward his heart. He turned to the old bodyguard and said, "My safety is entrusted to you." This mana cultivation method was not outstanding, but was he really cultivating right here? Did he trust him that much? Even a slight interference could affect his body. Seventh young master should have known this matter. "I place my full trust in bodyguard Limp." In the end, he chose to respond to that decision with trust. Combat magic self-regeneration is operating. As expected, this is not ordinary water. The heat within is directly damaging his heart. Simple mana cultivation method has successfully controlled the pure fire water. The pure fire water is absorbed by the body. The effects of the pure fire water begin to manifest. The flow suddenly halted midway. He would try again next time. Night had fully fallen. Limp spoke up to ask, "Are you finished?" "Yes, it took longer than expected." After that, he said honestly, Thank you for protecting me. There is no need, that is my duty. It seems you have obtained new power. Yes, it is nothing worth mentioning. But young master, what this is the entrance to the Dragon Mountain region. I know. Powerful mana surge is emanating from the mountainside. They are approaching us without concealment, clearly intending to announce their presence. Are you certain? It is very likely the mana waves from the holy fire earlier attracted them. Strong to that extent, I did not think even a 7-ring mage would admit it. You recognize them? Yes, if my intuition is correct, they are sword cultivators. I sense a distinctive aura. They are approaching very fast. We are about to face them. Is their killing intent cannot be determined yet, but their skill level is certainly very high. In this world, sword practitioners and mages are natural adversaries and rarely coexist peacefully. The reason for their appearance is unclear, but retreat is no longer possible. If he ran, his father would deal with him before the enemy could act. With a 7-ring mage beside him, why run? Just wait for them to arrive. A familiar feeling appeared again. State has been activated. He thought uneasily, damn it. The key variable of the plot has changed. True male protagonist of this world. A genius among geniuses, possessing countless golden fingers. A super protagonist of classic overpowered novels. A monster created by Cha Sung-min. Character information case inside appears. Why is he here? The two factions officially confronted each other. A blue eagle emblem engraved on the left chest. Around the same age as the 7th young master. The 2nd young master of the Sadie family. Kassan Sadie with the guards of the renowned Sadie sword family. 3 prestigious families can recognize one another. This ability exists inherently within mana, similar to how magical beasts identify their own kind. Kassan must have also recognized the young master of the Maiden family. Suddenly, the former protagonist stepped forward. Came here after sensing an abnormal mana flow. He assessed that although only 9 years old, the other party exuded a refined bearing. An extremely powerful mana surge, yes. Both my guards and I sensed the eruption of fire mana. Continued, I also did not expect it to be that strong. Why is everyone reacting like this? Is that why you came here? Yes, I am very curious. Since childhood, Kassan had been famous for his curiosity. Whenever it was stirred, he pursued it relentlessly, which was also why he reached his current realm. He said, it seems you know who I am. Not entirely sure, but I guess you belong to the Maiden family. You look older than me, so you must be the 6th young master. I heard you cultivate water magic, yet I cannot sense any trace of water element at all. Are you the 5th young master? He did not want to get involved with Kassan. Perhaps letting him misunderstand was fine. He worried inwardly, no. If exposed, it would be big trouble. He had to change plans. Replied, he cultivates earth magic. Impossible. Then are you the 7th young master, haha? That is completely different from the rumors. Completely different. Even his guards were extremely surprised. Now we can consider ourselves friends. Do not be so formal. Then I will speak more casually from now on. The system displays information. Kassan had everything since childhood, a loving family, an excellent mentor, and a perfect education to become a future ruler. Yet he still lacked one thing. Kassan had no peers as friends. Family could not fill that void, and he never had any friends, which was understandable. Who would dare befriend the young master of the famous sword family? Judia cautiously asked, is he your friend? Only someone special like Judia could become his companion. She looked at him and smiled innocently. I am 9 too. You are really handsome. I am Julia, your daughter. Boy stammered, Kassan, yes. She kept praising him, such a nice name and a handsome face too. He blushed and coughed lightly, Jia-sen, I am very curious about the mana wave earlier. Can you explain it? After hearing this, Kai-sen said in astonishment, then you have encountered a rare opportunity. Yes, that is right, even though I created it myself. What kind of power does that fire mana possess? It is truly hard to gauge. So I do not need external influence. Like a toxin, yes, that sounds reasonable. Sword families are stronger than us. If they attack proactively, we have no chance of winning. Yet the young master was still calmly chatting with him. Wow, is this a sword? Can I hold it? Why is the girl so friendly, but it is not bad? After this, they likely would not meet again. He should leave a good impression. Kassan, this is the first time I have met someone from the Sadie family, and also of similar age. It is also my first time meeting a peer. The two happily shook hands. I heard sword families must duel before becoming friends. What is that ritual called? It is called a martial duel. Yes, a martial duel. Do you want to try? I heard it is mandatory before making friends, although not strictly necessary, but it is still better to do it. Suddenly Kaizai said, are you challenging me? He replied calmly, yes, this is a good chance to see the gap between Kassan and me. You truly want me to participate in this spar? In this situation, you still want to challenge him. Both sides each have 2 protectors following them. This situation is indeed unsafe. However, it does not mean I cannot intervene. After all, the 7th young master still carries Maiden blood. If the main line has justifiable reason, I cannot stop it. Moreover, the opposing family is observing. If something bad happens, it will be seen as an insult to mate. You practice swordsmanship. No, I only cultivate attack magic. Attack magic is rarely studied, yet it became my specialty. Then why do you want me to join the duel? The family members will not like it. He dropped a fatal line. You do not have friends, do you? The guards on Kaizai's side felt mentally wounded. Why would the young master say something that touched a sore spot like that? Shrugged, I do not have any either. Yes, that is how it is, I am just like you. Because our burden is to carry on the family. Me having friends is even harder than for you. Why? My family forbids associating with anyone, unless the other party is of equal standing. The two families must meet first before we can be considered friends. How can that be called friendship? You are right, that is not friendship. That is why I have no friends. But if it is you, I think your family would allow it. And that is why I want you to join the martial duel. Azure Eye is analyzing the world's state and establishing the most suitable parameters. A renowned sword family, the martial duel is a ritual to establish trust between both sides. It represents our trust and care. If we do not trust each other, severe injuries can easily occur, right? You are right. It seems you understand both of us very well. The weaker one daring to challenge the stronger is an expression of absolute trust. As I said, I use combat magic. You can treat it as martial technique. He thought inwardly that he was certainly weaker while Cassin was the stronger one. I use holy techniques, fighting with my right hand. I will only use the basic sword forms of the Sadie family. Since you are unarmed and I use a weapon, I will let you make the first 3 moves. Your stance is quite compact. Cassin, before we start, who do you think will win? I think of course it will be you. But why do you think I challenged you? Because you want to be friends with me. Then does winning or losing still matter? A martial duel that does not matter. I did not challenge to win, but because I want to become your friend. Even as friends, the match must still be serious. Go all out, do not hold back. Sorry, I do not want to injure you. I know. Will do my best. Cassin, you too. The 7th young master of Maiden and the 2nd young master of Sadie began their martial duel. Cassin immediately charged forward. The sword tip thrust straight ahead. The slow effect automatically activated. This is insane. He only needs to call the skill name and the sword is already closing in. High-tier combat magic of a novice has been cast. Good. He regained balance if he only dodges like this then. In that instant, he confidently thought he could win. Immediately after a voice rang out, turn back. From Cassin's side, a lightning-fast thrust came. Why is it so fast? It does not give him any chance to approach. To use attack magic, he must close the distance. But Cassin kept pushing him back to maintain distance. If he recklessly advanced, he would certainly be cut. Even staying far carried risk because Cassin's long-range attacks were extremely fast. This was the true power of the protagonist. Earlier, he did not dare dream of victory, but now it seemed more feasible. Thanks to attributes, he could read the attack trajectory. Once he knew Cassin's next move, he could close in. He clenched his fists and unleashed roaming fists. This was only a feint. After that, Cassin would surely counter thrust. But immediately after he froze. No, Cassin had changed techniques. Seeing that he did not dodge at all, the boy immediately switched to another move. He could not evade in time and could only let the blade slash toward him. High-tier attack magic iron, will of a novice, has been activated. The strike slammed straight into his waist, making it impossible for him to keep his footing. Even thought getting hit on the arm would be lighter than the body. Yet this blow sent the mana in his body into chaotic shock. It felt as if the blade skimmed past his neck and then pointed straight at his face. He admitted in pain he lost. Please, Mr. Menzie, lead me up the mountain. Limp was so angry he nearly exploded. What? Luckily no one was seriously injured. Cassin sheathed his sword and asked seriously, is your hand all right? But it feels like being struck by an iron bar. My whole body is numb. Your defense is really good. Blocking with your hand like that and you still say it is fine. No, I am just very impressed. Those light flashes appeared far too suddenly. Light flashes, why did he bring that up? Judia secretly do something just now. Everything happened too fast. He had not even understood what occurred. This sword is an artifact blade. Really, I can even cut steel with it. His face went pale. Then why did you use that to strike my hand? I already restrained my strength to the lowest level, yet I was still surprised by your defensive technique. Thank you. He knew he would lose but did not expect the gap to be so large. Former protagonist extended his hand. There are people who fare far worse than you when fighting me. Yes, compared to them you are much stronger. You mean this situation is abnormal? The weaker struggling against the stronger is normal. If it were you, I believe you would win. The introverted boy smiled. This is the first time I have met someone like you. It was a pleasure meeting you today, Jia-sen. We will meet again another time. After trampling his pride, they left in the blink of an eye. A notification stated that even a small change could divert the plot and alter events that were meant to occur differently. He suddenly realized, so a variable had appeared. Beside him asked, 7th young master, this may be beyond my understanding, but allow me to ask one question. Go ahead. Since when did you learn light attribute magic? Is there a problem? When was it? Now that you mention it. Those few rays of light just now truly startled me. Wait, he sensed something. Heat was emanating from his body. The heat flow was not strong, but was clearly circulating inside. Mana mixed with heat, although no longer erupting, it definitely still existed. Mana carrying heat attributes. Use Holy Eye to re-examine the situation just now. Rewind to the moment of the clash. He blocked the strike and light erupted. Even Kassan at that time showed surprise. The system explained, fire mana fused with pure watery fire mana. The two attributes successfully merged thanks to the simple mana cultivation method. So that is how it was. Because he converted pure watery fire instead of separating water and fire. He could use mana with attributes even though applying it to combat magic was nearly impossible. Those capable of this were all high-tier mages like the third young lady, and even for them the efficiency was not high. Imp asked again, how exactly did you do it? He looked at his hand helplessly. He did not know either. It could not be that the boy did not know. He simply did not want to say it, wanting him to stay silent. This trip was likely carefully calculated by the seventh young master. Even meeting Kassan was part of the plan. No escort emissary detected it. There must have been a higher power intervening, at least on par with the third young lady. I must be more cautious. After that, he said he would lead you to the May family grounds. All right. Suddenly, Judia lowered her head and said, stop. Why? If you do not stop, I will burn everything down. What do you mean? For that matter, I also do not have friends. That is all, you know, we are the same. I thought we were already friends. That is why I signed the fire pact. It seems for a 9-year-old child friends are very important. You are also my friend. So why did you say before that you had none? Cold sweat broke out on him. Yes, that was just me making a new friend. Really? That is my fault, sorry. Truly, Judy is my friend. She smiled brightly as if the V-squared incident earlier had never existed. Remember it, I am your friend, do not forget. Of course, this time I will spare you. In the luxurious Duke Castle, a resentful voice rang out. That bastard really went out just to eat chocolate. Such a comfortable life. Why would the family head let him be so free? Who knows? I also find it hard to understand. There are countless ways to eliminate him and make it look like an accident. This is far too abnormal. The family head only punished him with exile. There is clearly something hidden. It is possible that although you are currently loyal to the fourth brother, do you want to switch to the second sister? I can help you once. Perhaps then it would not merely be silencing him. First day of the first month, year 219, midnight. Inside the resplendent castle. Thank you, it is nothing, that is my duty. Character information. Heiser appears. Why is Holy Eye still active? Mother, what kind of person is father? Cha Sung Min memories. Jia Sen had no memories of his father. He had never met him and was always afraid of that father. So that means he deliberately erased the boy memories. Mother hesitated and said he is a lonely person. He froze as if turned to ice. Vision notification showed that family head Maiden Zekaza had only ever loved the maid Sosa. In other words, Sosa was the only woman Zekaza loved. This news was too shocking. Father, mother. Deep voice rang out, calling me a lonely man. The room in the manor shook violently. A nearby painting revealed a teleportation gate. Renowned Count stepped out. His face was filled with fury. He was stunned to the point his mind went blank. Mother stood up and respectfully greeted the family head, calling me so distant so. He also politely greeted the family head. Just his presence caused the pressure in the room to skyrocket. How could a human radiate such terrifying pressure? He could barely breathe, his entire body screaming danger just from looking at that man. He asked, child? Yes, family head. I heard something unfortunate happened to your older brother. If you mean sixth brother, then there was indeed an incident. Given his temperament, he should not blame me. Then why? It was merely a character I created on a whim. Calm down. The family head asked, why did you do that? This was a test. I needed to grasp the situation. He punished me with his fists. I reacted that way because a mage honor was insulted. He punished wrongly. I responded in kind. Are you saying I was wrong? No, I was not wrong. I only wanted to end that meaningless fight as quickly as possible as a mage. I do not believe my actions were excessive. I did not use any lethal moves. I wanted sixth brother to value combat magic as much as martial arts. I do not believe we must fight to the death over bloodline interests between siblings. I realize the true enemies are not us. Martial families like G. Jander or the Sword Art Sadie are the targets that must be subdued. Laughed in satisfaction and said, well spoken. Luca should thank you, because thanks to you he understood the power gap when facing martial families. I never placed expectations on the sixth or seventh child, but the seventh seems somewhat better. If he still resents you, then he is unworthy of being a mate. After speaking, he trembled as he asked himself, was that enough? His whole body shaking uncontrollably. Vision displayed a notification. Soso is the only woman Zekaza ever loved, and he still loves her. Hot information unlocked. The reason Maiden lived to 17 was because he was Soso's son, so that was why he survived. Thinking back, Jiasen living to 17 was nothing remarkable. The original work did not state it clearly, but Soso would die a few years later due to Luke Hat. That death shattered the final line of defense. In the past, Zekaza exiled Soso, Jia-sen mother to a secluded village and never visited, because he was only an illegitimate child, not strong enough to protect mother, nor qualified to be family head. Zekaza deliberately acted cold and expelled Soso to prepare for the future, preventing true love from being harmed, because the other mothers had realized Zekaza's true feelings for Sos. The conclusion was clear. If he lived up to his name and became strong enough to protect mother, then the entire situation would completely change. Everything was clear now. Zekaza also hoped he would become stronger. I will give it my all. Yes, he continued to act his role perfectly. His father said, combat magic has very clear limits. It can only develop that far too weak. It cannot even be called a complete technique. Having limits does not mean I should give up. No matter how hard I try, there are things that still cannot happen. And I never said I would become family head because I am not suited for that position. But I can assist the one who will become family head. My magic has clear limits, but my own limits have never been defined. Please do not forget, father, I still carry your bloodline. I will definitely stand firm, climb higher, and protect mother. During this line, even the old man must have been deeply shaken. Come to the main banquet hall of the main house. Zeka's handwriting, though so short it could barely be called a letter. The Maiden family tradition of the 10th birthday banquet had been set. 10th birthday is a ritual for Maiden members upon reaching this age. The entire family gathers for a simple yet meaningful banquet, because that place will establish a body-strengthening formation. Age body strengthening differs from ordinary physical enhancement. It is a method of absorbing elemental mana corresponding to the primary attribute, such as fire, water, metal, darkness, earth, light. He adjusted his attire and prepared to move forward. This feeling was very different from the first transmigration, not only in appearance but also in mental state. After that, he entered the main banquet hall of the main house. This was the site of the 10th birthday banquet. The central banquet hall. Release magic was permanently sealed into this table. Permanently, truly luxurious beyond belief. Where is my seat? The young master seat is here opposite the family head. And what about my mother? As far as I know, Madame Soso is not on the guest list. Just as expected. A young brat spoke up angrily. You. Sixth child trembled with rage. You are Jia-sen. Oh, elder brother, hello. Has your last injury improved? There was something very different about this bastard. Eyes full of arrogance from a mere accidental clash. Impossible. You only lost because you were careless. Feel free to challenge me anytime, but next time it will hurt more. My skills have improved a lot. Sooner or later I will stomp you into the ground, you vermin. Of course, if you can do it, then try your best. Your trembling appearance is far more interesting. The sound of authoritative high heels cut through the moment. Oh, our adorable youngest arrived early. Did you like the toy I brought last time? Yes. The girl plays with fire very skillfully. That is why I wanted to take that item back. What a pity. A bet is still just a bet. Winning with that trash. Not only that, that fool actually won. Unbelievable. Immediately after, another figure appeared. This appearance made he turn in shock to look. The final Archmage F. Elia mate. Second sister Elia, successor to the family head, an exceptionally outstanding maid. Outwardly humble, but for family honor she would do anything. Like Persa, she is a 7-ring mage with light as primary and darkness as secondary. She was the one decapitated by Cassin in the original work. Ironically, she was Cassin's first love. How much pain must Cassin have felt back then? Turning to the table, eldest sister smiled and said, youngest, you really have changed a lot. I will take that as praise, of course. I must be going crazy. Seeing both Persa and Elia confirmed all my suspicions. Focusing only on myself was not enough. Even exhausting everything might not reach the peak. I had been too complacent. The father with a cold expression appeared. Zekaza with 3 wives and the children, including the missing eldest child. A total of 10 people gathered. Said coldly, the youngest is already 10 years old. Congratulations. 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 He replied formally, thank you, father. Following your command, father. I returned after eliminating the Ban Golu that surged from the springs of chaos and darkness. This gathering is not merely a tea party, but an occasion for siblings to display their achievements. I captured the Northern Soul Master Kazin and sealed her into the demon coffin. Over 20 Soul Masters under Kazin command were eliminated. Then what were the family losses? I alone subdued them. Well done, thank you, father. The 3 crazy sisters stood up to present. I brought back the Sylvia wings nurtured in the abandoned temple. Hearing this, he could not help but be startled. That elder sister eyes were truly severely deranged. So suffused with the holy relic Sylvia wings, the guardian of the abandoned temple. The CVI wings are a holy relic that greatly enhances the wind mage body harmony ability. 30 priests, 7 monks, and 17 holy knights guarding the relic were massacred. It seems we used the temple as an example. What was the holy nation response? No notice yet, likely soon. The most excessive demand they dared make was only an apology. Ignore them. That was a move of absolute authority showing complete confidence. The holy nation insulted Maiden, so Zekaza responded. In any case, they would not dare declare war on Mate. A youth stepped forward. On the tray were the claws Jia-sen had cut. He placed them before the boy. The father said, choose. Body-strengthening magic scrolls will be personally prepared by Zekaza. He secretly activated Holy Eye. Mana waves from the 7 scrolls converged and merged into a single scroll. He extended his hand and said, Crazy elder sister stared at the scroll he chose in shock. Everyone around was also surprised. Immediately, it had chosen the transcendent attribute. He held the scroll and said calmly, I choose this scroll. The entire family was shaken. Father spoke, then so be it. Yes, father. You told the boy yet? Not yet, father. So you're saying a 10-year-old analyzed mana waves himself. Even Velia could not do it at 10. Do you think he has greater talent than you did then? Truly interesting. I did not think the boy could do it. Perhaps he has talent in combat magic. His early growth rate is very high. That is why Jason could do it at 10. None of us studied combat magic that early. Bring the transcendent attribute scroll here. 10-year ritual gives each mate member 7 scroll. They will choose one to receive strengthening mat. Red is fire, blue is water. Silver is steel, dark brown is earth, gold is lightning. Black is darkness, white is light. Combining 7 attributes through appropriate methods produces an elemental system. And the transcendent attribute appears, allowing control over all 7 elements. Possessing everything is usually not good, but I did not expect you to choose it. Take that as praise. 6th child raged, such an attitude toward father. Silence. Nelia will be responsible for performing the strengthening magic. If father does it, the survival rate is only 1%. He has not been clearly explained. If Nelia does it then, the survival chance is 50% because her mana differs from mine. Boy began to panic. Did he choose the wrong transcendent scroll? No, I must not regret it. I have to get through this. Second sister, I place my trust in you. I trust you as a maid. Father is too confident. In my view, the success rate is even lower because the transcendent attribute demands enormous mana and causes severe destruction. What do you think your survival chance is? At most 50%. Do you want to choose another scroll? Those who follow the mage path do not force others' choices, but I hope you will become strong. The boy fell silent for a moment. Still choose it. Take off your clothes. How much is enough? Everything except undergarments. Immediately he began to prepare. Showed a smile full of determination. Taut muscle lines gradually became visible. The elder sister watched with appreciation. Who would have thought such a body belonged to a 10-year-old child? 1 month ago, this body was completely different. She truly wondered how he saw through the transcendent scroll. Such a powerful physique. What else is this brat still hiding? Both face and body are attractive. Even as a display, it is pleasing to the eye. Father, the 10-year ritual of Jia-sen. Thank you for giving me the chance to perform the body's strengthening magic. Second sister, wait. Why do I suddenly feel scared? That is not it. He has something he wants to report to father. The children of the household were all stunned, daring to speak up to father. Is it if I survive? I ask father to grant me one request. A request? How foolish. Who makes a request during the 10-year ritual? The May family once had a tradition where the family head personally performed the strengthening, but that tradition had been broken. Even though Sister Nelia is outstanding and nearly on par with father, he believes he is qualified to make a request. Foolish brat, hopefully father will deal with you. What is your request? Speak. Please allow my mother to enter here. Lowly bloodlines are not allowed to enter. Why is your mother considered lowly? Inheritance rights and origin differ from ours. He is father-child and also carries half of mother bloodline. Calling my mother lowly is the same as calling me so, and father blood also flows in me. Why do you want this? Because mother wants to see father. This will put he against the 3 mothers, but having father on his side is still better. Mother is my weakness. A lowly bloodline dares to want to see me, truly insolent. But fine, if you are still alive, I will accept the request. Try your best to survive. He will not disappoint father, he will give everything. The ritual had only progressed halfway. Sister will begin casting. Those who walk the path of magic heed the 10-year ritual. Nelia commands. Guide the transcendent will wrapped in mighty mana. Immediately he felt as if his soul was being lifted away. Strange symbols appeared, too hot. It felt like the soul was being burned. A voice rang out, I will help you. He was completely stunned. His limbs were intact, yet all sensation was gone. This feeling was exactly like being anesthetized in a hospital. A mass of flame appeared in greeting. He recoiled in shock. What is this? The flame burned fiercely, dazzling to the extreme. Wait, this is the divine fire chalice. The fire chalice asked, do you still remember me? He is undergoing body strengthening. Why are you here? Wrong, I am not the fire chalice. I am the transcendent chalice. The heavenly eye cannot analyze it. He is still not strong enough. The fire race misunderstood and transferred fire arts into him. Fine, you do not need to know who Theo is. Just an old man. Theo, the legendary Grand May. Alberto may be fictional, but many believe Theo truly exists. In any case, I want to help you. Does it truly want to help him? How do you intend to help? Your body is very special. When I was created, this body was called a holy body. Your body is very strong. Not enough to bear the mana pouring in, because the spell ring is already saturated. You know what happens if that power overflows? He will die exactly. I do not want you to die because I would have to hibernate for a century. So how will you help? Will absorb the excess mana. I like that flavor very much. Otherwise you would explode and die. The Fire Chalice has been searching for its true master. It originally belonged to the Xin Zet clan, so it was not like this before. Hard to explain, but you are qualified to be my master. Your flawed existence is precisely the necessary condition. What do you mean you will understand later? I will be direct, become my master. Now I will dissolve into your heart and absorb that mana and be reborn as the transcendent chalice. A series of strange incantations rang out. Those 3 elder sisters will handle everything. Do not worry. I will rest in your heart and appear when needed. You will need me a great deal. The system displays a notification. The transcendent chalice has fused into the master heart and become a new mana ring. That means he has gained an additional mana ring. Without accepting help, the body would have collapsed. If this continued, he would die. He does not want to die. He still has many things to do. Transcendent Chalice, he accepts becoming your master. Only replied briefly. Everything was instantly submerged in a sea of flames. He opened his eyes wide in shock. This is the power of the Transcendent Chalice. Father, the strengthening ritual is complete. Well done. The boy jolted awake in panic. Is he still alive? Is this rain? No, there is something different about his heart. He has completed the ritual, but... Voice cut off his thoughts. Are you saying it failed? Yes, father, due to flaws, the mana could not fuse. That is fate. The 10-year ritual of Jia-sen ends. It was not rejected, but absorbed by the Transcendent Chalice. He cried out in pain. Father promised to bring mother back. He looked at him with icy eyes. Promises are only for those worthy and capable. Putting that aside, he felt that everything still had progressed. Did Dek Aker and Nelia truly not know about the chalice? Fortunately, it did not reveal itself. He gained a powerful ally. The strengthening ritual still succeeded. After finishing, he said, "Let us go." Suddenly, he panicked and pulled his pants down. A freezing sensation like a blade. Liza said in panic, "I want to ask you something." The divine eye reported it could not analyze the other party. At least basic information was needed. Is she revealing her nature with father here? Notification. The prime banquet hall is covered by the highest level protective magic. The only mage capable of deploying this protection is Dek Aker. You know what I just discovered? Should I know? Your attitude toward me has changed. Suddenly she spoke directly. You, who do you think sent me here? Probably my father, because you did not conceal your aura in the main house. Her eyes widened, truly unexpected. You sensed my aura. Very sharp but also frightening because you are still too weak. He is only 10 years old. Yes, but that is the only reason. Her aura made him want to flee, but she was faster. If she is father person, she will not harm him. Aura spread, but no one came. Even though this place is full of mages who could sense even the slightest fluctuation. Perhaps something is currently sealing the aura, making it impossible for anyone to sense it. Like a protective magic barrier. No one is allowed to set up this kind of protection without father's approval. The one who received orders from him, and finally revealed his true face before me. You are not wrong. He once said that I could do anything to you if you lacked the ability to analyze the situation. Yes, absolutely anything. As he said, if one belongs to the cloud lineage, then being able to do that is nothing strange. As expected of father. He does not look disappointed at all. I am truly disappointed. But what puzzles me is why you chose to reveal yourself right now, after hiding for such a long time. Thinking it over, this is actually the perfect timing. Today is the day I officially step into the main building, and also the day I meet father. He set up a secret barrier. Clearly today father wants to test how far I have come. Immediately assumed a combat-ready stance, or perhaps suddenly draw his sword to counterattack. She was right. Then he appeared with the bearing of a true warrior. I can clearly sense that father wants to place me before a trial. To be honest, I did not think you would notice that. You believe you know what will happen. I realized the moment the aura was exposed, you showed discomfort. Are you not underestimating me too much? And allow me to introduce myself frankly. My real name is Kentak Vo Than, but you may call me Heiza. Kentak Vo Than. Was that not a character I once imagined myself? Ludin, if you dare spread nonsense rumors, then Kentak Vo Than will come and take you away. Kentak Vo Than is an assassin who strikes fear even into the strongest experts in the world. Even prestigious sword clans once tried to hunt Kentak Vo Than, but all failed. This person is extremely meticulous and leaves behind almost no information. That infamous assassin is now standing right before me. Damn it, can someone so strong really be this young? I heard the sword clans were still hunting him. That was 15 years ago. I'm quite surprised that you still remember it. 15 years ago, so this current appearance is fake. I will not answer that question. Very well, then how do you intend to test me? Or will you give me a written exam? You should know that assassination is my specialty. as long as you can deflect even a single attack from me. Then it will count as your victory. The heavenly eye was activated, but did not detect any presence. Even the heavenly eye cannot capture a trace. He told me this. If you are too weak, then I must eliminate you. Eliminate myself. He raised his hand to ask for permission. Wait, let me speak. He asked blankly, if I win, then what will I receive? I did not expect you to ask for a reward. Behind me, I clearly just heard her voice from the front. What do you want? From now on, stay by my side. I am your servant, young master. Of course I will do so, but not merely as a servant. I want you to protect me. You are the one who said I am very weak. Therefore, until I am strong enough, stay by my side and protect me. He looked astonished, then nodded in agreement. Very well. He smiled inwardly. Good, this is enough. Immediately after that, she lunged forward. The test officially began. I am fairly confident, but do anything, I must first sense the signs. Even the heavenly eye cannot detect her, so it is impossible to read her movement trajectory. She is certainly targeting me while in stealth. Despite her frightening words, she will not kill me. Threat of elimination was only intimidation. That means she will not strike my neck or any vital point. If I cannot guess her position, then the only option is active defense to deflect the attack. I will accept being hit. Aiza must have lowered her guard and her attack position is restricted. It can only be the arm or the leg. The strike will not be life-threatening. I will determine her position the instant she strikes. Moreover, I still have temporal delay and the heavenly eye. Temporal delay does not only slow time, it also allows me to see mana in a slow-moving state. The nature of mana has changed. System X reports that the mana sealed in the heart reacts to the opponent's fighting will. High-grade iron will is converted into high-grade defense. Transcendence releases the mana in the heart, enhancing all of my techniques. I can now clearly see how Heiser attacks, from the side of the waist or from the leg. That is right, now it is clear. It is the leg. If I wanted to, I could completely evade it. But evasion cannot deflect the attack. Without deflection, the test is meaningless. Sacred Eye manifests. Newcomer combat magic defense activated. I will receive the strike. When Heiza charged in with extremely refined movements, she was using newcomer combat magic at a high proficiency level. She easily avoided his high-grade attack. Struck very close, you caught me. How was that? This counts as deflecting the attack. Yes. She sheathed her sword and spoke. I will keep my promise. From today onward, I swear to devote all my strength to protecting you. Young Master La Sen. Then she vanished as if she had never appeared. His hand was oozing blood dripping down. I passed. He thought proudly, the test is over. The scene shifted to another gloomy place. This place looked quite old. The sound of a door opening rang out. Creak. So the door was broken and made that sound. Inside this damp and dilapidated room, Heiser appeared and spoke. I will begin the report. It seems the young master had already guessed my method of attack. Otherwise, there is no way to explain how he deflected that strike. He looked into the void and continued. I also believe he did not intentionally evade. Perhaps he predicted that I would not go for the kill. There was no other way to deflect my attack. I consider it a smart decision, but there is one very special point. My dagger was coated with Melia poison. He grabbed it with his bare hand. The blade must have cut his hand, yet even after the poison entered his body, he remained unharmed. I am investigating the cause. At present, I believe his mana neutralized the toxin. The question is whether it was intentional or mere luck. I will continue to investigate this matter. After speaking, she disappeared again. I knew he had changed, but I did not expect him to successfully deflect the attack and resolve Melia poison. Over the past month, he has improved greatly. At this level, I believe he is worthy of protection. A tired voice sounded. Truly exhausting. I will rest a bit. Fortunately, I was just granted permission to relax for a few days. I did well, did I not? My heavens, I did not expect you to still exist as an entity. Not just jump out like that. What only you can see me. Praise me? Why? Because there was Melia on that beautiful assassin's dagger earlier. Looked at Cukthan and asked back, which Melia? Melia is one of the deadliest toxins, extracted from the horned, venomous starfish of the southern seas. Most victims die if not treated within 5 minutes. That deadly Eastern medicine, on that red dagger. So you swallowed it to avoid the poison. I did not avoid it. It is still in my stomach. Poison is also a type of attribute. Avoiding it would be a waste. But you must also be careful. If my stomach suffers too great a shock, the poison will backfire and your body could melt. He shouted loudly, Hampton. Yes, I am coming at once, young master. Am here, the dark-skinned boy panted heavily. You know what Melia is? Yes, that thing is very rare, but if necessary, I can still find it. Do you need it to poison someone? I have no intention of using it. Do not think nonsense. And what about the antidote? The antidote for Melia is much easier to obtain. Then bring it back here. Understood, I will go immediately. How interesting, my shadow carries the poison attribute. Not to mention my maid is an assassin, while my shadow is a poison master. A stranger approached from the side. The maid wearing strange attire spoke. Changed your outfit. Another maid will take my place, so I have two shadows. Yes, is there a problem? My attitude has changed, because I no longer need to wear that false mask. You know, your acting is very good. Acting is a mandatory skill for an assassin. You were the one who coated that dagger with lethal poison, were you not? You realized it? Yes, earlier I pretended not to know, but the more I thought about it, the angrier I became. I believe you had no intention of killing me, so why did you still coat the blade with lethal poison? Why did I pretend not to know? It was to show her that even without an antidote I was still fine. The purpose was so she would no longer look down on me. Melia is inherently a lethal poison. Of course I know, the poison extracted from the horned, venomous starfish of the southern seas. You really know a lot, naturally. I only learned about it recently. He not only possesses an outstanding physique, but also forced me to admit that I had underestimated him. He will become even stronger. I have promised to protect him. I have set a time limit for myself until he becomes strong enough. He must become strong enough to free me from this duty. Very well, I will give it my all. I will also support you with everything I have. But how do you plan to help me? I will think more carefully. As the second shadow, I will protect you to the very end. Haha, then please behave a bit more properly. Ira, bring me some Eastern Opuntia bone powder. Yes, I think it can be found around here. Then bring back a few plants. Understood. Why do I feel so strange? And he shouted, Hey Ira, bring me more water. I am very thirsty. Eastern Opuntia bone powder is extremely bitter, but for some reason I want to drink it with water. Why do you not return home to find a doctor? There is no time. He almost went mad as he shouted, Not enough, more. Understood. Please wait a moment longer. He thought irritably, what on earth is happening? Perhaps Ira is also worried, sensing that something is changing. System display shows that a special requirement has been completed. Eastern Opuntia bone powder contains a small amount of unidentified matter. Ezra's substance reacts violently with the lethal Melia poison. The Holy Grail inside muttered, Oh dear, I am completely drunk. A violent wave of nausea surged up. I am about to vomit. At the same time, he was in extreme pain. My heart, it was continuously swelling. Ira stood beside him observing. What is this? Mana is erupting. Should I take him to see who Lord? No, if I touch him now he will die immediately. I must protect him, that is my mission. I swear to protect him until he is strong enough. But I am not a mage, so I do not know how to help right now. Then there is only one option left. Absorb all that mana into my own body and sacrifice myself in his place. Ezra and Melia are reacting extremely violently when combined. Just a bit of transcendent mana, also known as composite mana, is enough to create a terrifying reaction. Why do I always have to go through moments so close to death? My heart is swelling, but cannot be controlled by transcendent mana. Cultivating mana is very accessible. Could it be that my ribs are already breaking? Even transcendent mana cannot completely suppress the reaction between Ezra and Melia. This is only part of the necessary requirement. A requirement. System provides a suggestion. If you do not possess a body blessed by a prestigious martial family, you will not be able to fully escape this pressure. Cannot escape completely, then is that not certain death? In exchange, those with special bodies will have resistance. For example, a holy body. A holy body, then I can endure it. Ah, it feels better now. Big brother, just trust the transcendent Holy Grail. Immediately after that, brilliant light burst forth from his chest in all directions. Your ability helped me greatly. You mean the accessible mana cultivation method. Just looking at him glowing like that shows it is the real thing. Ira stared wide-eyed in shock at his chest. Everything gradually stabilized. The mana eruption had clearly begun, yet he still managed to stop it himself. After that, flames burst forth from his chest again. Massive explosion resounded. Something within him had changed. She turned back to look, shocked beyond words. How is this possible? According to my understanding, this should be impossible. Why does he have 2 magic rings appearing? No one has ever possessed a second magic ring at only 10 years old, but there are clearly 2 rings. Ira, how long are you going to stare at me? Sorry, congratulations. You really saw it. Yes, you have reached the second magic ring, he replied calmly. Yes, I almost died. You stabilized the mana eruption yourself. Yes, I am quite impressive. After all, you were born into the cloud lineage, granted a divine heart and mana, so it is not too surprising. She really never praises me. Lethal Melia, Northeast Opuntia bones, transcendent mana and a holy body. An easy mana cultivation method and the Holy Grail. All conditions are now complete. He imitated a commanding tone. Yes, young master. Do you want to try it? Like last time, what do you mean? The scene shifted to a spiral-shaped building. A lazy kid was sleeping soundly. A voice rang out. He jolted awake. Yes, I was just thinking. Young master, long time no see. It is so late and you still came here. He fully woke up. Second magic ring. Are my eyes broken? A month ago he only had 1 ring. The servant standing beside him looked like an assassin. Now that I think about it, I heard about it last time. I have a feeling a big plan is coming. Prepare yourself. A plan. Someone is secretly plotting against the young master. Thinking about it, his words were not wrong. 10-year-old child with a second magic ring is excessively dangerous. This seems troublesome. Forget it, I will not dig deeper. How can I help you? I want to fight my shadow. A shadow? Since when did that maid become a shadow? Fine, is the space wide enough? Fine. The eyes of the two swept across each other like biological scanners. He panicked inwardly. Play dumb, play dumb. Current location is the training center, the sparring zone. Era, last time you already gained a basic understanding of my skills. Yes. Can you attack based on my old skills? Not counting the second magic ring. I'm just testing a few things. What do I need to do? Just do not kill me, attack a bit slower. She replied coldly. An enemy will not hold back. But he said, you are not an enemy. You are my shadow. He froze for a moment, then replied, very well, your shadow. Now I have 2 magic rings. The amount of mana changes when the 2 rings merge. I understand now. I can control mana freely. I distribute mana throughout my body. Newcomer combat magic is affected by high-grade mana. Combat magic advances. Newcomer combat magic increases from basic to train. Newcomer combat magic evolves into the mastered level. He said confidently, all right, come. Era immediately vanished. It was still the same old attack method. I still cannot see her, but the heavenly eye has now captured every movement. This is the difference between 1 and 2 magic rings. Temporal delay must also be stronger. Era is truly stubborn. With temporal delay, she will aim for the leg again. This time I will dodge. Era was extremely shocked. He avoided it. He saw my movement, dodged the blade by a hair's breadth. His fist brushed past her face, making her pause slightly. He threw a punch into empty space. The blade from behind was already pressed close to his neck. Era exclaimed inwardly, truly strong. Even the heavenly eye could not clearly see that strike just now. She sighed, I lost. I promised to use my previous skills but still failed. You are stronger now. Yes, now I have 2 magic rings. I did not expect the difference to be this great. He asked excitedly, are you praising me? You are still very weak. Can you not praise me even once? I speak frankly because I dislike flattery. Inside the magic sphere of that scrawny man, Hansosh cried out in terror. What kind of monstrous thing am I seeing? A 10-year-old child cannot possibly unleash techniques like this. She did not use magic. Her movements were almost impossible to follow. Yet the destructive power of her attacks was no different from a month ago. Final strike was what was truly terrifying. I had never witnessed anything like it. I saw nothing and knew nothing. We will head out first. Oh no, sorry for arriving late. I am fine. Farewell, young master. Did he apologize again? He was still stunned, as that blade nearly pressed against his neck. Get everything you saw today. He hurriedly said that I went to the restroom, so I did not see anything. Is something wrong? The young master has already obtained the second magic ring, but still cannot fully control it. Do you understand? The young master already has 2 magic rings. Only 10 years old. I have never heard of such a thing. She stopped the blade by Han's neck and said, I am glad you are not a fool. Immediately after that she vanished without leaving a trace. Training hall supervisor thought in panic. What on earth just happened? Early in the morning, a counting voice rang out. 245, 246, 247, 248. So it was brother men practicing pinning. Young master, a letter has arrived. A letter for me. He took it and opened it to read. Froze, the dark-skinned boy anxiously asked repeatedly, Young master, are you all right? He trembled violently as he read the letter. An invitation from the renowned Sword Clan. It seems I must also step into the inheritance battle. To catch a tiger cub, one must enter the tiger's den. It would be best to stand on the tiger's side if possible. I also want to catch a tiger cub. Zudia, you come along as well. Hassan also wants to be friends with you. Friends, I also want to have more friends. Using a novelist's imagination to envision the future. An invitation from a clan that was once a major enemy carries great significance. Brother men stepped into the clan's territory. Elder Bo was already waiting there. Just as I predicted, world created by my own hands. It is time to change it. The system now reports. A new variable has appeared that directly affects the storyline. Father called for me. Yes, are you assigning me a mission? You must already know why I called you here. It is because of the new invitation from the Sede clan. A strange object was launched. Behind brother men suddenly exploded. Immediately after that, freezing frost reversed direction and nearly sliced his neck. Why did father do this intentionally? Intentionally? Why do you think so? If I truly wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. Father did not do that. I do not recall making any mistake. The Sede clan should have bowed before us. You think so as well. They should kneel and kiss my feet. But your actions did not reflect that. It is true that you met Kassan at Hyjin and even challenged him. According to their traditions, that is akin to a bonding ritual. How did you know Kassan was there? He replied, I merely encountered him by chance. Thought it was a rare opportunity to humiliate the Sede clan, so you issued a challenge. Hidden magic is always more dangerous than what can be seen. From the ritual onward, I sensed something unusual. This child has indeed changed. No wonder there are rumors. He has not changed at all. Human nature does not change. If La Sen is still like this, then someone must be deliberately spreading rumors. And who would do such a thing? She glanced over suspiciously. Was it father? You passed the 10-year ritual and officially became a member of the My 10 clan. You want to participate in the inheritance war, even though your elder siblings already possess their own territories and forces within the clan. But that does not matter. You were simply born a little later. Staying here, you will not be able to grow stronger. Therefore, you want to step into the outside world and build your own power. You mean drawing outsiders to oppose your siblings. That is the only remaining choice. Do you understand what you are saying? I understand very clearly. I befriended Cassin to turn him into my hunting dog. A well-trained dog can completely bring down a tiger. Sometimes they turn around and bite their master. Father is not wrong. If that happens, then it is fate. Fate has destined you to be devoured. I will train that dog very well. It will become a famed hunting dog, knowing how to bark, crawl, and lick on command. Elder Bo felt extremely proud upon hearing this. In the corridor, someone called Brother Men's name. La Sen. Yes, sister. When you received the invitation, you had already anticipated this would happen, right? Yes, only I did not know who would accompany me. Father will not allow you to go to the Say de clan alone. A reliable guard will be sent along. To father, Elia is the suitable one. Spoke smoothly as if you had practiced hundreds of times. Ha. If I did not practice beforehand, I would be flustered. When I was your age, I did not even dare speak to father like that. Sen, I want to ask you one more thing. He felt slightly nervous when she mentioned the magic reinforcement ritual. He looked straight into his eyes and asked, was it truly a failure? He replied, yes. Then what happened to the transcendent mana on the scroll? Sorry, sister, this is something I cannot say. Why? Father instructed me to keep it secret. She nodded, I understand. Jia-sun is precisely the variable father entrusted to me. Otherwise, he would not have been able to speak to father in that manner. How to exploit this variable depends on myself. If I fail, father will hand La Sen to someone else. Father has given me this opportunity first. My task is to nurture it to maturity. I want to show you something. What is it? Clasped his hands together and created it. A purple source of power manifested clearly in his palm. The color of his eyes also changed along with that state. Sister cried out in shock. Impossible is that transcendent mana. You can see it, this is transcendent attribute mana. You can feel its power. The core is fire mana. You are right, I can also see the mana within you. La Sen, yes, sister. Do not push yourself too hard. I have already recognized your potential. The boy was startled. Maintaining a mana entity places tremendous pressure on the heart. Fortunately, I know this. You are still young and cannot endure that pain. Your heart must have struggled greatly having a second magic ring so early. If you push too far, you will never become a true mage. I want you to succeed. Yes, why is she so kind? Only now did I notice. Father never mentioned the second magic ring. La Sen, what are you planning to do? The renowned Sword Clan did not only invite us. Of course, the Jizandal clan must have received an invitation as well. Their alliance could change the world. Peerless genius of the same age from a prestigious martial clan will also appear. That person is the cherished daughter of the renowned Jizandal martial clan, Saline. The martial clan will use the gate we built to cross the continent. Yes, I will go ahead to wait for them. Why? Because I behaved rudely. You look no different from a troublemaker. You want to be beaten to death. The reason you were exiled was because you struck Saline. I will apologize to Saline. Apologize? Yes, because I was in the wrong. A clan does not bow to anyone. A pure mage does not need to bow. But if one has done wrong and lost honor, then it is another matter. You struck Saline and behaved rudely, so you must apologize. 8. Before entering this body, he had no combat skills. How could he strike the most skilled direct lineage daughter? Information states that Saline, the only daughter of the Jizandal clan, was originally sensitive and gentle. Unlike my own family, she hated violence. But as time passed, the future turned out completely different. She became irritable and violent. Could the reason be? Because Saline was too enraged after being defeated by the young master of the magic clan, and thus realized how important strength truly is. Therefore, Saline poured all her effort into training herself. The head of the Jizandal clan, Bang Jizandal, also taught the girl wholeheartedly, largely driven by personal desire. The girl possessed rare talent. It was only that she had previously lacked interest in martial arts. Once she began learning, her rate of progress was astonishing, greatly exciting the entire Jizandal clan. It truly was the butterfly effect. Someone as seemingly insignificant as me could actually influence a key figure. In any case, you are the one who was invited and the true center of this event. Just do whatever you want. I will support you from behind. Yes, sister. Sunflower Plaza, gate number 3. This is exciting. Cassin's place must have a lot of good food. Yes, a lot. Cassin is truly interesting. Befriending an enemy, and one who is also a dangerous opponent. One day we will defeat the Say de clan. No, Jia-sun will probably spare them. He is very benevolent. Jia-sun must have already prepared a plan. It truly is an honor to accompany him. The dark-skinned boy was extremely moved. To someone without citizen status, his master was truly amazing. Current location, Sunflower Plaza, Gate 3. Next location is the small forest at Midnight, Gate 7. Current location, Black Sea, Gate 1. Current location, Sword Tomb, Central Gate. To reach here, I passed through 22 gates. The dark-skinned boy behind was exhausted. Sorry, I am too weak. This is really frustrating. Sword Tomb is one of the largest gates located near the Zet clan. Name sounds somewhat ominous, yet this city is extremely lively. Are you all right? Yes, according to the plan, the Jizandal clan will arrive in 4 hours. While waiting, I will train Mana. All right, we will go rent hotel rooms. Immediately, the boy men went to corner and began cultivating seriously. He looked at her younger brother with concern. Jason, what are you planning to show me this time? The scene shifted to a cold place. The father spoke. Earlier, I met the youngest. You mean Jia-san? Did the magic enhancement ritual fail? No, it succeeded, but it looks more like a failure. The incident occurred directly within the boy's heart. What? I'm not sure. I have never seen such a case. Smiled Riley with pride. It merged into Jia-sun's heart. I suspect it is the transcendent Holy Grail. Speaking of the transcendent Holy Grail, it truly is miraculous. Kia Theo once carried it across the world, but only before his death did he discover it was not a true Holy Grail. I have never heard of this. Of course not, it is only recorded in the history of the Cloud lineage. The first head of the Cloud lineage was very close to Kia Theo. After he died, the Holy Grail disappeared and was gradually forgotten. I investigated and learned that the child adopted by the youngest belongs to the Fire tribe. That is why I believe he can absorb everything into his heart. He asked in a low voice, do you know what the first head called the Transcendent Holy Grail? Loveless One. An auxiliary magic ring, that is the first time I have heard of it. Kia Theo called it a mobile charger. Charger. Yes, probably meaning a battery. Are you certain the young master absorbed the Transcendent Holy Grail? There is no other explanation. Then what exactly is going on? At present, the boy already has 2 magic rings and can even control part of primordial attribute mana. When we were young, we were all called prodigies. I leaned toward mana while you were physique-based. Senkin, has anyone ever possessed 2 magic rings at 10 years old? It is possible. That person would die from the side effects. As for me, I did not live to 20. Yes, not even 17. Yet the youngest encountered no problems at all. Truly a foolish kid. Too impressive. Indeed, but why now? Before 10 years old, there were absolutely no signs. Senkin, the boy is hiding something. I'm assigning you a task. Please speak, monitor Jason. Do not let him die. Until when? Until I die. Please escort the group toward men. The prestigious martial clan has arrived. From afar, a group of people slowly approached. Their bearing was completely different from that of the sword clan. Men saw an old acquaintance and smiled in greeting. Long time no see. It was Celine together with her father. The two stood still, coldly watching him greet them. She stared at him without blinking. What emotion was in her eyes? Men looked at her and revealed a faint smile. Memories of the past between the two briefly surfaced. Back then, she really did look foolish. Celine was completely stunned. Immediately after that, she charged forward. Why are you here? Huh. She landed neatly after descending dozens of steps. I came to apologize to you. Apologize. Celine burst into laughter like a madwoman. Ha ha ha. Sorry, it seems she has gone mad. Much more intense than I expected. The old man above merely observed quietly, even smiling. Should you not greet an elder first? Greetings, do you know who I am? Bao Tang Trung. Yes, I do. The one responsible for guarding the Jizandal clan. Or King Mark N, correct? Exactly. Or King Mei Ji is currently the second most powerful figure in the Jizandal clan. Jocelyn's uncle and the younger brother of the clan head. If judging only martial arts, he is even stronger than the clan head. He spoke, I intended to teach you a lesson upon meeting, but that is not how a prestigious martial clan should conduct itself. Oh, this boy is not overwhelmed by my presence at all. Because I was in the wrong, I want to find a way to atone to both your clans. Do you want forgiveness in a warrior's way? Then let me kill you. She spoke, she threw a punch toward men. The old man calmly observed, quite impressive. The boy did not even blink. I thought you would be afraid. Very well, then try blocking this. Divine Eye manifested. Slow motion flow automatically activated. Defensive combat magic immediately operated. Men clenched his teeth from the pain. Celine continued venting her anger on him. Even though he was sent flying, he did not counterattack at all. Is this martial magic? If I remember correctly, mage clans call it combat magic. He could actually respond calmly and endure blows using only defense. She shouted, what are you playing at? Why are you not fighting back? I am sorry. What? Actually, I was wrong 2 years ago. I want to apologize. I once lived in modern society, so apologizing is not difficult. What nonsense are you spouting? Men replied, simply because you are too beautiful. He froze. What? You said something foolish like you bullied her just to get her attention. Hearing that, she was so shocked that she burst into loud laughter. She went so mad that she kicked and shattered the bone in his shin, or his knee. Defensive combat magic automatically activated. She said how boring. He asked blankly, what? Beating you while you do not fight back is boring. You have to counterattack for me to vent my anger. Oh, he replied, very well, but not now. The old man clapped his hands, cutting off the conversation between the two children. Yes, this place is not suitable. Why? Only killing this one will make me feel better. Look around, a fight is about to break out. Since when? Causing trouble here is not good. If things escalate, it will become scandalous. Who would bother paying attention? He said, if we fight here, people will get hurt. Hearing that, she could not help but be surprised. Quite mature for a child. You said you would apologize. If I say it, I do it. But let us change locations. Is there anywhere more suitable? He is right. We need to go somewhere without civilians. Uncle, let us settle this outside in the wilderness. You really are good at acting. This voice is. Now on, pretend to be friendly. Do not let rumors spread that the two clans are in conflict. All right. This is Mark N's voice. Even though he is not speaking directly, I can still hear it. Notification. The character War King Markner has developed interest in Larson. This character will analyze and evaluate all of Larson's actions. A new variable has appeared, capable of affecting the storyline. I can sense how he will evaluate my actions. War King Markner will. System warning. Heavenly Mage is questioning the probability of existence. 3 anomalies have appeared, distorting probability and directly affecting the storyline, raising doubts about the authenticity of this world. Heavenly Mage. The system continues its notification. 2 requirements have been fulfilled. You have successfully influenced the thinking of a highly influential character through deliberate actions. Heavenly Mage and War King both have begun to question the probability of existence. A new possibility is forming. The character La Sen of the Mei Tung clan will be granted creator privilege. Suddenly, he was pulled into another spatial layer. This is. Character La Sen Mei Tung has received creator privilege. The system probability deficit will be transferred immediately. Character Lavine Sokola, age 27, ice attribute, personality cold with a touch of innocence, occasionally cruel, relative age compared to Sokola. This is it. Looking at that line of text, he immediately realized this was the system he himself had created, even preserving what he had once written. Lavine Sokola number 1, Bersia Mei Tung, hobby of cutting others in half. Contact Vo Than, an assassin who makes even the strongest tremble. The blank space outweighed the text. Clearly, many settings remained unfinished, proving the system was still incomplete. Could this be why I reincarnated into La Sen? Why these opportunities and storyline links were created? System notification. You have reached the time limit for accessing system settings. The surrounding space suddenly twisted, disappeared. I can only view it within the time limit. It seems to be about 1 minute. To view it again, I likely need to wait or fulfill additional conditions. Let us head to the restaurant where Avelia is waiting. He replied obediently. Yes, War King. He knows how much the future will be altered. Seeing his elder sister, an excited voice rang out. Avelia, long time no see, long time no see. Compared to last time, it seems you have grown even stronger. Ha ha. I think in 5 years I will be able to defeat you. Ha ha ha. I am ready to accept a challenge at any time. When I was young, I could challenge you whenever I wanted, but now it is not that easy anymore. Avelia is now a mage and one of the heads of the Mi Tung clan, so challenges cannot be made casually. The old man sighed. The girl has lost her former cuteness. She was young. She used to rush at me any time. Once she even burned all my hair while I was sleeping. I tried to burn your head but failed, ha ha. Their conversation was truly hard to follow. The timid girl interjected softly. Ah, hello. I am the daughter of the Gzandal clan. Saline Gzandal, hee hee. The girl looked genuinely naive. Looking at Men's sister, she asked shyly. 2 years ago I met you. Do you remember? What is going on? Is this really the same girl from before? I want to become strong like you. Female warriors are always at a disadvantage compared to men. That is right. You still cannot use Battle Soul yet. Battle Soul, swordsmen use swords, mages use magic. Warriors use their bodies. The flesh has limits, but Battle Soul allows them to transcend physical laws and achieve the impossible. I will train my Battle Soul to become strong like you. I will wait. After that, everyone ate while chatting. The spatial gate will reactivate today at 7:17 in the evening. I will operate it personally. Do you wish to come along? Of course, Men was astonished. Did these two really eat everything there? There is still about an hour. I have something to say privately to my younger brother. May we ask for permission with me? I will see you at the spatial gate at 7:17. Yes, see you then. Everyone dispersed. At the beach, his sister laughed and spoke. Cute little brother, we should talk about what happened earlier. You mean the matter at the spatial gate? Yes, your plan? Yes, I also knew she would attack. Exactly, that is why I went. If you intended to resolve your grudge with her, you could have proposed a duel at the Zet clan non-military arena. You mean why I used combat magic techniques there? Yes, he answered decisively. Because War King Markner was present. Markner is the second strongest of the Gzandal clan. He must have noticed your proficient use of combat magic techniques. He would also realize that Lasen's mastery far exceeds that of a 10-year-old child, as well as the mana quantity in your body. Lasen was originally known as a Ro. Therefore, the most reasonable conclusion for him would be either Lasen has changed, or the boy was deliberately nurtured to create a difference. If Lasen truly understood Markner and predicted every reaction to create this situation, that would be exceptionally impressive. At that point, he would believe you are the trump card the Mei Tung clan is cultivating, and he would certainly want to know everything about you. This exposes your identity as a trump card. Now you understand why Father said that. Combat magic techniques have a potential ceiling, but your ability to plan based on present and future circumstances is outstanding. Most importantly, you are only 10 years old. Potential far surpasses everyone else. Even without Father's orders, I want to turn you into my pillar. She recounted. When I was 14, I met Markner while on pilgrimage. You know, successors of the Mei Tung clan must go on pilgrimage before recognition. Yes, sister. At that time, I did not even know who he was. If I had known, I would have tried to kill him. She spoke gently, yet her words were terrifying. Even told me to kill him if I felt displeased, and gave me 3 chances. I do not remember how much of that you recall, but they all seemed like fond memories. In any case, Markner is the type who pursues everything that piques his curiosity, even a young mage who wants to kill him. If he is curious about you, he will approach proactively. Yes, you will learn a great deal from him. Asen, there are about 30 minutes left. Yes, sister. Shall we go on a sibling outing for a bit? This is the trade city. There should be many interesting things around. I have been here many times. He spoke softly. That is right. Most trade cities I visited ended up being destroyed because of me. As she stood alone, men walked over. He took her hand. Let us go. I will lead the way. She looked at the child, her heart suddenly calming. The siblings strolled together along the golden sandy beach. Jocelyn and his grandfather happily ate ice cream. 2 years ago, Lasen at 8 years old was an extremely unruly child. Back then, a duel would have resulted in injury, but now he was completely different. Such a drastic change in 2 years is impossible. People do not change. Then the old image must have been false. That image was distorted. Mei Tung must have some grand scheme. The Zet clan invited us merely as decoration. What they truly aim for is the relationship between Zet and something is happening that I am not yet aware of. The Gzandal clan is weaker than Mei Tung and Clan Z. If an unexpected upheaval occurs, Gzandal may be swallowed by the other 2 clans. If La Sen is the center of their scheme, I will definitely uncover it. Right on time, everyone moved toward the gate. Let us go. He personally operated the spatial gate. It is an honor. Be careful during the transfer. You remember I still have 1 chance, right? Heavens, that is right. I will pay attention. Everyone quietly stepped into the pressure-filled gate. So dizzy, it feels as if body and consciousness are being separated. Light flashed. We have arrived. The old man spoke. Are you not going to cause trouble? Yes. I should behave properly. After all, there are children present. A voice rang out. Lasen Ludia. Traveling so far must have tired everyone out. Kassin appeared exceptionally handsome, the one most likely to inherit the Zet clan. The Zet clan has never personally come out to receive guests like this. Long time no see, Kassin. Compared to before, you have grown much more mature. Is it due to magic? Rita, little Julia ran over, interrupting the conversation. I am the one closest to Lasen. Ludia, move aside. Do not think friendship has ranks. It is just that Lasen and I share the same thoughts and goals, so we became friends. Is that not what truly matters? Thoughts, goals. What is Lasen talking about? In any case, I am still closest to him, but we can also be friends. Yes, that works too. I also want to be friends with you. Thank you. Then that settles it. Step forward. Young Master Kassin, do not forget there is still me. I was also invited. Aileen appeared. Sorry, seeing a long-missed friend made me a bit overexcited. I was rude. Welcome. On the path of cultivation, meeting someone of noble blood who still walks alone is an honor. You need not be polite. I am younger, so just speak naturally. Just in time. It was truly irritating. He was clearly friendly and open with others. So why was he so cold when facing me? This brat was truly sharp. It looked as if he were deliberately guiding everything toward the current direction. He was completely unlike a normal 10-year-old child. It felt as though some ancient creature hundreds of years old was manipulating him. I mean a crafty eel. Asin, I want to ask you for a favor. What is it? I plan to spar with Rosaline right here. A spar? Can you arrange a venue so we can carry out the match? The opponent is the only daughter of a renowned martial family. The setting is the arena of a prestigious sword clan, and all three families will be present to watch. This will be the official debut stage of that brat La Sen. Who do you think will be the winner between the two? La Sen is just a foolish little rogue. Of course, Salen will have the advantage. I heard Salen still has not mastered her battle soul. Ah, Suze, if that is the case, then their physiques will determine the outcome. That not mean Salen has victory in hand. The interesting part is that La Sen's core skill is actually combat magic. Upon entering the room, Kasha, the head of the sword clan, spoke up to ask Son, "What do you think about this spar?" "I feel very envious." He replied, "Of course, being able to fight friends is surely very enjoyable. Everyone thinks La Sen is just a useless person. I used to think so as well, but in reality he is far better than that. I believe he will be a very troublesome opponent. An opponent? Do I have an opponent of the same age as well, eh? That is right. At least for now I am still stronger, only for now I see. I guess the news about that child was deliberately distorted by someone, which means that La Sen is the strategic card hidden by the Cloud T-letter 1EBNG clan, and this spar was arranged by Deck Acre. Do you think we'll win? I think La Sen will win. La Sen, yet you feel he will lose. What do you mean by that? He spoke slowly. La Sen is a very kind person. Perhaps I should also go watch that match tomorrow. You are going as well. Then I can introduce my friend, my son's friend. Truly something to look forward to. Next day, Azure Sky Sword Arena. According to Sally, I have waited for this day for a long time. Even my older brother thought seriously about it. This time I must dominate the arena. In this place, pretending to be an ordinary child brings no benefit at all. After all, this is my official debut. Salen entered with the demeanor of a fierce tiger scenting prey and said, "I have arrived." Analytical vision activated. Slow movement ability automatically running. In terms of stamina, I am at an advantage. The reason was that Salen still had not fully controlled her battle soul. Therefore, Men was deliberately playing a war of attrition to observe the opponent's movement patterns. A defensive-oriented combat magic technique had been activated. I originally intended to strike and break the opponent's arm and ribs, but it felt as if the blow fell into empty space. The entire audience was stunned by the sight. He shouted angrily, "Do not think you can act arrogant just because you blocked one strike by luck. The road ahead of you is still very long." Pain mixed with humiliation only made her even more resentful. The two exchanged punches continuously for a period of time. After that, both grew tired, separated, and leapt backward. The pink-haired girl panted heavily, her breathing rapid as if she were about to run out of strength. In contrast, Little Men still maintained focus and seriousness in battle. The prestigious Sword Clan could not help but feel astonished. Even the Fighter Clan and the Mage Clan were equally stunned. The boy seemed to have seen through one or two of Rosaline's attacks in advance. A child from a sect family is indeed different. The rumors about La Sen must surely be fabricated. Everyone began to look at Little Men with confirming gazes. Could it be that he had once undergone strict training by the Cloud T-letter 1EBNG clan? Not much time had passed, yet the pink-haired girl was already panting repeatedly. Meanwhile, Little Men still maintained a calm demeanor. She thought irritably, that man only defends and always keeps his distance. Why is it like this? La Sen had already noticed Zosaline's weakness. The longer it dragged on, the more her stamina was drained, and the more rushed she became, the more obvious her openings were. La Sen seized those gaps and only struck when everything was sufficiently safe. This could only be achieved when one's strength far surpassed that of the opponent, defending while showing a higher level by widening the distance. Truly the style of the Cloud T-letter 1EBNG clan. Basic combat magic of the lowest tier, yet the boy wielded it more skillfully than even fighters. Though still young, both possessed astonishing potential. The kid acted this way for two reasons. First was to prove that combat magic could completely surpass traditional martial techniques. The other reason was to display the might of the Maton family right before three renowned families. It seemed my thoughts matched his. Yes, that was indeed the case. There was a strong chance that La Sen had been secretly trained to become a combat magic-focused mage. I agree, but why did the boy choose to reveal it here? Perhaps he had been quietly honing combat magic for a long time, and now wanted to test himself on a real battlefield to prove his worth and improve further. And I believed he knew for certain that this action would be noticed by us as a form of provocation. Exactly. The older sister standing behind thought with quiet pride. So this was your plan all along, La Sen. How long do you plan to keep defending? Until she calms down. If that truly was your intention, then at least you should pretend to be exhausted, since you already activated the battle soul. Then she threw a devastating punch toward Men. That blow truly hurt to the bone. He kept coughing up blood, dry coughing in bursts. Why did he not dodge? only smiled at her and said, "It looks like you want to give us a serious hit." Feeling insulted, she snapped, "What kind of attitude is that?" She tossed something to him and said, "Drink it, medicine." She turned her face away and said, "I lost." "What? Such a hassle, maybe you did not realize it, but I already used the battle soul just now. Since you were too polite, I do not feel like getting angry anymore. Let it go, your bones are already broken, so we will wipe the slate clean. Thank you." Kid Kazin happily ran over to Lausen. Children like Kazin loved heroic tales. He viewed life with optimism. Because he was lonely without friends, he cherished friendship, trust, and bonds even more. Kazin shouted excitedly, "You really improved fast." That meant he really liked the match between himself and Zozelina. Combat magic grew very quickly in the early stages. I was glad my friend had become stronger. Wait, could it be? I officially challenge you, Lausenmei. And men thought in pain, exactly as expected. Thank you, but I am really tired. Combat magic consumes too much mana. Kazin asked blankly, "Really? I want to fight you when you are in your best condition." In truth, Anmen was worried. If he fought while the kid was this excited, damn protagonist, I feared I would not survive. "Thanks, it is nothing." Kazin still refused to give up, "Then fight me tomorrow." It seemed he wanted this duel as a birthday gift. He could only nod. "Have your injuries healed." "Du Saline, I want to ask you a favor." "Me? What is it?" "Earlier you used the battle soul to fight me." Du Jia Lin said irritably, "Are you trying to humiliate me? You know I would never do that." "Then what exactly is it?" "When you attacked us, I sensed something." "What, you pervert?" "I am not sure either. It felt like realizing something. I almost touched that feeling but was not certain." "What are you talking about? Please help me. I believe your true martial skills will help me grow stronger." "Why should I help you?" He replied, "I will repay you later." She sadly reminisced, every night telling herself she must take revenge. But now everything seemed different. The old man behind stepped forward and said, "Haha, give it a try." Du Saline, "Yes, uncle." Publicly helping the son of a famous magic family was not a bad idea either. He hesitated before replying, "Then I will help you once." "Thank you. Remember to repay me." "Of course, I swear upon the title of future mage." Future mage. Boy really said that. It was no different from declaring he would join the succession battle as a candidate of the Maton family. He said it in front of the heads of two renowned families. Two trained happily. "I just need to hit you like before, right?" "Yes, I am ready." "I do not even want to call that martial arts." "You were not injured because of me?" Cough. "Well, it is not fun anymore." And men thought painfully. There was definitely a reaction. The mana in my heart was reacting to Jocelyn's incomplete battle soul. "Is that all?" He spoke again, once more. Really?" Then she immediately threw the next punch. What was happening? The kid seemed to be plotting something. Again, Cornelia, everyone was worried. What is the young master doing? It seems the mana in Lausen's heart is reacting to Jocelyn's battle soul. Reacting how? I am not sure. I only know it is reacting. Cough. Du Jialin kept punching Anmen like a punching bag. "Are you okay?" He was still deep in thought. "I am certain now. My transcendent mana is reacting to the battle soul. But according to what I once wrote, battle soul and mana should not be able to merge, which meant the accuracy was declining. The system appeared like a benevolent spirit and announced that you had independently discovered an inaccuracy. You were granted an additional ability to supplement a missing factor. What I needed to do in this world full of distortions was not merely survival. The previously established book suddenly appeared. Looking around, everyone was frozen in place. The surroundings were eerily silent. Clearly something was wrong. Time had completely stopped. Perhaps when world establishment activated, time would freeze. The book opened and clearly stated, the battle soul of a prestigious martial family and the mana of a prestigious magic family could not merge. But during the battle between Lausen Mei Tung and Zozeline in January of year 219, Lausen Mei Tung's mana reacted to Zozeline's battle soul. What was the cause? Reading this far, he was stunned. Do I have to fill in the blank myself? The prewritten establishment section ended here. I was forced to supplement it. If I was not careful, it would create contradictions with prior settings. I could not just write and erase at will. That might turn me into a world destroyer. I needed a reasonable cause that did not violate the establishment. And that cause was this. The reason was that the character Lausen Mei Tung did not fully obey the rules of this world. Once considered other reasons, such as possessing a transcendent holy grail, transcendent attribute mana, or a special holy body. But in the end, I decided to focus on Lausen Mei Tung himself rather than external factors. Making myself a character beyond the rules, I would escape the world's probability control and not be bound by preset scenarios. That meant Lausen Mei Tung was an extremely unique individual. The system announced, based on the detection of missing probability, you received the privilege to add one line. This privilege could be used within 10 seconds. Add one line. That sounded like cheating. Night fell, knocking sounded rhythmically. Knock, knock. Inside the room, Julia was dozing off and looked very cute. The knocking again startled her awake. Knock, knock. She groggily opened the door and asked, "Who is it?" I am Jocelyn's father. I came with my family to inquire, where is La Sen Mei Tung? She immediately activated a defensive barrier and said, are you looking for trouble? Do I look like a bad person? And men appeared. Ah, La Sen. The scene shifted to another luxurious room. An unknown person spoke. There was some rather interesting information in it. Albino man was carefully reading the lines on the paper. Then he frowned in displeasure. This is. Back to the scene of the old man questioning An Men. The boy has trained his body very well. Mana different from battle soul is circulating throughout his body. Most mages focus mana in the heart, but he is completely different, like a mutant. Mana operation becomes less flexible if muscles are overly trained like hereditary martial artists. Therefore, this body was refined specifically for spell-based combat. Judy A. Vokai said, with an 8-pack like that, can I touch it? He refused. No. Change clothes. Immediately the maid appeared like lightning. Yes, young master. Every step that maid took was of an extraordinary level. Using someone that strong as an attendant. Unbelievable. The maid spoke, I have prepared some fruit. I guess you came here out of curiosity about spell-based combat techniques. That is right. You have stirred my curiosity. Me too. I am also very curious about martial arts. He said in shock, you should return to the Demon King's castle instead. You seem very confident that I will share martial arts with you. I believe you are curious enough to tell me. Very well. Even if I teach you martial arts, success is not guaranteed. That is why that prestigious sword family only accepts 10 outsiders. Ironically, my father's eyes have dimmed. Even family head Deck Acre could not plant spies in the sword family for many reasons. The prestigious sword family is both a fatal weakness to enemies and a safe haven for some. Was this old man not once trained by Maton? Then let me examine your body. Take off your shirt and turn around. Very well. Firm and solid skin. Hard to believe this is the body of a 10-year-old child. This could not be achieved by training for just a few days. My battle soul will travel throughout your body. Do not resist, just follow it. Are you sure there are no side effects? Trust me. If you plan to turn against me, what could you do? I will place my trust in you. Kid was quite shrewd. He set up a situation that made it hard to grasp everything at once. Yet his handling was extremely skillful. One had to admit that he was very intelligent. At that time, the privilege to add one line appeared with a 10-second limit. After the duel with Jocelyn, I thought deeply. If I were an author, what would I bestow upon the protagonist? The sword family martial arts together with the battle soul reacting to the mana of La Sen Mei Tung allowed him to grow without suffering side effects. The battle soul had fused into my body, had harmonized with his own battle soul. That was what Mei Tung wanted us to witness. A mage capable of fusing a battle soul. This was a declaration of confrontation from Mei Tung do so. Did you learn spell combat techniques from? Anne asked. I taught myself. I analyzed your body. A mage who can absorb a battle soul is something I am seeing for the first time. Yes, before this I also did not know I could do it. To accept that someone of the Mei Tung do so family will grow and use martial arts together with a battle soul. Yes, I will learn everything I need. Learn what needs to be learned. The Mei Tung do so family has always despised sword arts and believed martial arts were only for the weak. They looked down on anyone who was not a mage. A Mei Tung member chose to go further by learning martial arts and developing it. Are you sure you are truly a Mei Tung do so member? If you ask my father's name, then clearly he is Dech Acre. Ha ha ha, I have never met anyone like you. So what do you want from me? I can say it. Since you plan to say it anyway, do not beat around the bush. Say it directly. Please be my advisor. Two looked at each other. The old man remained silent for quite a while. At present, I have a connection between magical power and martial arts. Therefore, my combat magic is always lacking. I will patch this weakness. Just said advisor, yes. But do you think the Mei Tung do so family will allow it? I guarantee they will agree. Who are you? I am the 7th son of Mei Tung do so. I was not asking that. At the same time, I am a mage who wants to learn martial arts. That is the craziest thing I have ever heard. You understand what you are saying? Yes. As a potential heir, this is no different from Mei Tung bowing to that family. Battle King. If you were to refuse, then you would have already refused. This kid created a situation that made it hard for me to reject, even arousing my curiosity enough to probe his body. As long as I did not reject the proposal immediately, I had already lost to him. But you do not deny being interested in combat magic. I admit I am interested. Combat magic reaches peak effectiveness when combining battle soul and martial arts. That will be my own martial path. These words do not sound like something a Mei Tung mage should say. You displayed your power only for this, since meeting Jocelyn. Yes, I realized you had already taken notice of me. It seems you have other schemes. Then what was that duel for this matter? Yes. And I also wanted Du Jia Lin to calm down. In the eyes of the 10-year-old child, Anne softly called Battle King. The scene shifted elsewhere. A servant of the Magic Duke said he had heard the decree. Today his majesty would return to the human realm. He thought the boy had gone missing. Returning to An Men, conversing with the old man. Do you wish to witness the birth of a new martial art? I plan to let the prestigious sword family Setso take care of me. To outsiders, I would be no different from a hostage. That is because I am inherently an unlikable kid. It has nothing to do with whether I am family. In exchange, my father will also gain benefits. The main reason you are staying for us to protect you is because this place is the safest. Right, this is insane, so I will say it directly. I cannot tell whether you were raised by Mei Tung or are inherently a mutant. I take that as praise. This kid is truly stubborn. This is not an impulsive decision, but a plan prepared long ago. I will investigate it myself. Men hesitated briefly before replying yes. You can start by becoming Tada's disciple. He will analyze every bit of technique and observe your mana and body like a hawk. I will dig out everything Mei Tung do so has prepared. If you are capable, then take everything you can from me. But that is exactly what I want. Outside the courtyard, a kid tossed and turned unable to sleep, thinking the young master was too great to be understood. He was willing to let himself eavesdrop out of complete trust. That was the world the young master had always dreamed of. The dark-skinned kid was truly sentimental, always emotional, dreaming of a world where the three families coexisted happily. A voice called out, "Hey, Tone Te." Ha, the dark-skinned kid jumped and said, "Sister, you scared me. Why are you here?" She replied coldly, "Do not cry. I am still not used to you being a shadow. My heart cannot take this." She said indifferently, "Someone this weak is not worthy to serve the young master." Truly cold, Hey Ra asked in a low voice, hampered tongue, "You must have heard the young master's decision." Yes, he said he would stay. After the birthday banquet ends, he will do what he desires. We'll have to risk our lives to protect that day. Yes, that is the duty of a shadow. Even if punished by the family head, I will stay by young Master La Sen. Kid Ra Den said because young Master La Sen is his life. Then he asked blankly, "Hey sister, did you disappear again?" Before the purple tulip forest, a voice rang out, "Do you want to see me?" This type wandering at night without sleep. Kid Men replied, "Yes, I have something important." You understood quickly. Why do you not just say it? I find these rare moments very precious. To say what is truly important. Do you like tulips? Humans are drawn to beauty, but I think to you magic is the most beautiful. Magic was once the most beautiful thing to her. Memories flooded back. Damn it, I cannot move. He softly said, "Disperse." Immediately everyone turned into white skeletons. But then it also became the cruelest thing to her. At least flowers do not harm anyone. He hesitantly called, "Sister. Next time, I will definitely give you a bouquet of flowers." The older sister finally smiled. Those words moved her deeply. "Right, then what does my little brother want to say?" "I want to stay with this sword family." "La Sen, do you want to become the family head?" "Not at all. If you want, you can test me with your ability." "Very well, let us check to be sure." The skill activated, Eye of Truth. Men was suddenly enveloped by a penetrating gaze. "If what you say is true, then why are you so eager?" Confessed that he wanted to live. She repeated in shock, "You want to live. Even your older brother, Luke Thiu Jia, wants to kill you." "Damn it, La Sen, I will definitely kill you. I know the succession war is brutal, but there is no need to kill blood relatives. Even our father once killed his own brother to become family head. So what then? Why do you want to stay here?" "I want to become stronger because I want to live." She asked, believing there was another reason. "I want to protect." She did not understand what he wanted to protect. The child spoke honestly, "My mother and myself." Velia loved Mei Tung unconditionally. For Mei Tung, she could become a demon or an angel. Countless people cursed her, die witch, but she coldly burned them all alive, even though that child was still very young. Aha. "I do not want to kill you, I want to let you live." Her gaze looked back at the skeletons from before. But that was wrong. She shed tears. She loved everything that belonged to Mei Tung and despised the bloody succession war. She hated that the Mei Tung people she loved were killing each other. Therefore, she resolved to become family head, to rule absolutely and end fratricide. She needed magic and ultimate power. That power was to achieve peace. Ivelia was a mage who always sought that. Thinking back to how people said Ivelia hunted demi-evil spirits for 15 lines, missions far harder than the rest. She chose to hunt monsters instead of people. The careless lines I once wrote became their reality. Writing about someone's death was never difficult, because in the end, they were just words. Returning to reality, Kidme softly called, "Sister. If I told you that I want to become stronger, strong enough to stand up and protect you, would you feel proud?" She froze, then asked again, "Protect me." In the quiet atmosphere, she burst into surprised laughter. "You want to protect me?" This is the first time I have heard that. It was the most sincere smile Nelia had ever shown. She smiled happily and replied, "Really, every time I talk with you, I feel very at ease, little brother. Please help me, I need father's consent. You think father will not accept it easily? I will persuade father myself. I'll also try to talk to father for you." The next morning, the Sword Lord's residence was filled with lively noise. Men trembled as he thought, "This place is like Kan Hoi Lao in Can Fuck Palace." but something feels wrong. Maybe I was too hasty connecting everything. How could classical music be arranged in Kan Hoi Lao? A voice called him La Sen. Look at this, he exclaimed in surprise, Ludia. Where did you find this outfit? Do you see that cake? It has 4 tiers, La Sen. Is this your first time seeing a 4-tier cake? I find the sparkle in your eyes far more interesting. Happy birthday, Kassing. Congratulations, Ka-Zin. Congratulations to you, thank you everyone. Ka-Zin, this is a gift from him. My father gave it to me and said it was a stone that brings good luck. Thanks, Ludia, it is nothing. Can I eat the cake now? It looks like the roadside stone from earlier. This is a gift carrying the feelings of my family and me. Lu Sa-Lin extended her hand to present it. Thank you, Jocelyn. The way you speak feels very close. It is nothing, Ka-Zin. And me said, I did not prepare a gift for you. The supporting male replied immediately, that is fine. Udi A stood there in a daze. Then An Men spoke again. Instead, I want to stay here and duel with you, even if it sounds a bit strange. Here, my home, I will ask father. And Men asked again, really. Ka-Zin was overjoyed, secretly thinking it truly was a surprise gift. Of course, being with friends is always fun. Ka-Zin, please inform the family head. I will ask the Mei Tung family. And me calculated inwardly. That is right, I have 2 goals. Draw Kassen to my side and make full use of Markner. Asen, remember to come back soon. I will return soon. This moment Lu Sa-Lin felt doubtful. That boy was certainly no longer the La Sen from before. Next time we meet, I hope we can smile at each other. I was planning to say that first. Little brother, do you know the risks involved? If father gets angry, even the Mei Tung family would struggle to endure it. Yet you are still very confident. Finally stepping into the Mei Tung family estate. Kid Men stood frozen like stone. He could feel a bone-chilling cold current. When he opened the door and stepped inside, an icy voice rang out. No need for greetings. I have received all reports from Nelia. You want to stay with the Set family. Yes, that is correct, father. But do you understand how outsiders will view this matter? If you do not explain it clearly, I will regard this action as an insult to the family I govern. He repeated in shock, an insult. A dagger can take a life instantly if a mage below 3 magic circles touches the blade. Instant death, the price of an insult is death. The kid calmly said, Father, do you still remember the Hound Sword family? They are extremely outstanding chess pieces. Met Kassing. He is very soft when it comes to relationships and human emotions. Therefore, if I stay by his side, I believe I can turn him into my chess piece. Is that the only reason you want to stay? The magical world, your research on combat magic is still incomplete, but you have already seen its potential, have you not? As father knows, I have completed the 2nd magic circle, and there exists something special within my body. Are you talking about the transcendent Holy Grail? Father already knows. The transcendent Holy Grail, special physique, and even my magical abilities. My body has also reacted to the battle soul of a prestigious martial family. I absorbed part of the experience, and it is gradually accumulating. I have received an invitation from the Set family. Then on, the relationship between me and that family was established. This is interaction between 2 families to achieve optimal benefit. Can this be considered a favorable beginning? The Sword family does not care about petty disputes. They also have their own view regarding me staying there to hone martial arts. I will take full responsibility for this decision. If I fail, I am willing to end my own life. I assume you are very confident in success. Then what is the next step? He worriedly thought, the next step is, will proactively propose cooperation. I believe father understands the importance of alliances between families. If Decacre is authoritarian, then absolute power is an effective way to rule. But trust and warmth are always necessary. Moreover, foresight and humility are what create a sustainable leader. If you fail to do what you said, then you will not have a life left to breathe. All right, go. I will observe whether you can carry it out. Thank you, father. I will try not to disappoint your expectations. You are still young, only 10 years old, he snapped. Are you complaining? Therefore, you still very much need mother's love. He firmly repeated, please allow me to go to the Set family to stay with mother. After that, he burst into loud laughter. Ha ha. Look at that. You truly know how to move people. How interesting that a child like you is regarded as a failure. It is a pity that his talent is combat magic, and strangely no one discovered it earlier. The system suddenly appeared announcing the holy deity doubts the probability of success, so everything will be more difficult. The probability has been reduced. He truly worried as the chance of success declined. If he failed, he would be erased. Inside the elder sister's study, beautiful elder sister was focused on handling work. Knocking sounds rang out, interrupting the quiet. I did not expect you to visit me, Bercia. Why are you reading this book? It is just a basic magic book, nothing special. The 77th volume of Alberto, Easy Mana Cultivation Methods. La Sen is also reading it. This book is quite popular in Bercia. There is something I need to tell you. I also have something to say, sister. You will not hit me right. I will watch over and take care of our youngest sibling. What a coincidence. I came to say the same thing. Could it be father also gave Berseer a chance? So whoever the boy accepts will protect him. I already said, this matter has nothing to do with you. Everything about that boy will be handled by me. Perhaps I must act according to the law if you do not cooperate. Do you think relying on strength lets you do anything? That is not possible. You once had many chances to kill me, like the time at Neelbia Gorge. If it were me, I would have crippled you long ago. But you did not do that. You misunderstood, Berseer. That woman shouted in anger, really. Immediately afterward, a room in the estate lit up brightly. One person continuously spat blood without stopping. It was the red-haired sister who was injured. She sneered and said, "See, I am very weak. Why do you care so much about the youngest? I do not need to explain to you. Your reaction only makes me want to seize him even more. And what do you plan to do with the boy?" She laughed and said, "Because he is cute. Stop joking and take him away." Then the eldest sister struck her younger sister directly. "I heard the boy has reached the second magic circle. Do you think I do not know? A 10-year-old child with such a special body must have a reason. I sent a shadow to monitor him, but somehow that shadow disappeared. Moreover, you care far too much about that kid. Beziser came here precisely to see my reaction." The eldest sister said coldly, "Get up. The adults are about to arrive because the previous fight was too loud." Seeing her reaction made him crave, possessing the youngest even more than before. Turning back to Men, he was completely stunned. He was sitting beside his mother when she asked worriedly if something was wrong. He just smiled and said it was nothing, mother. "Young master, your meal is ready. It is spaghetti with meatballs." Having two shadows guarding this place meant the risk of assassination was greatly reduced. He let out a sigh of relief and offered his thanks. "At this age, you must eat properly to grow." He shivered slightly because she was kinder than usual today. It was truly suspicious. Activate Celestial Eye. The spaghetti and meatballs show signs of Seiken contamination. Notification. Seiken is a dangerous poison to those without mana, but its effect on those with mana is extremely weak. He hesitated and asked, "Hero, is something wrong? Is there something special about this dish?" "Nothing at all." Memory image of a child suddenly surfaced. "That is right," she thought. "I have been consuming Seiken since I was 3 years old." But he still spoke up. "Maybe it is not special, but what if it is poison?" A startled cry rang out, "Young master, I forgot to inform you. It was all my negligence. Please punish me. First stand up, then continue." After hearing everything, he nodded and said, "I understand." "How did you know? By what means?" He made something up. Just intuition. Possess excellent observation and reasoning abilities. You must have smelled the Seiken. Using intuition as an explanation was indeed brilliant. He broke out in a cold sweat. "Where did you get those glasses?" "You always exceed my expectations," she continued. "I will keep acting as a shadow to support you and make you stronger. There is one more thing." She glanced at Men's mother. "The madam's meal was specially prepared by me, so there is no need to worry." Mother So looked at her with gentle eyes. "Thank you, Hera." Thought bitterly, "Even with me here, I still got poison, but this poison is insignificant." He said so, but that person looked completely drunk. "Hey, listen to me." Suddenly, Ludia ran over calling him. "Are we leaving?" 8 in the morning, she asked anxiously. "Can we leave now?" "Teleportation gates cannot be used right now." She approached him in disappointment. "Is that true?" She plopped down beside him. "Then I will sleep here. Once I wake up, it will be morning." Before long, the girl fell into a deep sleep. Men softly called, "Hera, are you still there?" "Yes, young master. Since when have you been standing there?" "Take her back to her room and do not wake her, understood?" After that, Judia suddenly shot up into the air. Men thought to himself that Hera was truly seasoned and impressive. The next morning, the group set off. Regrettably, they had to travel by carriage. He said it was fine. At this age, only nobles could use magic vehicles. Having a carriage to pick up his mother already made many people jealous. Good, he thought he did not need to attract attention yet. Now he would take the first steps on the path of independence. With the backing of the Sword family, the plan would proceed more smoothly. The carriage left the inland area and entered the stone-paved road. "Have arrived at the Zepp family." A voice rang out the moment he stepped down. "La Sen. I knew you would come. I have arrived, Cassin. I kept my promise. Let us start the decisive duel right away." Everything was unfolding exactly according to his plan. "This time I will not hold back, Kazin. I will unleash all my strength. Since first meeting Cassin, I have improved greatly in spell combat. I need to use myself to measure against an opponent like Cassin. Even if I am not certain of victory, I must still go all out. This will be an extremely formidable opponent in the future. That is how I shape his character. No one of the same age can match Cassin. He is a genius among geniuses and even more diligent than all others. The youngest son of the Zepp family is the perfect fusion of perseverance and talent. Even at the same age, his aptitude already far surpasses mine. Strength seal activated, a point of light flashed. As expected, his attack speed and killing power surged compared to before. Automatic flow delay ability activated. His heel pivoted lightly. He was preparing to unleash a lethal sword technique. Strength Seal was merely a prelude to the main strike. If I dodge, Kazin will definitely close the distance. His speed was so fast that flow delay was nearly useless. Spinning Cleave. Sword energy released was probably unintentional, but it inadvertently gave me an advantage. Kazin cried out. Perhaps he realized it too. Using sword energy in a duel violates the rules. The opening has been exposed. I must seize this opportunity. Kazin immediately counterattacked, and men realized he was dodging. I must close in faster. Sticking close will make him impatient and expose flaws. With one more step I can counter. Unawakened basic magic of a balance-oriented mage activated, and men exploited the opening and rushed in to attack. Kazin regained his balance just in time. Two charged at each other simultaneously. His punch collided directly with the blade. A loud explosion resounded. All the onlookers were shocked. Though it was not severe, I was still injured. His fighting style was completely different. One moment of carelessness meant defeat. How did he improve so fast in such a short time when mages already grow quickly? But he seemed to become a completely different person. And men said, "There is still much you have not seen. Do not be so surprised, Kazin. This kid is terrifying." If it were due sailing, the duel would have ended with Kazin's first strike. Spinning Cleave. What if he were born into the G. Giandel family? What am I even thinking? Facing such an opponent, yet not being overwhelmed at all. If Kazin had killing intent, he would not last. The most surprising thing was that he predicted Kazin's movement and chose to advance when the sword energy appeared. That was not coincidence, but intent. He used the moment the sword was swung to counter with magic. Deka thought silently, what message does this child carry? Two kids were panting heavily. After exhausting all their strength, both leaned against each other in fatigue. I heard mages grow quickly, but I never imagined it would be this fast. I still lost, and men said, victory or defeat is not what matters. I am very happy, he asked in surprise. Why? Because my friend has grown so strong so fast. No one our age can defeat him. No matter how much I improve, Kazin is always one step ahead. Because of the setting, I cannot win. And men stood up and said, do not celebrate too early. Kazin asked why. Perhaps one day we will become enemies. What do you mean that is fate? He said, I belong to the demon house, and you belong to Zep. So what, we are friends? I will always treat you as a friend and always will. But in this world of power struggles, we cannot be completely free. Old man Bohohan coughed lightly. You both did very well. So young yet already so outstanding. I'm very proud of you too. You feel honored. Mages truly do develop fast. You want to become stronger. Very good, but not enough. I want to be stronger than Kazin. Kazin glanced at An Men. Stronger. Clearly stronger than himself. This child was not acting on fleeting interest or idle dreams, but genuine resolve. Very good, you will become a formidable opponent. So what do you plan to do to achieve that? An Men hesitated and replied, I want to learn martial arts from the Battle King. That was why he let Dusalin return while staying behind himself. Truly a cunning kid, even daring to say it openly before the head of the prestigious sword family. That meant I could not treat him unfairly while still standing on the territory of this sword family. But letting the heir of a magic family learn martial arts from the second ranked of the sword family would easily be interpreted as the martial family harboring designs against the magic family. Even so, he still did it, showing just how firm his resolve was. Very well, as promised, I will teach you martial arts. But has your family agreed? Yes, I already informed the family head about the joint training between the two families. Decacre truly allowed it. Impossible, Decacre would never agree so easily. By the way, there is a test for those who wish to learn martial arts. Notification: all potential heirs of the prestigious martial family must pass the test before learning martial arts. The test must be completed before the age of 10. The objective is to hunt a blood tiger or a white tiger without adult assistance. I understand. Blood tiger and white tiger. I will hunt the white tiger. Oh, I have not even explained yet, and you have already studied our family thoroughly. Kazin, come with me. I know adults cannot help. A white tiger, are they very strong? Extremely strong and as big as an entire house. Tigers can be that big. The old man burst out laughing. You misunderstood. I never gave you a choice between blood tiger or white tiger. My order is to kill a blood tiger. He smiled confidently and replied, very well. This kid had targeted the blood tiger from the very beginning. Asen, how do you know all this so clearly? I read it in the library. Tricked again by this kid. And men had already calculated it. Hunting a white tiger secretly was very difficult. From the start, he wanted to hunt the blood tiger. You're quite smart. No, I learned it from my family. Perhaps I have taken in a disciple far beyond expectations. Then it is just like going on a picnic. Yes, let us treat it as a picnic. This is my first time going to Gazan. I heard the mountain range there is unbelievable. Gazan is a mid-sized city on the eastern edge. Blood tigers live in the T-Don mountain range near Gazan. Though close to Gazan, it takes 4 days on foot. The T-Don range is dangerous yet peaceful, since aside from blood tigers, there are no powerful monsters. Asen, can I go play with you? Ludia, I am not going there to play. But you said it was camping. I like camping. I went many times with my father. If your family head agrees, I will allow it. Oh, magic truly is convenient. Should I carry your things? No need, I can manage myself. Stepping through the teleportation gate, everyone cheerfully said, we have arrived at Gazan. Let us rest at an inn for a bit before continuing. We have passed through quite a few gates already. Lassen, I am starving. There should be eateries in the village. Hurry up. So this is Gazan. And Men suddenly slowed his steps. How strange. There was not a single person in the entire city. He met someone and asked about it. The other person panicked as if seeing a ghost. What is going on? This is Gazan, right? Of course. But you should find shelter and evacuate quickly. Evacuate. Bandits will appear soon. Bandits. Lassen, my stomach is growling badly. Just wait a little longer. After that, they entered a house and knocked, asking if anyone was there. No one answered. I do not think we arrived at the wrong time. I never expected this to happen in Gazan, a normally peaceful mid-sized city. What kind of bandits could cause this? Suddenly he felt uneasy. Both children immediately became alert. Everyone cried out in shock, blood tiger. A blazing red tiger appeared. Not only that, it was not a wild blood tiger. Someone was riding on its back. Celestial eye activated. He anxiously wondered why it was him. Why is this bastard here? Information displayed, name, gene tree attributes, taming ability, predatory instinct. He was not fully configured, but I remember. He was a member of a major force outside the three great families, the notorious bandit group named Huang Thong. Gene tree clearly marked him as the leader of Huang Thong. Could an entire city be destroyed just because of him? Who are you? Just a couple of kids, not worth my concern. You are the bandit threatening this village. He raised his brow and asked back, bandit. Ha ha ha, the two children were furious. What is so funny? He looked at them and said, I am not a bandit. I simply enjoy hunting people. Even with Ka Zin fighting Ki Jen now would only mean death. So you are hunting us. And Men spoke up. I do not recall granting you the right to hunt here. But he laughed and replied, a hunter does not need permission to hunt prey. This is Gazan. There should be 7 high-tier swordsmen guarding it. How could they let you run rampant? The answer likely had only 2 possibilities. Either there was some hidden agreement, or it was the bad probability I created. Ka Zin drew his sword and said, it is coming. Uncertain probability has been recognized. Notification. Author privilege has been granted to the character La Senmei. Benefit of author privilege. Even though Ki-Gen declared hunting, the swordsmen guarding Gazan did not act. The civilians were full of suspicion. This time I was certain I could make it perfect. Then the battle between the two sides officially began. Tiger let out a ferocious roar. Its red fur radiated terrifying majesty. But Men felt no fear at all. He worried that the blood tiger was far faster than expected. Fortunately, Cassin and Ludia were both safe. He called from behind, Cassin, Ludia. As you can see, that dangerous thing is the blood tiger. Taking a direct hit means certain death, but it has the trait of charging straight ahead. Julia irritably said she was very hungry. She summoned a fireball, leaving everyone stunned. Wait, Ludia, he said. After dealing with it, we will go eat, all right. She threw the fireball toward the blood tiger and shouted, eat. Single-eyelid Man froze and thought, is it over? The tiger opened its mouth wide and actually swallowed the fireball. He looked down and laughed, young mage, interesting. Want to join Huang Thong? I will spare your life. What is Huang Thong? It is the force that controls this mountain range. That means bandits. Correct, but it sounds more refined. So what about my offer? I have no intention of joining bandits. With this blade, I will behead those who threaten villagers like you. You sure? Are you ready to die here? Men said, I have thought a lot, but it still feels strange. Why did you not ask who we are? This is a situation of 3 children facing a blood tiger. When he smiled, the system appeared. Configuration values have been correctly set. This was precisely the benefit of the author privilege I just wrote. The reason Ki-Gen could hunt freely in Gazan was not just instinct, but because he received an order to create a test. From the start the test was arranged, the heir was never truly in danger. This was also how Du Salin hunted the white tiger. He spoke up, meaning you already knew who we were from the beginning. That is why even knowing our identities, you still deliberately spoke such meaningless words. It could be understood as a state where a person places absolute faith in something, and the thing that person trusted. As he had just spoken, a teleportation gate appeared right in the sky. Inside the gate, a stream of brilliant golden light radiated overwhelming power. His 3 sisters emerged one after another from within. Could it be that person was Sister Ivelia? Before everyone's astonished gazes, he burst out laughing, thinking to himself that his judgment had indeed been correct. Timid Ka Zin looked toward Men's sister and politely spoke up. Greetings, Lady Ivelia. I knew something was off. Everything went far too smoothly to be believable. Those who guard spatial gates must at least be third circle mages. It would be utterly illogical for bandits to inflict losses on a family's profits. Even everyone shutting their doors and fleeing just because of a hunting notice was strange enough. Moreover, that individual was not yet a notorious villain. At present, he likely had not harmed anyone. A city like Gazan was not a place where one could do whatever they wanted just by claiming to be in a trial. It left me with only one possible explanation. Men's sister had encompassed everything. This place was not the real Gazan, but an artificial space. Only one person possessed the ability to create it, Ivelia, who had already keenly noticed every irregularity. From the moment everyone fled together. If that was the case, then your battle with the chained tiger was merely a performance. It was indeed the case. I just thought it would be good to add a bit more drama to the test. She asked softly, "Then what is your intention?" As soon as she finished speaking, an old man slowly stepped out from behind a tree. This youngster has passed the test, just as expected of the descendants of the Cloudweave and Stack families. Remaining calm before the chained tiger is truly praiseworthy. Young masters, please forgive the abruptness. It is fine. After all, this place was created by her and the Battle King. Thank you for your understanding. I have realized that La Sen holds the higher position between the two children. I once thought Cassin led due to superior strength. Truly an interesting child. Teaching him will certainly be something to look forward to. The G. Zandal family has never demanded their talents defeat chained tigers or white tigers. So the purpose of the trial was to test courage when facing an enemy. Not exactly so. The guardian spirits protecting us must be hiding nearby. What was that? Activating the 1,000-mile eye. A child of only 10 years old already deduced this. If I were not the one who created the setting, I might have been frightened to faint when the chained tiger appeared. Cassin, did you attack the chained tiger because you trusted the guardian spirits? That is correct, but the answer is still incomplete. I do not believe a wise person would choose solitude. One who relies only on personal strength will find it hard to achieve true victory. Even with many shortcomings, I can rely on trustworthy people to make up for them. That alone is enough to call life meaningful. Cassin did not shy away from admitting his own weakness and flaws. On the contrary, he quickly recognized the guardian spirits and placed complete trust in them. I once believed a mage should only trust in their own skills and power. That was hardly the view of a descendant of a prestigious mage family. That way of thinking was something I had never imagined. Hearing such words from a child made my heart tighten unconsciously. The system announced that a variable affecting the main plot had emerged. Another variable existed that I could not yet identify due to the limits of the 1,000-mile eye. The guardian spirits were also Cassin's power, even if it was not the answer I had hoped for. And what about La Sen? You also noticed the spirits around here. Of course, but I discovered them on my own. Someone who could inherit the mage legacy and was formally invited by a renowned sword family should not be injured while accompanying others. That not only preserves the sword family's honor, but also opens a great opportunity long awaited by my mage family. An opportunity, yes, sister. It is precisely that opportunity. Putting him in danger and calling it an opportunity, that is nothing but an insult to the Cloudweave family of old. Because I am not you. I do not hold an important status. Until recently, I was still seen as useless. If I were to die in an accident, no one would care. Cloudweave family only needs to remove the thorn in its eye. They could even use that accident to pressure the Stack family. How could he calmly say such things? Could that truly be the thoughts of a 10-year-old child? Please do not misunderstand, sister. I do not hate the family. I am simply viewing everything rationally. She was moved and rushed forward to hold her younger brother tightly. La Sen, the blood of the Cloudweave family still flows within you. Hearing those words from you breaks my heart. I only hope the family name does not become too heavy a burden for you. Thank you, sister. After that, the young men turned back in surprise. Cassin, what is wrong with him? La Sen, I want to become your close friend. Sa Zin gave an awkward smile and said, I will try to be friendlier and change myself. What is happening here? Why does the atmosphere feel completely different? How should I handle this? Judy A. hugged him, Lord La Sen. He spoke up, I am here. Test is over. Can we go eat now? That is right, Ludia. We should leave now. A few days later, while he was bathing, he was disturbed. Come in. What wind brought you here? Want to go to the T-Don mountain range? T-Don, yes, my lord. I hear the scenery there is very beautiful. I want to see the real T-Don with my own eyes, not a version created by magic. You mean you want to rest? That is fine. So what do you plan to do? Discovered a message within the space my sister created the other day. It was something she prepared for me, and clearly a lie. As the author, I could fabricate a reason, but I only know that item lies deep within the T-Don mountains. Even though it was merely an artificial space, I still sensed a strange flow of magic there. I think that was my sister's way of hinting that she arranged something for me at T-Don. How did I not know? The Cloudweave family has its own magical means of communication. Truly unusual. Is it all right to tell me such an important matter? You are my master after all. Yes, that is so. There are two reasons my sister chose that method of contact. What are they? First was to hide it from Cassin, who could become my future opponent, truly Ivelia's style. Second, she wanted to test whether I was perceptive enough to notice the message. This approach allowed her to achieve two goals. So what is in the T-Don Mountains? I will know when I see it, and she already indicated the approximate location. So where is it? I know the exact place. It is an opportunity originally meant for the Stack family in the plot. The location of the Millennium Dragon armor. It would be safer if Mark N came along. It is near the peak of Long Sun, one of the 108 peaks of the 108 mountains. The old man asked in surprise, Long Sun. Something troubling you? No, nothing at all. I merely have a few pleasant memories there. After that, men stepped toward the teleportation gate. Master complained that passing through too many gates made him nauseous and asked for a day of rest, but was refused because time was precious. I know it takes 3 days on foot to reach Long Sun. What are you saying? 1 day is enough. He was astonished, but only you could do it. If you are not fast, I will leave you behind. Keep up with this old man if you do not want to fall behind. I am a mage, so I use teleportation. A second circle mage cannot do that. Then do your best, he shouted while calling for Master. This day is truly insane. At this rate, I will be exhausted before even reaching Long Sun. He collapsed and gasped weakly, I cannot go on. Then he hugged his own body in pain. While he was still groaning, the old man looked at him and said, so young yet already this weak. But he lasted longer than I thought. I assumed he would have fainted long ago. Because Za Lin could not travel so far, the boy used his fighting soul, with a mage origin that was truly impressive. So weak yet you still want to be my disciple. Do you intend to withdraw the promise you made to the Stack family head that day? He angrily shouted you. Men was startled, and he immediately softened and said it was fine. Boy's breathing had stabilized. It would be terrifying if he possessed a complete fighting soul. How long do you plan to sit there? The road is still long. Is the Cloudweave family's standard only this much? Men struggled to his feet and replied, probably so. The journey after that continued on. Men dragged his heavy steps like a pack of exhausted beasts. Strange, the road is so rugged, yet he still walks as swiftly as ever. Even his clothes are not stained by a single speck of dust. His gait is as light as the wind. The wind, that thought made him suddenly freeze. Only now did he realize there was a current of wind flowing behind him. Could it be that? Until now, he had only focused on guiding mana through his body. But what if he used mana as a bridge to merge with the flow of wind? As soon as the thought arose, men immediately put it to the test. Just as expected, every movement became noticeably lighter. Combat magic for novices attribute optimization awakened. Combat magic for novices wind attribute optimization officially activated. Have I evolved an attribute? He could not help but feel astonished. Combat magic for novices attribute evolution has been engraved into consciousness. I cannot become a pure ice maid like Ludia. With my superior mana reserves, I can still wield multiple elements. That is the path of a battle mage. The old man silently observed his disciple. What had this boy just comprehended now? Mana in the transcendent Holy Grail was completely drained. The boy panted while the Grail wailed that it was about to starve to death and refused to move any farther. He complained with difficulty, Master, you and her are truly too much. Transcendent Grail screamed out, La Sen, wake up, La Sen. Truly a monstrous kid, both a mage and capable of running 100 kilometers in 50 minutes. He has fallen asleep. Fine, then the road will wait. Unable to endure means lacking sufficient resolve. That is how my brother and I trained. When I was 10 years old, 100 kilometers in 50 minutes. Thinking back, even I could not manage it. My brother, a family head, was the same. After all, the more one trains, the more agile the body becomes. He suddenly woke from a dream. Oh, Master, what are you doing? He grumbled that he had dragged the boy to the head of Long Sun with this frail old body while he slept, then complained of exhaustion and told him to manage on his own. I'm only escorting you this far, he replied in pain. Ah, yes, thank you. At last they arrived. This was the head of Long Sun. He'll pretend to wander around while searching for the well. This place looks like an abandoned town that once had residents. He feigned ignorance and asked, did you not say you had memories here? The old man replied curtly, you do not need to know. It seems there is no one around. I will look around. Do as you please. 1,000-mile eye activated. Current location is the old town. Small town that once served as a bandit nest 30 years ago and was destroyed by Markner while passing through. He subdued more than 10 bandits with his bare hands. This incident was never disclosed to the outside world. He wiped out the bandits entirely, so he once performed a righteous deed here. This was also where Mark met Mai. Mai was a young woman who had been abducted. Markner fell in love at first sight and slaughtered the bandits to save her. But at that time, Mai had already been poisoned. He died before Markner could carry her out of the mountain range for treatment. So he never married and lived alone to this day, because he could not forget his first love. Master, is there something special about this place? The old man replied, find it yourself. How about helping me a little? That has nothing to do with me. I will search for more clues. Fine then. I will rest a bit, old bones after all. He stood alone in contemplation. That makes sense. Who would pay attention to such a desolate town? This well is where I once threw the bandits' bodies, but I am not sure they were merely ordinary bandits. Should I check again? After probing, he was startled and thought, impossible. There should have been bones filling this place, but now there is nothing left. Did someone clean it away? Why? If that is the case, then why set up a protective barrier here? Curled his lips into a smile. So that is how it is. There is a barrier surrounding the well. This is not simple at all. The bodies vanished. Could it be a soul seal? I do not yet know what the barrier is for, but breaking it should settle things. As he prepared to act, the boy asked what was down there. The old man was startled and tried to gloss it over. I see it now. The blood spring of the Millennium Dragon armor has revealed itself. The well is shrouded in a dark and sinister barrier spell. The blood spring is activated through a high-level barrier. A barrier spell? I never wrote such details. Master, do you know about this type of barrier? Since he knew there was a barrier at the mouth of the well, the old man irritably thought this boy was truly unfathomable. Does a martial practitioner understand barriers? Setting up a barrier and not using it is very strange. A high-level barrier spell like this costs far more time and resources than you think. It has likely existed for over 10 years and is still functioning. His knowledge far exceeds that of a 10-year-old. What exactly are you trying to say? I believe this well formed its barrier on its own. You say it created a barrier by itself. Absurd. He hesitated and spoke. This well is. Wait, when I killed the bandits, it was at this very well that I met Mai. That time Mai was critically ill from the bandits' poison. On the way down the mountain for treatment, she passed away. What, wait? I was gravely ill, yet she could still move freely around the well. A reasonable hypothesis is that a willful existence set up the barrier, a special case mages refer to by that term. I can speak plainly since he is not someone who gossips. Yes, that is how mages explain it. I have a secret to tell. The old man asked. A secret. I possess eyes that can see what others cannot. The proof is, I sensed a name from the well. My what? This well is called the Blood Spring. That is what my sister wanted me to see. I met my 30 years ago, when you had not yet been born. Your eyes can see the truth, but strangely I do not sense any blood aura at all. Have you thought of anything? How much have you figured out so far? That is everything. I am thinking about this well. Suddenly, a wisp of purple smoke rose from the mouth of the well. What kind of smoke is this? The old man said blankly. How would I know? Within the smoke, the vague figure of a woman appeared. A beautiful young woman with short hair. Both witnesses were struck with fear. His memories of the past surged forth. He realized in shock that it was Mai. Mai spoke. It has been a long time, Markner. That woman was Markner's first love, Mai, but she was no longer human. She was a demon. The smoke carried a scent that bewitched humanity. You have changed so much. You came to see me because you still have not forgotten me. He hesitated and replied that he had never forgotten. So how does it feel to see your first love again? You have grown much older, but I have become more beautiful than before. First love truly is the hardest thing to forget. Think so? What do you mean? I am still haunted by the moment you died. That heavy weight has pressed on me for so many years. But now I can let go. She lowered her gaze sweetly and called Markner. I threw herself into his arms and said, it has been a long time. Why do we not come a little closer? Return to how it was when we were young. You are grown and even more alluring now, is that so? It is wonderful to meet again. Let us stay together forever. The old man called La Sen. The boy witnessing this scene turned away awkwardly. Yes, master. The old man only warned, be careful. Suddenly Mai tightened her grip around his master's neck. He. Even the demon Mai was stunned. What are you doing? This is the first lesson I teach you. The woman before you is either a demon or merely a wandering soul. There are two ways to hunt demons. One is to deal sufficient physical damage to kill it. The other is to use a fighting soul, mana, or other forms of energy. The demon cried out in pain, calling Markner. I never expected you to be so ruthless. But he replied coldly, what you see now is the basic martial art of Jerzendel, one of the 4 foundational concepts. Shatter. Then watched intently. An enormous amount of fighting soul was gathering, waiting to erupt. This old man showed no mercy at all. The demon Mai screamed, what is this? What did you do to me? Did not strike her physical body at all. He was startled by that decisiveness. This was the move from that day, destruction. The space where her soul resided. Demon Mai shrieked in agony as he shattered that entire layer of space. Marken, do you truly want to kill me? Are you really going to do this? I once loved you. How can you treat me like this? Look carefully. This is the first method to eliminate a demon. Use overwhelming force to shatter space and directly affect the soul. Men nodded and said, I understand. Immediately after, He charged forward without hesitation. His fist struck straight at the demon's core. She screamed in fury, "How dare you strike a beauty like me, or are you all eunuchs?" His chest tightened slightly as mana was compressed too rapidly, but the sensation quickly stabilized. She screamed in pain, before dissipating. She even laughed and said this was a contest between two men. Only one could possess me. Her laughter echoed as her figure gradually dispersed. He nodded and praised him for doing well. Men replied that it was thanks to his guidance. After that, men hesitantly asked why he had not finished her off from the start. The old man frowned and asked what he was talking about. "I guessed you did not strike immediately because you still had feelings for her." The young man was instantly hit by a thunderous punch. "I did not even have time to activate unyielding will. This kid has pretty quick reflexes." His method of killing demons was completely different from ordinary mages or fist martial artists. Condensed all his mana into a single fist, then forced it to erupt in an instant. Normally, this method would shatter a mage's entire arm. That was why he truly could not understand how the old man's body endured such terrifying recoil. "Are you trying to kill your disciple as well?" He snorted coldly and said he would teach something else next time. Men asked curiously then, "What will you teach me?" He replied, "Then the kid can try it himself." And asked, "Is it to conceal these eyes of mine? What makes you think I would do that?" The others would surely be jealous. "Why does this kid trust me so much?" Well, that does not really matter. Mutant like you actually comes from the Cloud Weave family. So this is what Ivelia prepared for you. Yes, though I rearranged it myself, this is an artificial dungeon. Artificial dungeon is a virtual space created by mages for specific purposes. I think it was originally a natural dungeon, but she modified it. Exactly the sort of thing mages like to do. Either let him go straight through or not at all. Why does she like making everything so complicated? He yawned and said she was still rather eccentric. "I do not believe she wants to kill me, but there is definitely something here, perhaps a guardian." "Well then, good luck." After saying that, he jumped straight into the well. The old man immediately jumped down after him, and kept falling without touching the bottom. Even the old man did not expect the well to be this deep. "That is right. Were the bandits I once killed only imaginary? All of it was manipulated memories that I never noticed." As he slid down, he thought, even such a powerful demon did not notice if Ivelia came here then. His vision image activated. The destroyer of settings is questioning the world's capabilities. The destroyer. Destroyer of settings, is it Markner? The destroyer is recognizing deficiencies in abilities. Part of the power has been reduced. Felt a flicker of worry, reduced. Another setting again, this time it is clear. After Markner visited the blood well, for over 30 years no one discovered it. Reason was that in the original work the one who found the well was Cassin, not a demon hunter. I need another key point for the story to continue logically. Only one who possesses the heavenly 1,000-mile eye could notice this disguise. The system announced that the ability deficiency has been partially compensated. I obtained more information this time. Nothing happened at all. That counts as a perfect answer. If this continues, the entire world will collapse. I must be more cautious. Current location confirmed. The 1,000-year forgotten lair of dragons. Landed at the bottom of the well. This place was the ancient lair of dragons. The old man called his disciple. Men responded and asked why he did not use magic. Magic, that is right. Why not use detection or investigation magic? He hesitated. I am only a second circle mage. I need to reach third circle to use those spells right. Your mana is nearly at third circle, yet you are still alive. Truly a strange child. Besides direction, why not check for danger? My sister would not set a test beyond my limits. For example, lighting a fire for illumination. Even first circle mages can do that. This is a dungeon. Unnecessary mana consumption is taboo. Truly a bizarre kid. Deeper they went, the narrower the field of vision became. Air here is really damp, haha. It should be nearby. That is right beside this pond. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Turn back." The old man thought suspiciously why she left this thing here. Her taste is still as strange as before. Men said he heard she picked up a glowing purple toy. So she named it the Bronze Giant. Giant that looks this small, of course, because it is not a real giant, just a cast replica. The resentful voice echoed, ordering them to turn back. As the guardian of the treasure, men sighed and said it would not be easy to deal with. The old man warned men worriedly. A direct confrontation will lead to defeat. I know, but I cannot stop here. The voice continued to echo, turn back, turn back. A single mistake means the end. That is why I brought Markner along. There's only one chance. In the original work, Cassin was severely injured by just the first strike of the Bronze Giant, nearly losing his life. Reacted immediately. A violent explosion erupted. Thought confidently, I will not let it hit me. The treasure-guarding warrior began to move, then stepped forward and said, all right, let us begin. I will bring you down with a single blow, come. It seems a good show is about to start. When the demon fired, he barely dodged by a hair. Oh, it is really hot, but still not as bad as Cassin in the original work. Gigantic demon charged straight at him. In the original novel, Cassin was still holding his sword despite being gravely wounded. And this was the turning point where it all began. This is the only opportunity I can seize. Cassin charged straight at the bronze giant, but if I face it head-on, I definitely have no chance of winning. Therefore, continuously, evading lightly, and activating defense will be enough. Good, I managed to block it on the blade. Though it burns, it is still bearable for a few more seconds. Now I just need to approach the giant's joints, damn it. I carelessly slammed straight into the eye wall. The old man stood watching with arms crossed, looking as though he was enjoying a magical performance. Actually, looking at it as a whole, it is not bad at all. Men panted from exhaustion, hovering in midair. From this position, he could leap toward the giant's attack point. Cassin had previously used his sword to strike directly at the bronze giant's joints. Those points were the crucial targets, and also its weakness. So this is your Achilles heel? Very well. I must pour all my skills into a single strike and hit the joint to finish it. But a new incident suddenly appeared from afar. An object skimmed past men's back. A poison arrow, how did I forget about that? It brushed past the burn. I did not write this detail into the main version. It only existed in the draft, but it seems it still exists here. I was too focused on each individual guardian. Being lost in thought caused men to lower his guard. Everything was clearly not as simple as I had imagined. The old man looked at men with concern. This reckless brat. He had just blown away an entire arm of the bronze giant guardian. In that brief moment, he concentrated all his combat power and mana into a single punch. At the same time, he knocked the bronze giant's sword off course. But the overwhelming force still sent him flying. Master, help me. I plan to try a new skill, but it is too difficult to control, struggling this much against just a few weak enemies. Because of the sudden change, I ran out of mana. The old man shook his head and said he was truly weak. Fine then, at least you showed me a commendable battle. In that case, I will also put on a little demonstration for you. Men stared at his master in shock, that is. The fighting soul of Markner that you saw before. This time it is far stronger. The old man softly spoke a single word, collapse. Immediately the monster shattered. An explosion flared like New Year fireworks. This is the highest realm of verbal command. Could this be the system's meaning of the ultimate power of words? He scratched his head in confusion, wondering if he could even survive in this world. The old man looked at him and said, "Let us go." On the night of the full moon, the moon was round and bright. Figures silently leapt back and forth. It was the dark-skinned boy with an extremely serious expression. In the end, he tired and asked to rest for a moment. How about talking somewhere else? How can you be so weak yet dare call yourself the young master's shadow? I am not weak, it is just that you are too strong, she replied coldly. If you can still talk, then you are not dead yet. Wait, 2 nights ago. Depart 2 days after me. The destination is the peak of Long Sun. The dungeon entrance is the well. Find me there. Well and traces of battle. This must be the place, the dungeon entrance. Even with poison resistance from a sacred item, it still aches. You should have acted earlier. I have run out of mana. I'm old and get tired too. Men stared at his master in shock. Old. So what do we do next? If there are guardians, then there must be treasure. Saying something so obvious yet still surprising me. Then we just need to find the treasure. I will lead the way. By the way, Harem, do you not notice anything strange? What? The bronze giant's body is coated with a special oil. You noticed it during the fight. Latin has no scent, so it is only detected when standing on it. Latin is a special oil from the south, commonly used to prevent metal from moisture. The giant is coated in Latin yet was still struck by lightning. Is that not strange? Tin is also weak to certain poisons. You are thinking of a countermeasure, right? How irritating. I thought this time it would definitely succeed. Just 2 centimeters further to the right, and you would be dead. I did not dodge because it was unnecessary. Old man, next time I will definitely kill you. I thought dark magic would be useful in this environment. Poison will corrode the Latin and then spread, so the path must be filled with toxic miasma. The old man thought as expected of Ivelia's younger brother. That is right. The entrance has already been covered in poisonous gas. It is completely different from the poison on the arrow earlier. Inhaling this will permanently paralyze the limbs. I cannot help because I am not a mage. Why does he look so interested? I prepared something in advance for this situation. What is it? Hey sister, are you sure this is the dungeon entrance? Thump. Is there any safe path down? The dark-skinned boy screamed in pain. Flower. No, no, no. Era panicked and apologized to Ham to Tongue. There is not much time left. Where there is poison, there must be an antidote. 2 immediately rushed off to find men. She landed lightly, while the dark-skinned boy fell heavily in pain. Issa, are you trying to kill me? The boy looked at her. She replied coldly, what? You will die if you do not stand up immediately. Pain is the best way to stay awake. Hampton thought in terror, she really intends to stab me. Once gave me candy when I cried 2 years ago. That was everything. She did not stop and pointed this way. The master turned his head in astonishment. Men smiled. They have arrived. You too are. Two youths politely greeted the battle king. The old man recognized them as his subordinates. This servant was the woman I met last time. Father assigned them to me because I lack manpower. Haha, that really is his style. Ordinary people have an aura that shows their strength. A strong aura is not necessarily frightening. Those with no aura at all are the ones who have reached the highest realm. For the best assassin I have ever seen. The others must already be dead, so I must be the best. You are too modest. An assassin who is overly arrogant dies early. I see that as necessary vigilance. You have poison on your body. The dark-skinned boy replied in surprise, yes. You become his shadow, the boy said excitedly. That is right. That is fine. What is your plan to protect the young master? He mocked the dark-skinned boy, trembling like a cat. Is this your plan? So that is why you are confident, and this kid will deal with the poison. I cannot remove the poison, but I can create a temporary antidote to protect the young master. Ben stepped forward to comfort Ham to tongue. Yes, young master. Thank you for giving it your all. Of course, by your side I fear nothing, young master. Young master, hold this in your mouth, and it will resist most toxins. Swallowing it has no effect, right? Yes, you must not swallow it. Cassin in the story had to lie bedridden for 3 days because of this poison, so I know what to do. Good, after all, I am the one who wrote it. I will return immediately. Wait here, yes. This poison is truly troublesome, but I have an outstanding disciple, no more words. The two advanced deeper inside together. We have arrived, the place where the Millennium Dragon armor is stored. Seen before them was truly very unusual. However, everything was still not over here. Glanced toward the other direction. A brilliant stream of light erupted there. What appeared was the Millennium Dragon armor. Millennium Dragon armor. That piece of cloth functioned like a true suit of armor. It could protect the heart at least once for its owner. It looked as if it carried the breath of life. Another sense of unease surfaced. What the hell is this? Only one qualified to inherit could read the words engraved on the ground. Seeing Markner remain silent, I guessed only I could see it thanks to the 1,000-mile eye. So this is the item Ivelia wanted to give you. It really is not bad. I never wrote this part in the novel. Perhaps this world hides things that even the author like me does not know. Either way, I only need to take this. The Millennium Dragon armor if placed before my chest. He held it tightly against himself, determined to absorb it completely, transformed into a form of mystic force, a power that would preserve his life. The transcendent Grail appeared and said, "The feeling is wonderful. I also feel extremely comfortable. Let us return. Thank you, master." The master replied, "If you wish to thank me, then repay me. Is that the item you just obtained?" "Yes. That is the armor protecting your heart." "Armor, but you are not wearing anything." "In short, its form has changed, and I am wearing it now." The boy shouted excitedly, "What, really? That is cool." "Of course, kid. Do you want to try punching my heart if you still doubt it? With your own fist? Would trying with a sword not be better?" "What? Why do you have a sword in the bathroom?" "Go easy, hey. You really are wearing armor." Judy A. spoke from outside. "I want to go in too." Hey Ra replied coldly, not aloud. The notification showed the Millennium Dragon armor durability is currently 32 out of 100. The artifact will be destroyed when durability reaches 0. Durability can recover using mana, but decreases due to excessive testing. Cassin, can you defend for a moment? I want to use the mana absorption skill. Sure. Today my friend is stabbing a sword into my heart again. Is this the meaning of heroic friendship Father spoke of? Millennium Dragon armor durability increased by 1. Current durability is 33 out of 100. It increases by 1 each minute, so it will reach 100 out of 100 in about 1 hour. You, Cassin, well done. It is nothing. Then see you again tomorrow, Lassen. The protagonist I created said to Cassin, certainly. After that, he walked alone through the silent night. The empty space, he called out. Yes, young master, the shadow boy replied. You called me. Do you want to try stabbing for real? Ra narrowed her eyes and said, if so. If I strike with full force, you will certainly die. Are you sure? Threatened like that, he hesitated. As expected, that man was still afraid even with the Millennium Dragon armor. Ra suddenly spoke, young master. You must become even stronger. You must succeed. He closed his eyes and affirmed, you are right. He looked straight ahead and said, I will succeed. 1 year later in the mountain range behind the Zet family estate. That your basic physical training course ends, but you must still wear black clothing underneath. A painful cry rang out, this is impossible, it must weigh a ton. The old man replied, only 300 kilograms. The more you complain, the more tired you get. I only wear it during absorption training. Every day of your life is cultivation. Time passed swiftly like the wind. Lassen is now 11 years old. While training diligently, the boy suddenly froze. Goo, sister. The old man said, I will not be fooled again, kid. Old man, this time I am not lying. Then he was astonished. You are right. The beautiful mage of the Cloud family Ivelia Ma appeared. It has been a long time. Lassen sent me a letter. He replied, yes, it has been a while. The boy looked at her and smiled. I missed you, sister. The life of 11-year-old Lassen Cloud officially began. The letter sent to beloved Ivelia, and the respected elder sister opened all wishes revolving around her. She hoped it was not just respect, but also fondness. He honestly apologized, but she said fondness was even better. Felt embarrassed being teased. Ah, I understand. Haha, I was just joking. Do you want to go with me? He looked over and replied, yes. The monkey Laukar appeared. As you wrote in the letter, Ludia cannot develop here. She is noisy and useless. Hand her over to me. Ikiki, I will roast you. You want me to raise a child without cloud blood? No, she is bound to me by a special contract, so she must obey. The boy looked over and said, and I will obey you as well, meaning I will work under you if you agree. Then I must ask you a few things. What things? She asked, what have you done over the past year? Indeed, I did not improve or cultivate like a true mage. My mana and magical power barely changed compared to last year, but I focused on something else. Help my body adapt to absorb purer mana. Altering myself, battle magic techniques and transcendent attributes place great pressure on the body. I will gradually transform my body to endure that pressure. Please trust me and wait for me. Asen, yes, she said sternly. Who do you think I am? The purest cloud bloodline, and a prime candidate for the position of family head. The one walking the great path of magic is you. I was not talking about my mana not increasing at all. I only asked how you lived over the past year. I understand now. I misunderstood. Ivelia longs for affection like Cassing. Perhaps I am the first in the family to send her a letter of encouragement. Sister, do you want to have dinner with me like family? She smiled and said, family sounds warm. Later you will pick flowers from the garden for me. The flowers this season are very beautiful. I clearly remember you from a year ago, so prove to me that you have grown. Prove that you are different from before. Hey-Ra replied, yes, young master. He said anxiously, you heard everything right. He ignored it and said, I will wake you early to leave before 6. We are not sure how long the trip will take. I will prepare food and water. As for the test, I wonder what she will prepare for me. I guess it is a method I have never tried. That is right, she will surely accept this younger brother. All right, I will show her how Lassen has changed. The next morning he drowsily asked, did you sleep well, sister? Yes, you look very good. You already know what you must do. Yes, that is also part of the test. You must have thought a lot last night. Yes, I must prove I am stronger even if my mana has not increased. The test must be completed within a few days without affecting the journey, so only one option remains. She turned and asked, so what do you think I will test? The poison demon grounds at Biden Rock Mountain. That is the only place I thought of. That is correct, let us go. He held her hand and obediently replied, yes, sister. Then he added, all right, can I bring ham to tongue? Ham to tongue. Turned out beneath their feet was a boy panting heavily, huff huff. Boy trembled and said, this is a bit sudden, young master. Huff, sorry, ham to tongue. Current location is by Forest Stone Mountain, Red Pine Forest. There are many red pine trees here. I clearly remember the description of the red pine forest in the novel. This is where monsters gather, one of the most dangerous regions on the continent. Red pine symbolizes peril. Will only observe right. Yes, as long as you are not dead. She will not intervene even if limbs are injured or life is threatened. Young master, there is a sign ahead. Habitat of the poison demon tribe, extremely dangerous. Approaching from this direction is forbidden. Along the road, only the heavy breathing of the dark-skinned boy echoed. Huff, huff. Young master, how much farther? Almost there, keep going. The boy complained, huff, huff, you have been saying that for a while. It is around here. Prepare what I instructed. Yes, young master. It was not out of fear that he brought ham to tongue. He ordered, release more strength. Lassen alone cannot win if the poison demons move in groups, so I plan to eliminate them all after he handles part of them. It seems he came up with a more interesting plan. The shadow boy said, all right, that is enough. Yes, young master. You climb trees. You wiped sweat and replied, probably if I try. Do not worry, just climb onto my back. Then he dashed forward swiftly. You, young master. The eldest sister glanced at little men, a hint of mild surprise flashing across her face. His steps were now far more fluid, completely different from the clumsy stealth skill he once had. Almost instantly, the monster manifested. Just as I had predicted, a pack of poison fiends is approaching. Merely glanced once, and asserted that a mage would never use this method. I know, just like clever little men said, I do not want to work the way a mage does. Little men eagerly responded. He wanted to become more special than others. Returning to the present, the group of monsters began to howl violently. Seeing that scene, she suddenly understood. So that is how it is, now I see clearly. This is the plan you came up with after learning that poison fiends live in packs, right? Exactly, they split into 7 groups and almost never get along with one another. He studied them carefully. As long as meat bait is brought out, they can be lured. Another group will grow jealous, and a chaotic battle will immediately erupt. Poison fiends went mad, screaming KAA as the sound echoed. Then they charged in and slaughtered their own kind. He silently observed with an owl-like gaze, whispering, it has begun. Now all that is left is to stand. and watched the play unfold itself. Before them was the sight of monsters fighting each other in madness. They did not hesitate to hack off the heads of their brethren. 3-2 miscounted. 1, 2, 3, 4. In the end, only exactly one remained. It howled viciously in a frenzy. Monster roared in delight at becoming the final survivor. Brother men continued to watch quietly and did not rush to act. Not long after, it detected his presence. With just a sideways glance, it was terrified to the point its courage shattered. His speed was unbelievably fast. He ended it in an instant before it could understand anything. A. Flesh scattered everywhere. Seeing the carnage around them, the dark-skinned boy trembled and asked, why are there so many? A total of 24. Truly unexpected. The eldest sister thought silently, if father were here, what would he think? Would he be furious or satisfied? Moreover, he even carried a chest protection item. When poison fiends gather in groups of more than 10, they will elect a leader. I marked the entire route and will show you my magic. Thinking of that, Hamtun shivered unconsciously. Even more poison cores. HMPH, the smell is really unpleasant. If the leader was once a warrior, he would definitely flaunt his strength, but if he were a mage, it would be different. The whole group went deeper into the cave when they suddenly heard something fall. At that moment, a trembling goblin hid in the corner. He was the mage of the poison fiend pack. Sensing the aura of Sister Ivelia, he was terrified to the extreme. Hampton exclaimed in shock, this is really the leader. Seeing Hamper even more frightened than this monster, human bones lay nearby, proving humans were the main food. Get it, he channeled powerful demonic power and spoke a farewell. Only the strongest has the right to live. Sister, this is the magical combat technique I learned. Sister praised, well done, you worked very hard. You dared to approach the ancient poison fiend mage. Because I am here, yes, I believe you will protect me. That weak thinking is not good. Are you being stubborn again? He laughed freely, but Sister liked that answer. Seeing that, he hesitantly called out, Sister. This time Sister tests you. Next time Sister will show you my ability, little brother. Seems her mood is very good. Young Master Tian shouted. What is going on? So we have to walk back. We will stay in the mountain for a few days. Stay here. At least you still have rations, right? Yes, but do you want to know why I did not return immediately, Tom? Because I let Ludia go with Sister. What do you mean? She will follow orders and Heiza will notice when Ludia leaves. Are you planning to return to Heiza? Not exactly, just wait here and she will come. This place has been cleared of poison fiends, so it is fairly safe. Hampton asked curiously, young master, could it be you came here to save people outside the protected zone? Area outside the protection is a place without shelter. Most of humanity lives in those regions. Then Hamtun continued, my parents. They also died outside the protected zone. You knew goblins like hunting humans, so you killed the leader. I am proud to be your shadow, young master. Reacted a bit excessively, but just go along with it. That is right. You are truly amazing. Wait, if it were Sister, would she be satisfied with what was just done? Though her tone showed she was quite pleased, the Ivelia he created would be very resolute. There is still one more practical trial. He immediately activated Saint Mode. Hamperting, I will count from 1 to 3, run out of the cave without looking up. Hamtun asked blankly, look up. And by reflex, he actually looked up. A ferocious white tiger of the wilderness. Hamtun was struck dumb like a sewer rat. Brother men counted down 1, 2, the white tiger noticed them and roared madly. Then shouted loudly 3. Hamtun buried his head and fled. Why did I not go with myself that day? What kind of scent is he planning to create? Well then, just trust and follow his words. Hey, do not mind him anymore. Focus on me. Perhaps she will be a little disappointed that I passed the test too easily, because what she wants to see is my limit. If this were a year ago, this would have been completely impossible. Basic magical combat techniques, optimized defensive capability, truly confronting and capturing a white tiger. I felt the airflow was strong enough. Sister's trial, I will overcome it all. White tiger spoke, you are very confident in your speed, Try it. Saying that, he leapt powerfully. He charged straight into the mouth of the white tiger. I am sorry, but the joke ends here. Using high-level gravity, he hurled it straight into the tiger's throat. What do you think? Is it tasty? Even so, he was worried facing the giant monster. He might get hit. He used beginner combat magic to defend himself. 1,000-year dragon armor blocked the strike. Durability remained at 62%. Though he defended in time, his left arm and ribs were still broken. He painfully clutched his arm. If not for the 1,000-year dragon armor, I would have lost my life. Activating self-regeneration. I am faster, but the tiger is strong in both offense and defense. So retreat to Hampton Cave to reassess. Hampton said in panic, I am sorry, young master, please kill me. Why should I kill you? Self-regeneration consumes a lot of mana. Must conserve it. You would not be injured if I acted as bait. That makes sense. A shadow, dying for the master is a glorious death. He shouted, shut up. Once dead you know nothing. Hamtun replied gloomily, young master. If my shadow loses his life, then how should I handle it? I will never let you die. Tun looked at An Men as if gazing at a guiding light, respect rising in his heart for the young master. Everything is far more than I had imagined. Immediately after, Tun trembled and turned his head to look over again. The tiger was completely unable to approach the cave area. I found this strange the moment I set foot here. Strange, you say, in what way? Place where goblins live in great numbers. Yet outside the cave there are only scattered traces. There must be a reason. Without a doubt, the goblins have been confined here. That is why toxins accumulated so densely that the white tiger cannot enter the cave while we remain safe, yes. And there is also this. Young master, could it be that this was caused by? That is right. Yahello deliberately gathered the goblins here. He did that back then to protect this place from the white tiger. Exactly. So we will wait here until Era arrives. He replied, Tong. Hampton stood stunned. Tong, that is the safest option but not necessarily the optimal one. We'll take down the tiger before Era arrives. That white tiger, can you poison it and paralyze it? Hampton replied in shock. I can do it, but it is not enough to restrain a large tiger like that. He did not need to act like a motionless tiger. The bewildered child asked again, so how much would be enough? It was enough to make everything simpler. If he passed this test, then Yahello would grant him a reward worthy of the difficulty. Not long after, a complete cup of poison was finished. Everything was smeared onto the goblin corpses, chopping them into pieces and then smearing again. Tun did the same. The goblin bodies were torn apart. When everything was done, he casually tossed in the goblin meat chunks soaked in the fivefold poison. Tiger roared in agony. Tun stood behind watching him and felt a cold and ruthless aura emanating from him. The two of them quietly slipped into the stone cave and waited. He men tapped the ground in boredom. His face was calm as he began counting down. 59, then 58. After roughly half an hour had passed, he finally stretched and loosened his body. All right, this was the hottest moment of the day. It seemed the white tiger had begun to exhaust itself. For a mage only 11 years old to hunt and kill a white tiger in this world was almost impossible. Not only for a mage, but for anyone. I was sure Yahello understood this clearly, so this test was inherently impossible. She wanted to see how far he could go, so he would prove it to her. He looked back on his own progress over the past year. It had been 2 years since he took over La Sen's body, and La Sen only had 7 years left to live. His death seemed to have already been predetermined. No matter what method he used, he had to change this world, to become stronger than Nivlia, even surpass Bowditch Acre, and even the protagonist and the others as well. He activated the incantation magic. Then it was time to begin the second round. He would survive. The La Sen character system responded to his intense resolve. Lightning Blitz tactics had been unlocked. Lightning Blitz tactics. Activate Lightning Blitz tactics. The body inside him reacted violently at once. Even Tun was stunned. The young master mana. It had increased by 3 cycles, then reached the 4th cycle. With your current mana, you can maintain Lightning Blitz tactics for 3 seconds. The automatic delay mechanism is activated. Lightning Blitz tactics was a skill that condensed all mana into an instant, an unspoken law of the battle soul that Markner once taught, power drawn from both body and soul. Destruction was the annihilation of both body and soul, while severing was creating a straight line on a plane. Death was the endpoint of that line. That was the unspoken law of the battle soul. Back then he had been yawning endlessly from boredom. I do not understand what you are saying. The clairvoyant eye does not work when I need it. In other words, it depends on will. Then is that really so important? All 4 unspoken laws reflect will wrong. I will show you. I thought you were very smart. A good idea then if I strike down. When will this land split apart and be erased? Master, what nonsense are you talking about? This is the territory of the Zet family. You cannot do that. But then he truly exerted the power of will. Everyone looked at his face and screamed in fear. Wait, stop it, he is not joking. The Zet family will be wiped out. Immediately after, a bucket of cold water was poured straight over his head. The master said, now do you understand? This is the power of the battle soul when it reflects will. There was no more time. He had to envelop will into mana and erupt with Lightning Blitz tactics. He exerted his will, I will kill. Like self-manifestation, he would become even stronger. Last, he successfully activated Lightning Blitz tactics. His new skill, Lightning Blitz tactics. Only 3 seconds remained. He had no time left. Wait, he could not maintain balance because his physical strength had increased too abruptly. As consciousness gradually faded, the system rang out. 2 seconds remaining for Lightning Blitz tactics. And activate Wind Attribute Optimization. 1 second remaining for Lightning Blitz tactics. Prepare to take its life. This was the true way to wield the battle soul. In his mind, will echoed endlessly. He had to kill the white tiger. Violent explosion erupted. Behind, Tun called out anxiously, young master. He men gasped weakly. The system announced that mana was depleted. Lightning Blitz tactics ended. The clairvoyant eye also ceased. His eyelids closed as he softly said, sister, Thank you for the gift. Then he collapsed unconscious. Hamtun rushed over and asked, young master, are you all right? Transcendent Cup in the demon tube spoke. Hey, this body feels very strange. Mana is completely drained. It was fine just now. He could not move, could not even open his mouth. This skill left consequences that were far too severe. He needed time to master it. While later, from afar the two of them once again caught sight of a familiar gaze flashing. What, another white tiger, and another one at that. He struggled to open his eyes, just as he had predicted. In his heart he secretly rejoiced. You have come, listen carefully. He appeared, turned to the white tiger and said, now I will let you rest. Then she simply swept her hand horizontally. The white tiger died a miserable death. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing her body red. He calmly walked over, her entire body drenched in blood. I am glad the two of you are fine. Even more terrifying than the white tiger. He saw everything that happened. No, it was his consciousness. Young Master Hamtun called, it is all right now, let us go back. After that he slept deeply for several days. In that long dream he saw himself again and his father Sung Min, an ordinary salaried worker, struggling daily to repay debts. B-list novel author, tirelessly writing through the night. Living in that life, he almost forgot that he was possessing La Sen body. Then he jolted awake as if suffocating. He gasped endlessly. A voice rang out, young master, you are awake. How long did I sleep? About 3 days, sir. 3 days, that was quite a while. He was no longer panicked like before. It hurts so much. What the hell is this? That is the white tiger heart fragment you killed. That white tiger was chopped apart so. Knew it but still brought it here. The white tiger heart has extremely strong recovery ability. I think it will help you. He said thank you, Issa. It seemed his sister already knew who had come here. That was why she prepared 2 white tigers, perhaps to prolong time and force him into battle. But there was something that puzzled him. What was it? With your skills, you should have noticed there were 2 white tigers the moment you entered the mountain. Even so, you leisurely carried one with you. I do not think it was because it was too heavy. Carrying it or not does not affect my speed. I believe that. After all, you are the strongest assassin in the world according to the very story I wrote. I was sure his sister Ivelia had requested her to do so. But with your personality, you surely would not agree. She wanted to test me, while you prioritized protection. She must have used restrictive magic to prevent you from moving too fast. What you said is completely correct. Young Master was not speaking to me, but to the one listening, that was Lady Ivelia. He stepped down from the bed. Well, since the training is done, then let us return to practice. Do you feel all right? Do not worry, he had to become stronger, otherwise he would be nothing. After finishing eavesdropping, Big Sister Nivea left immediately. She opened a teleportation gate and disappeared, not bothering to meet once she knew the kid was fine. The boy did well, right? Yes, at present he has maintained the second circle. A year ago there was something commendable, but his current condition was even worse than before. I have a few things I want to ask. Ivelia, go ahead. What did the youngest do to make you care so much? You like him. But as a mage, he still lacks something. Even so, the boy is smarter than any child you have ever met. He is also not overly arrogant or selfish. And that makes you like him even more. If father allows it, you want him to belong to you. That matter you can decide for yourself. Hearing her father nod in approval, she softly spoke her thanks, father. From that day onward, the flow of time quietly passed. Time continued to move forward, until it reached the date of the first day of the first month of the year 223 in the High Kayan calendar. In other words, 3 years had passed. Hey Wai Ra spoke up, addressing the youth before her as young master. What is it, Hey Wai Ra? He thought the kid had already passed puberty, who knew he was still as restless as a flower fruit mountain monkey, already 14 this year. A letter from the family head was finally delivered. He replied slowly, Hey Wai Ra, yes young master. You cut my hair as usual. Have you read the letter yet? Yes. I will return to the main house. Members of the Mei Tung family between 14 and 16 must all participate in pilgrimage, so you are no exception. I will travel the world, searching for ancient relics and recruiting people outside the family. People who belong solely to you, yes, like you and Hey Wai Ra. When we return to the main house, what will you do first? The two chatted while cutting hair. I need to clean my room since I have not been back for a long time. You are not a servant. Leave it to others. Well, I like that trait of yours anyway. How is it, young master? He looked at his reflection in the mirror and smiled. I like this style. As always, thank you, Hey Wai Ra. It is nothing. You return, what role will you begin with first, young master? I have thought about this for quite a long time. His eyes shone with resolve. I have decided. The scene shifted to a beautiful woman named Ludia, the fire contract bearer of La Sen and the future nemesis of mages. She cried out excitedly, is La Sen really coming back? Hammer struck hard on Ludia's head, accompanied by an angry voice. I told you to mind your manners. She cried out in pain. Ah, it hurts. I have been locked up here for so long, let me go see La Sen. La Sen only stopped to greet the family head before leaving. You will not be able to meet him. She buried her face in a pile of books and said sadly, "That is impossible. Why not? I am Lassen closest friend. Family comes first, but I am Lassen fire contract bearer. That means nothing to Avelia May Tung, the eldest young lady candidate for family head. I'm also his family. If I marry Lassen, then I naturally become his family." Ouch, why did you knock my head again? I told you to speak properly. This matter spread everywhere, someone said. So that brat is on a pilgrimage then? Yes, Lady Bercia. Bercia May Tung, the third young lady candidate for family head, was furious after hearing that he had defeated her younger sister. Before a loud shout rang out, "What nonsense are you talking about? Not only did he burn our heads, but he even dared to steal Safia Wing and the ancient stone." A stranger roared angrily, "In the name of Lord Hen Ko, I will execute you all. Where is the ancient stone hidden?" The guard beside said, "Lady Bercia, let me handle it." Bercia stepped past her subordinate VCEZ protective barrier and walked straight toward that man, lady. Felt insulted and roared, seeking death. "Fine, then I will send you off." His arm was sturdy, yet he still screamed madly with foolish words. "It will soon no longer belong to you." Hearing that, he angrily grabbed his own head, then slammed it hard into the wall and roared, "Die." Those people said, "The May Tung clan is nothing special, but do not underestimate it recklessly." The warrior sneered and replied, "Leader, you worry too much." Immediately after, he let out a miserable scream. "Ah, my arm has been crippled." Severed arm appeared right beside Bercia. She glanced at the crowd and said coldly, "Let me see. Which part should I choose as decoration?" Hearing that, everyone trembled. What is there to fear? Even if it is the May Tung clan, there are only two people. Kill them all. As soon as the order was given, the barbarians charged forward. Bercia spoke up, "Tando, yes, I am here. If a single person touches me, I will take that person life first." One of them thought this scene was truly bizarre. Just a family head bloodline, yet already so strong, but they are also the elite army of Lord Hen Ko. Bercia slaughtered madly, her eyes clearly showing excitement and delight. The one called the leader fled in panic. He had to return and report immediately. From behind, he suddenly sensed the aura of death. He continued running, but his body had already. His head instantly fell from his neck. She held his head up and commented, "From afar it looks quite nice, but I must have seen wrong. By the way, has that trash journey ended yet?" The servant replied, "If it is young Master May Tung, then it is already over. You intend to go see him?" Bercia replied coldly, "No. I have no interest in useless vermin." The scene shifted to the sixth child of the May Chuang family. He was also fighting desperately. After slaughtering all the monsters, he released killing intent and said, "Sooner or later I will meet you again, La Sen." At present, May Tung, eldest brother of La Sen, is a third-tier mage. Bercia muttered irritably, "It is truly annoying that I cannot touch La Sen. This matter cannot be let go, at least. I must prepare a proper gift." "What is pilgrimage, you ask?" "I plan to travel for 2 years to collect treasures and grow stronger." The second young master of the prestigious swordsmanship family spoke while eating. "So you are going out to train?" Sitting opposite was Men, a second-tier mage. Kazin asked curiously non-stop, "Why do you have to do this?" "Mainly so I can be independent." That explanation is easy enough, right? "Moreover, by doing this, my brothers and sisters at home cannot interfere with me." Kazin took a sip of water and looked at him with sympathetic eyes. "Your enemies are actually your own family. Truly unfortunate." Sigh, "The May Tung clan has always been like this." After that, Min called Cassin. "Even if I return, we are still friends, all right. Understand what I mean, right?" The two clasped hands tightly in closeness, of course. From inside the lower hall, a voice rang out, "Let me help." He said, "I can handle it myself. But if the madam does everything, then what am I to do? You are not my servant. Let me serve the madam. Is that not allowed?" Hey Wai Ra, the shadow guard of La Sen, an assassin who follows rules without fail. So, the fourth wife of Dek A and La Sen mother said, "Because I arrange things better than you." Hey Wai Ra was left speechless and replied, "That matter." She could not refute it, "That is true, but..." Mother Soso asked, "Issa, do you think when we return to the main house we can still be this close?" Issa shook her head and replied, "I am not sure, but it will probably be somewhat difficult." Her gaze gradually became cold. Has La Sen returned? She replied, "Yes." La Sen prefers your current warmth more. Cannot allow the young master to let himself go, for the sake of both of us, and for his sake as well. After speaking, she withdrew her gentleness and vanished, then stood outside the door and called in, "Mother, you know I will return to the estate tomorrow, right?" "Yes, Mother knows." "When I return, can I meet Father first?" Sosa asked in surprise, "Do you want Mother to go with you?" He hesitated and replied, "If I meet him again, then it is fine." But Men continued, "From now on I will protect Mother." She was moved to tears when he said that. "There is one more thing I want to ask of Mother." Suddenly, the system notified that a variable affecting the storyline had appeared. Mother Soso stepped out the door, looked into the empty space and called, "Hey Wai Ra." "How did you know, madam?" I sensed her presence. Soso smiled and replied, "I am very happy to have your company, thank you." La Sen told me to meet him together with the child. "You mean, the child does not want me to continue living in hiding?" Honestly, I do not know if this is right. Thinking back, my life until now has been fine. My background is humble, so I cannot help Sen in any way. Every step I take, I must face those scrutinizing gazes. That meant it would become a weapon aimed straight at Sen. Sen told me to just ignore everything. The boy said I should do what I wanted because he would bear the consequences for me. So I made my decision. I will stand on Sen's side. Ra asked in shock if it was true. I once thought I was not capable enough, but reality proved otherwise. All this time, I lived in hiding out of fear that I would harm the boy. I knew very well they were always looking for ways to frame Sen. But now I understand, Sen has his own path, and my constant hiding was never of any help. He has no power, no knowledge or assassination skills, and no backing at all. Then where did that will and motivation come from in the end? Ra spoke up. I understand now. Family head truly cherishes you the most. Immediately after that, she suddenly disappeared. Mother Soso startled and looked around. Where did Ra go? Turned out Ra was too emotional and ran elsewhere. She blamed herself for daring to judge that woman. Why did I say those things? If they found out, I would definitely be silenced. She muttered to herself, why are you so soft-hearted, Ra? Till the next day, a beautiful day for farewell. A voice rang out, see you again, master. An angry voice shouted back, see my foot get lost. Beside him was the kid Hambo Tongue, a poison expert and Sen first shadow guard. Mark N, the second most powerful figure of the Marshal Ji Jiang family and also Sen master, spoke coldly. Do not send letters carelessly. I do not want to hear rumors I already know. Do not let anyone know I taught you. It is embarrassing. Men hurriedly replied, yes, yes. I will write to you, master, he snapped back. Did that even go into your ears? Despite being scolded, he climbed onto the carriage and left. Time continued to pass, neither fast nor slow. He would return to the Mei Tung household. As the carriage gradually disappeared, old Markner stood watching with a heavy heart. He muttered, that kid definitely will not write any letters. Inside the carriage he pondered, the main estate must have sent a mage to wait at the teleportation gate. He wondered who it would be. After that he called, hey Ra. Yes, young master. I have to cross the Black Sea, so they surely remembered to arrange a mage. He asked curiously who it was. He replied the letter did not say clearly, probably. Right after that he stared in shock toward the teleportation gate. The person who appeared was completely beyond his expectations. Evian. She smiled and introduced herself. Librarian of the Starlight Library, EVA at your service. Clearly an ice element mage. The swordsmanship family must have promised her some benefits. Not seeing Evian for a long time made him guess this place was heavily guarded. It was the same as ever, inviting him the moment she saw him. Would you like some Earl Grey tea, young master? All right then. Hey Ra beside him was displeased, knowing the young master did not like that tea at all. Why is that? He hesitated, then said, cold tea is fine too. She smiled and said, since you have returned, I hope you will visit the Starlight Library often. All right, Evian, I am leaving now. Yes, young master. Hey Ra warily thought if chocolate was their code signal. Group stepped into the teleportation gate together and departed. When passing through a black hole, one would usually see bizarre scenes. Teleportation speed was astonishingly fast. Almost there, he struggled to open his eyes against the blinding light. Then a voice rang out, I have arrived. Some ton behind him said, pale-faced, I vomited several times, but I am fine, young master, so fast. The luggage is ready. Let us go inside, he replied and thanked Evian. Are you mentally prepared, mother? Mother hesitated before replying, yes. At the Meitung main estate, a voice rang out, Madame Soso has returned. Servants buzzed with chatter. How would she face the anger of the other madams? Someone whispered that something was wrong with her. A cold voice sounded, Sen, is your child correct? Yes. The pressure weighed down on him, almost making him faint. But this was the only way his mother could be safe. Do you think so as well, father? The man asked. Why do you think that? He replied calmly, because husband and wife must love each other. He even provoked his father. Then does father not love mother? Tell me then how bringing Soso here can be called protecting mother and child. Because it is time for mother to awaken. Father tried to hide mother whereabouts to protect her. He continued, later I understood that peace gained by fleeing is not real peace. Without power to suppress it is useless. Father sighed and said, a man's weakness is failure. He struggled to think about the choice of protecting Soso. Truly cowardly, the thing I hate most. Men said regretfully, I know father had no other choice because I was also powerless. You are right, it is like rubbing salt into a wound. He asked if father agreed as well. Suddenly Mother Soso spoke up. I want to obtain power. I have no background or authority to protect Sen. My only source of strength is you. Is that not enough already? After all, father is the strongest person in this world. Night fell, a contemplative voice said, Senken, what do you think? I did not expect you to worry this much. As friends, you once advised me when I was young that live for the present instead of worrying about the distant future. I said that and lived that way. Those moments of the present intersected and brought me to stand beside you today as the right hand of Death Acre. Death Acre in his youth never feared his own decisions. I trust and respect every choice you make. Your mind is the guiding compass. Do what you want, thank you. Senkin said thoughtfully. Before meeting Lai, my world contained only ambition. No, 1 year ago she passed away from a mysterious illness. My world was left with only her. She filled my world, but only after losing her did I feel regret. Because I did not live fully for the present. If only I had lived wholeheartedly back then. Perhaps I would not feel such regret now. After that he said, family head, I hope your world will become warmer. Night enveloped the autumn estate. Suddenly Hey-Ra woke up. She sat up and observed the surrounding night. She sensed abnormal sounds. Immediately she silently shifted to another room. She moved close to the bedside, to where Men was sleeping deeply. Then she drew her magic sword. She thrust fiercely into Men's neck. Blood instantly sprayed out. Her hand was pierced through. Blood splashed onto Men's face. A voice rang out. Hey-Ra, you are still formidable. That man asked, why are you here? I came to take young Master La Sen life. She asked who gave the order. The family head, Hey-Ra repeated, the family head. Do you think I am joking? I now of all times, regardless, I must kill the young master by order. I will go with you. He replied that if she wanted to then fine, while at it. I am still not used to this appearance. You look exactly like my daughter. He raised his hand to cast a spell and said, do not stab me in the back. The wound heals, but it hurts a lot. She replied this scar was from protecting me. I never asked you to do that. After that, Men was teleported to the family headroom. The two saluted and reported that they had brought young Master La Sen. Well done, Senkin. And you, Hey-Ra, why are you here? She replied to ensure the young master's safety. Is Senkin not the one you trust most? Yes, but personal emotions cannot be allowed to affect the mission. You are right, Hey-Ra, go rest. I will proceed with the ritual. Many thanks, my lord. Men suddenly sat up, causing everyone to panic and ask if he had awakened. Father, what are you planning to do to me? He spoke in a deep voice. The Mei-Tung family is highly proficient in prayer rituals, including physical enhancement spells. Now I will engrave the Death Acre ritual onto your arm. The child asked blankly, the Death Acre ritual. He had heard of it before. Men thought that if father named the ritual after himself, then it must be extremely profound. If he mentioned this ritual to the other children, they would all agree immediately. Men stood up in confusion, thinking about where he was. He said the time and space here were very strange, making the holy eye unable to analyze. Moreover, he still did not understand why father had to secretly perform this ritual so late at night. I like that delicacy of yours, but sometimes my affection can also become poison. Wearing pajamas with hair like a crow nest, he asked blankly, then why does father still do it? Because I see that the heavens have bestowed upon you a rare gift. Something activated, and he almost screamed as his entire body felt pierced by thousands of needles. He stared in shock at the red symbols spreading across his arm. It was a red tattoo. He said, one day it will be of help to you. Men asked skeptically how. After that, he could no longer maintain consciousness and collapsed. In his hazy state, the father spoke softly, one day you will understand. The boy had not even cried out once. He must have endured tremendous pain. La Sen is still weak now, but for his future, this is worth it. Next morning, a hurried voice rang out, La Sen, La Sen. He vaguely felt something heavy and warm pressing down on him. Ludia was lying on top of him and excitedly said, you are awake. He was still dazed when she immediately said, I am starving. The witch sister led me here. She said this girl kept insisting on seeing you, but she still refused to use honorifics. The dangerous sister said, should I hand her over to be taught a lesson? Ludia looked at him calmly and said, La Sen, do not. I still have to wake up early today, like a child tattling to parents. Oh right, the Death Acre ritual was no longer on his arm, so this was not a dream. The older sister snapped her fingers and said, stop bothering La Sen. Come here quickly, Fa-Li. Ludia shouted in protest, saying she was tormented every day. Men thought awkwardly that the sister seemed to take quite good care of her. Today her mood seemed rather good. When will you continue your pilgrimage again? Men replied he would rest for 3 more days, then go. Mother must be very worried, mother. The older sister replied, what is it? Oh, nothing, I was mistaken, nothing at all. But I hope you will soon see the truth clearly. Suddenly, a fire serpent appeared beside the older sister and lunged to bite. She immediately stepped in front, causing everyone to freeze in shock. She smiled and said, La Sen, you passed my trial with an extremely high score. Now I reward you as your sister. Perhaps she was referring to the white tiger. Can you stand up and walk? He stood up and replied, yes. An item appeared before his eyes, a cloak. Sister, this cloak is, that is right, it is my gift to you. The legendary white dragon cloak, forged with all the might of the dwarf blacksmith leader Athali. A masterpiece imbued with mysterious magic. The cloak is made from white dragon scales, then that means you wore it before. Yes, it was the cloak I used on a previous expedition. It is said to have saved her life many times, although its power is no longer complete due to repairs. What do you mean? If it unleashes its full power once, it can help you kill a mage below Tier 6. And it can only be used once, remember well. Tier 6 is a realm extremely hard to reach. Thank you, sister, for this great gift. I hope you return safely, she said as an elder sister. And as the eldest young lady of the Mei Tung family, when you return, become even stronger. He replied yes. He left, pulling along Ludia, who looked back at him reluctantly and said, let us go. As she walked, she thought, I must become stronger so that you can protect what you want. 3 days later, everyone was busy preparing. Ham to Tung said he had left enough antidotes and instructions. Young master must become stronger. Thank you, Heiza, and please help me take care of mother. Evian, as well, please take care of yourself. Thank you for coming to see me off. The two shook hands in farewell. Oh, what did she stuff into my hand? Inside was a piece of candy. She whispered, take care. He thought it was her favorite gift. Thank you, Evian. See you, everyone. The 7th young master of the Mei Tung family, La Senmei, according to family law, he would begin an expedition to unlock his own power. A flame suddenly flared up. It struck down fiercely onto his body. Huff, La Sen, I am not late, am I? Ludia giggled and said, the witch sister finally let me go. That is a letter from Ivelia. She thinks it would be good for her to teach you, but exploring the world is not bad either. He guided you for 2 years, enough for self-learning, so go with your friend. After all, that girl is also your strength. Sister, you are right. He asked Ludia if she wanted to come along, and she happily agreed. Thus the two stepped forward without hesitation. Let us depart. I must walk this path on my own feet. They traveled day and night. Suddenly Ludia sniffed like a dog, making him worried and asked what was wrong. She sniffed as if she had discovered something. Your clothes smell like that witch, Ivelia. Why can I not smell anything? He said this place was exactly as you described. Fat Cat House has 3 buildings on Savior Street. First is Fat Cat, run by the Phantom Sound organization. I am on a pilgrimage and would like to stay here for 1 night. Phantom Sound has ties with my father, and the Mei Tung family has a secret bond. The receptionist said the price is 30 per night and 35 with meals. Checkout is before 12, but being a little late is fine since business has been slow recently. Member of the Intelligence Division Botich said, please follow me to your room. The room is on the right of the stairs. The 3rd room is the largest. He wondered why he was not being led up. It's really hot, right? The man laughed. He joked back that these past days he was so cold he could not sleep. In weather this hot, what should one eat? The man asked back, what do you want to eat? A mug of beer and 2 slices of pizza would be great. The man laughed and said he would prepare it for breakfast. Men glanced over. He had indeed taken the bait. The man stammered and said, you are still a bit young to drink beer. Replied coldly, perhaps. Then he continued, then I will just play with the cats. Looking at Ludia happily petting the fat cat. This is the Phantom Sound password. On hot days, say cold. On cold days, say hot. If young, ask about beer. If old, ask about candy. This upside-down phrasing is the password of this place. For secret operations of Phantom Sound under the Mei Tung family, Pilgrim members receive privileges. Broke into sweat and said there are only 2 cats here. And you know I am the 7th young master. Hopser is playful, so skinny, while Val Vo is fat from eating too much. Which one do you want to play with? He replied, probably Val Vo. Hopso would be more fun. The man thought this brat was extorting money. For the Mei Tung family, money means nothing. Why not go home and ask? Only the maternal side can help financially. He said, I like the fat one more, even though I regret the relic, but I need money. And if you do not help me, then the secret contract between Phantom Sound and the Mei Tung family will end, and this place will be forced to close. The man replied coldly, I understand. How did La Sen know about this? Perhaps from the library. The boy found the right book among the chaos. Evian must have helped. Thought librarians were supposed to be neutral. Perhaps Evian truly holds special affection for the youngest. No one else would visit that old house or read those books. You mean someone arranged things in advance for him? Opportunities were originally shared equally. You look quite pleased. After all, he is the only one walking the path I laid out. Perhaps today will be the day the Fat Cat organization ends. The next day, at the western headquarters of Fat Cat, lay sleeping soundly amid piles of money. He hazily woke in a half-dream, half-awake state. Since when had he almost lost all sensation? A total of around 3 billion G, giant equivalent to 3 billion gun. Enough for 2 years of extravagant living. What is that rumbling, La Sen? Breakfast, good morning, Ludia. I dreamed about those cats, dreaming of cats, because we slept in Fat Cat House. This is not good, he thought. Wait, Ludia dreamed. There were times when Ludia dreams were prophetic. Once she dreamed of an ambush that nearly cost Cassin his life. His holy eye was also issuing warnings. Something was about to happen. He anxiously called Ludia. She replied in surprise. Burn Fat Cat to ashes. Immediately after, a gigantic flame erupted. The entire Fat Cat was completely incinerated. A group of people of unknown origin appeared inside. All right, everyone, charge in. Violent tremors suddenly rang out beside them. Target is escaping outside. Prepare to fight. The seventh child only has 2 magic circles. Do not let him escape. Looks like this is a surprise ambush. At a glance, you are all fairly strong. Surely know quite a bit about me, but not all that information is accurate. He activated exchange transformation and said, "It is time to fight." Power erupts for 1 minute. That man power changed immediately. He was already a mage with 2 circles afterward. The mysterious group urged, increase casting speed. He swiftly cut down enemies in succession. His body reached its limit. His entire form dyed blue. The group gathered and said, "Even if you are Mei Tung family, do not think of escaping." All of them simultaneously fired spells toward men. "We will drag you into hell." Dense fireballs shot forth. Transcendent Cup appeared and spoke, thanking him for the meal. Those people immediately stopped their attacks. Everyone stared blankly and asked, "What just happened?" One person widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What?" The system now notifies, "You can only maintain this power for 52 seconds with current energy, 53 seconds. His entire body was overflowing with mana. As time extended, "You can maintain it for 2 minutes, he said. "I was only joking, but let us end it here. I am at peak magical state. Remove that man mask, yes family head." Phantom Sound Intelligence Agent, where is Bo Ditch? The old receptionist from before stepped out. "Why did you attack Mei Tung family members and the Phantom Sound team?" "That is because. Thought that was the way for us to continue existing. How strange. I remember allowing this operation to continue. Today is the day Fat Cat ends." "Yes, that is correct. I have changed my mind. The Fat Cat operation will continue. I am an intelligence member. I thought the family head wanted to test the 7th young master and his adaptability. The attack was only a small gesture of thanks to Phantom Sound for the Mei Tung family favor. This place is under Mei Tung family control. If the fire caused a magical disaster, the family will immediately dispatch a magical investigation team. Bo Ditch is just a petty intelligence agent trying to keep his job. No matter where I am or what I do, but the moment someone dares to touch Mei Tung family members in front of the investigation team will be arrested by law. Yes. 7th young master, Phantom Sound Intelligence Agent, you will be punished for attacking. If you intended to kill me, then you would die. This is not magic, that man realized. I screamed in pain. You have infused a small amount of battle soul into Bo Ditch. Stop it, Ludia. The traitor trembled, clutching his little finger. Damn it. He cannot use magic. I understand this is not a bad gift. I will continue to work hard. You are the ones who set the fire, brother. No. The fire was caused by the girl accompanying the 7th young master. Where are the cats? Her name is Ludia. Not only did he handle the ambush, he also caused the investigation team to fail. He saw through the intent and displayed talent. He counterattacked immediately and with extreme confidence. Even Ivelia or Bercia had never been like that. He lived up to the name of a family member. Go, I officially allow you to continue operating. Thank you, my lord. This is the reward for proving your capability. Is that finger troublesome? Not at all. After that, one of his arms was severed. He acted far too decisively. If it were me, I would have found a way to escape immediately. Cat sound rang out meow. So they had already appeared before them. 3 phantom assassins waved along with the cats. Handsome Bo Ditch with 9 fingers raised his hand in greeting, looking quite pleased to have escaped easily. The scene shifted to men grilling fish. La Sen, sister. We have been walking for 6 days. Where are we even going? You only ask now. I was busy enjoying the scenery and forgot. We are heading to Holland. Holland? You mean the Holy Kingdom. I know that place. I read about it in the book the witch gave. I passed all the tests correctly. He thought she must have gone through many hardships. Why go there? Is there something interesting? We can obtain many things. Holland has many items I once created in my novel. If we can obtain a few before others, it would be great. He stood up and said, "Let us go. There are 3 routes. Holy Eye activated. We need to go to the Holy Kingdom Holen. The other 2 routes lead to G Zandal and Red Forest." Beneath the 3 arrows were engraved words. Ludia, can you read them? Of course I can, La Sen. These words can be read without the Holy Eye, Holy Kingdom Holen. I already learned it. But it is not that. Look below. How? What is it? My eyesight is very good. Wait, thinking carefully, this is similar to when following Master Markner to search for the 1,000-year dragon armor. Resembles something he had seen before. Automatically transfer item to my descendant. The Transcendent Cup cried out in pain. La Senate is draining all my mana. From now on we do nothing. My mana. I will behave if you praise me. All right, thank you for staying quiet. Praise me some more. They seem to have activated something. This is an automatic mechanism. Whoever finds the item will receive the 1,000-year dragon armor, or the white heavenly fang, or the holy ring. The Azure Cup complained about too many words. Or possessed the holy eye. A person suddenly appeared and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I bear the name Kia Theo. A pleasure to meet my descendant, Kia Theo. Are you the legendary great mage from the tales? Is this really Kia Theo?" Ludia stepped closer to examine him, yet sensed nothing. No smell, no touch, heavens. He is fundamentally not human. A sudden shout rang out from behind from the Holy Grail. That frail old man is far too noisy. When I had almost forgotten his existence, he appeared again. Thinking it through, the first owner of the Holy Grail truly was Kia Theo. Calm down, he is not here. At present I am sleeping deeply in the North Sea. A clue was just revealed, the North Sea. That place lies at the northernmost edge of the world. A frozen, forbidden land so cold that no life can exist. Even the Cloud House has never conquered the North Sea. The old man said, I hope you will awaken me. If not, then it too is a fate already decided. For the sake of the distant future, I sealed myself in the North Sea. To break the seal requires preparing countless items. Those are the relics I left behind. But first you must complete 2 conditions to become my descendant. The first condition, you must possess azure eyes. Second condition is possessing the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail glanced at him with disdain, then stuck out its tongue. And Min chuckled softly, ha ha. Go to High Giant, if the Hoa clan still exists, they will be there. Ludia stared blankly and pointed at herself, asking, do you mean me? Key is to seize the heart of the Fire Gang. If you cannot establish the Fire Pact, you cannot receive the Holy Grail. Find the Holy Grail and return. After saying that, he vanished. Oh, he really left. He raised his hand to test it. So all it takes is channeling mana like this. I'm still waiting for you, my descendant. He appeared again and asked in astonishment, impossible. You have already found the Holy Grail. My descendant, to obtain the Holy Grail you must have endured a harsh journey. That damned old man. Yes, I overcame countless trials. He manifested once more. The continuous cries of birds rang out. Lassen said, I have arrived at the nameless abyss. He held the item in his hand and replied curtly, when you found the Holy Grail, you stepped onto the path of a true mage because you passed my first trial and earned the qualification. I will arrange things for your descendants. That arrangement is only for those who follow the path I laid out. At that time you will touch the truth. He looked at the claw in his hand and murmured, is this the truth? This fang is used to announce identity. It is the loyal fang attribute. It contains the complex loyalty of the Golden Tiger clan. It seems I must find that clan. Let us go, Ludia, all right. Thanks for bringing us here. The bird replied with a coo-coo, no problem. 2 of them jumped down together. Kai-ee-ah, truly exhilarating. Activate wind attribute optimization. Because he was accustomed to attribute optimization, this operation felt much smoother. Interesting, can it be done again? I do not have time, Ludia. Why did we come here? To find the Crow clan, huh? Those cowards. My father once said the Crow clan is so timid, they cannot cooperate to accomplish anything. How do you plan to find them, La Sen? He lifted the bag of gold and said, I have a way. After that, he scattered gold coins onto the ground along the entire path. What a waste, he only said 1G giant. There are as much as 300 million, so it is fine. Very good, they began picking up gold while still remaining cautious. The Crow clan is far removed from humans. Since ancient times, humanity has regarded their wings as rare treasures. Even to this day, traces of that remain in human life. For survival, the bloodline of the Crow clan descendants has always had to strain itself to endure. They carry an instinctive fear toward humans. On the following day, Ludia complained in boredom, you are wasting time, La Sen. Are you not annoyed? Not at all. Being able to lie back and relax like this is my favorite. I wish everything could stay this way forever. Wait a little longer. Rest, Ludia, all right. Uga, just as you said, La Sen. The Crow clan appeared before the 2 of them. Seeing humans and plenty of gold, they were no longer afraid. Talking birds, La Sen. Tell them I have a lot of gold. Could you give a bit more, of course? I knew it, my child is starving at home. The flock of crows struggled to babble communication. Human, my family is struggling. Could you give more gold? Looked at them and smiled, certainly. Then he tossed over a large pile of gold. Gold, so much gold, enough. The entire flock of crows cheered together. Human, repay kindness, repay kindness, repay kindness. Only then did he separate himself and speak. So do you know what this is? The Crow clan went wild, crying caw-caw endlessly because they recognized the owner of the fang. Before writing the background of the Crow clan, I once read an article asking whether you have ever seen crows repay kindness. When building supporting characters, I used that as the foundation. What I remember most clearly was the first attribute of the Crow clan. According to the setup of the prestigious swordsmanship family, the Crow clan has 2 traits. One is repaying kindness. The other is Kalpundasi, Inus, repaying kindness. That is that damn tiger fang. That bastard tiger slaughtered our entire family and ate them. But due to the setup, the Crow clan still said, we must repay kindness. They all raised their hands together and shouted, repay kindness. Seeing this, Ludia burst into laughter and said, the Crow clan says they will repay you. They are really gentle. This setup is truly terrifying. My name is Tuma. You are La Sen, right? A pleasure to meet you. I know where that damn tiger is. That tiger belongs to the Golden Tiger clan. Their numbers are small and sparse, yet they are still famous for being so strong they do not need packs. If their population were larger perhaps, they would be the rulers of the continent rather than humans. Those bastard tigers. Eating us is the hunting instinct of the Golden Tiger clan. That is the law of nature. The golden tigers nearby are very dangerous. If we encounter them, Ludia could be injured. You stay here and wait for me to return. I also want to go, but I will follow your words. Thank you. I will return soon. Kuma, lead the way, all right. Tuma said sadly while trembling. I am very scared, but I will still lead you. This is the reward for you. Kuma will repay kindness. Tuma has turned his life around. So enviable, in the next life I also want to be Tuma, he thought cheerfully. Have I spent all 12 G-Giant yet? The house of G-Giant, a voice rang out. Heaven's brother, could you stop jumping? Mark Nutt said with a snap of his fingers they would all die. What more do you want? Touching those children is very dangerous because they are as fragile as paper. That irritable man was Vila Tudor G. Zandelja, the head of the prestigious martial family of Jocelyn. He said enough. Stop talking. A plaintive voice rang out. Wait, brother. Those bastards demanded Rosalind as a concubine to bear children. Before them stood the maiden Rosalind, the only daughter of the prestigious martial family. He asked, so you made them die so miserably? I only touched them lightly and they spread death already. Magnet said irritably they should have been tortured. If it were me, I would cut first. Letting them die like that is too merciful. The family head replied, I only do that to humans. Magnet continued, if others hear this, it will become a big issue. Who would have thought the great benevolent Saint Vila Tudor would say such things? The family head covered his face and said, say whatever. Return to the main topic. Magnet replied, I just changed the topic. Family head asked how far you have taught La Sin. The 4 wills and 3 basic martial arts of the Jerzendal house. But that much can be learned by reading books. That brat La Sin holds something more important. The family head asked the truth. Are you mistaken again? He replied, do I only know how to make mistakes? That bastard has absorbed my battle soul. Impossible, battle soul, and mana are fundamentally 2 completely different concepts. Now you say there is someone who possesses both. At present he is only imitating, but his sturdy body makes the effect higher. Family head said angrily, if this matter harms the G. Zandel family. He rubbed his head and replied, I know. If that day comes, I will take responsibility. He said then, I am the master of that bastard. I will personally kill him. Returning to the humorous crow Tuma, it walked while trembling and told itself to be brave. On Ludia's side, she sat quietly in their temporary tent. Alone, she recalled sadly, should she have gone with La Sen? She felt she herself was only his burden. In the end, she was too weak. She could not let a lowly person like herself harm the Cloud Dream. I am weak, she admitted to herself. Ludia, can you stay here and wait for me to return? I just want to be by La Sen's side. But I am only a burden. I want to become stronger. I will definitely become stronger, no matter what happens. From afar, the tent where she was staying suddenly burst into fierce flames, thick smoke billowing upward. An Min turned to look and froze at the sight. Ludia, hey human, what is that? She replied softly, it is nothing. I am certain I just faintly sensed her mana. The system immediately notified that a variable affecting the storyline had appeared. The character Child of the Phoenix with the resolve to become powerful. The fire god Phoenix is watching that child. He read the notification in shock. The Phoenix. Phoenix is the transcendent existence I once created, a true god. The Hoa clan worshipped the Phoenix, and once had the power to dominate the entire continent. Yet the more divine power the Phoenix absorbed, the weaker that race became. He rarely appeared in the story mainly because I never allowed him to directly intervene in any event, and this time was no exception. Then there is only one possibility left. My azure eyes are completely different from the azure eyes of the Sins. Crow Tuma suddenly cried out in panic. This sent. He fled in terror while shouting loudly, I have already repaid my debt, human. It is admirable that such a cowardly member of the Crow clan dared to lead me all the way here. He smiled and said, thank you, Kuma. Before them lay the scene of a deer gnawed down to bare bones. A member of the Tiger clan was sitting there leisurely chewing meat. She was a woman of the Golden Tiger clan. Even from quite a distance, the powerful aura radiating from her could be clearly felt. Just a human child. I came here to meet the Golden Tiger clan. She replied coldly that she had no interest in a brat. This time I will spare you. Next time return after you have grown up. Wait, I just want to ask one question. Should I let her see the loyal Fang? Members of the Golden Tiger clan only converse with those they deem valuable. I do not think revealing the loyal Fang now would be useful. Even though I already gave you a chance to live, I have changed my mind now. Her body suddenly underwent a mutation. Hey now, why does she look so much bigger? Perhaps eating you right now would be better. The situation is bad. He cursed inwardly, damn it. I knew something like this would happen. He withdrew his mana. It seems things will not be peaceful from now on. Activate kinetic delay. The Golden Tiger charged straight at him. Clearly saw that every strike was aimed straight at the head. This is nothing compared to my master's punch. He retorted, not bad kid, but try seeing how much longer you can dodge. She was right. Dragging this out would put me at a disadvantage. Gain her acknowledgement, I must show her my true ability. Language turned into power, body and soul strengthened. The battle soul activated, power erupted. The golden tiger was violently shaken. "You're stronger than I thought." The golden tiger warrior spoke. She continued, "Your techniques are very strange. Do you come from a martial family? Even the current sins would find it hard to endure this level of battle soul. Fine then, I understand now." He said calmly, "Let us consider this my victory." Immediately after, the golden tiger was suddenly counterattacked. Seeing him rush forward, she sneered, "Are you begging me to finish you off?" Two charged at the same time. She bared her fangs viciously. Suddenly her eyes widened as a bolt of lightning tore across. "My tail, you bastard. If you let go of my tail and beg for forgiveness, I will spare your life." The only weakness of the Golden Tiger clan is the tail. That is why there is a tradition of cutting off children's tails when they turn one. He teased her while looking at her. "Is that so? How frightening. Because if their tails are cut off after maturity, they can die." Tightened his grip. "What if I keep going?" "AAG, fine, I lost, let go quickly." "Have you acknowledged me yet? I was far too careless toward a child like you, but that carelessness was indeed my mistake. Why not sit down and talk for a bit? Talk. I could kill you right now. Why should I talk with you? An honorary member of the Golden Tiger clan would not do that, right? Did a freak like you crawl out from? How much does the Marshall family know about the Golden Tiger clan?" Though annoyed, she still sat down and said, "My name is Mi Jiang. So what do you want to say to me?" She glanced at the item in his hand. Just that glance was enough to leave her stunned. "Is that not the Fang of Tutan-Ka?" The Fang of Tutan-Ka is a holy relic left behind by a Golden Tiger hero, a treasure the entire clan seeks. It is said they wander the world in search of it, even though I am not sure whether it truly exists or is just a legend. But recognizing it at a glance is still strange, since I have never seen it in reality. If I suddenly took it out, what would you do? What do you mean? What kind of person do you think I am? Of course I would eat you and then seize it." He sighed in relief inwardly, thankfully. Then he asked further, "Why do you want this item?" "Because only with it can you enter the village of the Golden Tiger clan." Village of the Golden Tiger clan, but they do not live in packs. That sounds unreasonable. In the beginning, it was because a female hunter slaughtered every golden tiger she encountered. If they had not united, the Golden Tiger clan might have gone extinct. Therefore, they were forced to live together in villages. They built up strength to keep away from her, Ivelia, but she did not go mad without reason. The elders said they provoked her first. He shuddered as he thought, not mad, really. The problem lay with the woman who came later. Mentioning her, the Golden Tiger roared angrily. That woman who came later truly was a madwoman. She appeared and said that my sister was honored as a hero after killing 30 golden tigers. So I must kill at least 100 lives to compete with her. Hearing this, he could not help but feel chills and confusion. The elders once established several villages, but all of them were massacred. Now we only have one village left. Allah save me. Please spare the child. Do not resent me. Do you know why you must die? Because you are weak. If you want revenge, then become stronger and come back to find me. Even though I know no matter, but you will still be weaker than me. All the adults in the village died that way, so no one cut off her tail. I do not resent them either, because only the weak must lose their lives. Then why can one not enter the village without a fang? Because I am weak. My physique never met the Golden Tiger standard. The Golden Tiger clan does not accept those who have degenerated. Wait, since when did Ivelia hunt golden tigers? About 6 years ago. How old were you then? Me, she counted silently and said, I was exactly 5 years old then, and yet you dared call me a kid. Even knowing lifespans differ from humans, it still sounds wrong. All right, earlier you said I could enter the village. Not my village, but the Golden Tiger clan village. I do not live there, relying on the Fang of Tutan-Ka. The name of the loyal Fang has changed. Trait notification. The Fang contains the loyalty of Tutan-Ka. Kia Theo mission will activate when this item is placed on the Golden Tiger clan altar seal. The altar seal must be inside the village. Take me along, please. Fine, but I cannot be sure, he asked, not sure about what. I might be beaten and driven out, and you might be eaten. Even if I hold this Fang in my hand, I only need to rob you, fool. Then she said excitedly, but I will lead the way for you. It seems she truly wants to go with me. A monster strong enough to crush my will to fight. And in that village full of monsters, she is instead regarded as the weak one. If I do not overcome this trial, I will never reach her. I can do it, he said, let us go. He pointed and replied, the Dragon Mountain Range. Turning back toward Ludia, she exclaimed excitedly, the Dragon Mountain Range, that is my homeland. I am about to see my father indeed. He almost forgot he once met her at High Giant in the Dragon Mountain Range. Oh, my name is Ludia. Can I touch your tail? She looks fine. Should I eat her? He hurriedly replied, no. Night fell. Suddenly a loud explosion rang out, boom. The two hurried out of the tent and asked blankly, what happened? It is meat I picked up along the way. Eat it if you want. He glanced over. It was extremely rare sapo yu giant wild boar. Began roasting the meat. The smell was rather strong, so they had to lower the fire. Mi Jiang hated spatial gates, so the group was forced to walk for 3 full days. Even so, it was not bad. Mi Jiang and Ludia seemed to be growing closer. This is Sa Po Yu Giant wild boar, so the flavor is completely different from ordinary pork. The meat is very tender. It melts in your mouth right. Are you planning to eat it all? I heard the Golden Tiger clan is not picky. In your dreams, our tongues are far more refined than humans. That is why we eat so much. Besides, the food in your bag smells strange. He replied that it cannot spoil because it is frozen in time. Truly picky eaters. Of course, human meat is still the best. Eat more. He said angrily, why say that in front of humans? She laughed and said golden tiger meat is tasty too. It is chewy, he asked in surprise. Have you tried eating it already? Follow this path and you will encounter a cave. Pass through it and go down the mountain to reach High Giant. Ludia stood at the village gate and said, I am going home to see my father and will meet everyone again later. He replied that she should stay in the village and wait. And what about you? I will go meet the Golden Tiger clan. Hearing that, her heart suddenly felt empty. She hesitated and asked, is it because I am too weak? At this age, Ludia was indeed a rare mage, but still not strong enough to face the Golden Tiger clan. He remained silent, making her say sadly, then I will go home with my father. She suddenly remembered her father once said that to become stronger, she only needed to tell him. I will become stronger and protect you, because we already formed a peace pact. He nodded. We'll be back soon. Mi Jiang watched and sighed. Truly a kid pretending to be cool. Perhaps this is best for Ludia. I will also complete Kia Theo mission and grow stronger. After that, the group began moving into the surrounding area. Almost there, the Holy Grail manifested and muttered, ugh, I really hate this place. Feel like I slept here for thousands of years. In other words, this is where I was sealed. Speaking of which, this really is where he was sealed. But why is she digging a hole? The Holy Grail sneered. Probably does not know the village password. Why does she look so happy? Hey kid, who are you? Are you Golden Tiger? A male voice rang out. A golden tiger, such a tall build. Jiang was already quite strong, yet this one was even stronger. Judging by her reaction, he was certainly a pure golden tiger. The three looked at each other awkwardly. Mi Jiang had been weak since birth and was always despised by the clan. She was so afraid, yet still dared to come to this village. Said, you are not a golden tiger. How do you possess the fang of Tutan-Ka? Kia Theo told me to come here, he replied. I have never heard that name, I am La Sen. Suddenly Mi Jiang murmured, La Sen. Cloud turned. He smiled slyly and said, I have connections with Ivelia Maton and Bersha Maton. Surely you recognize those two names. Immediately the two reacted violently. It took a long time to be acknowledged by the Golden Tiger clan. I only need to pass this trial. Mi Jiang roared angrily, you bastard. Dare to step on me, I will eat you alive. Mi Jiang, you damn dog. You dare bring a cloud turn to the Golden Tiger clan gate. She stammered, clan leader, it is not like that. I did not know. I only heard that one could enter the village. She shouted, explain yourself. He replied blankly, you just said you would eat me. I will eat you after you finish explaining. That Golden Tiger said, we are not afraid, but if we oppose him, we will die. I came here to stop that and correct the mistakes of my sisters. Absurd. You think we will believe you? I will place the fang of Tutan-Ka on the altar and inherit the final words of Tutan-Ka and Kia Theo to end the meaningless hunt of the Cloud Turn family. You think I will believe that the altar will judge? He raged and his claws would strike first. I think it will not be too late then to determine whether the fang of Tutan-Ka is real or fake. The person slowly stepped forward. He smiled and said, Right village Bakura. How do you know my name? His divine sight revealed the information, the name Bakuza, but he did not say it. Prophecy and the sage Kia Theo told me. Prophecy and sage. I do not remember clearly either, he said to Bakuza. You have seen the future. A future where the Cloud Turn family plunges the world into chaos. I inherited his testament and was reborn with the mission to stop my sisters. After speaking, he smugly thought he had convinced the other party. Stop pretending to hesitate. Village Bakura entered an excited state. I do not know who Kia Theo is, but I understand the Golden Tiger clan very well. Something like that happened. Yes, even young warriors see it as useless. You are speaking of the legend Tutan-Ka. Legend says Tutan-Ka sacrificed his own power and made an oath to protect the land of the Golden Tiger clan, together with his comrades. The one who once ruled the world, Tutan-Ka, established an altar with a slot perfectly fitting the fang. In the future, when fang and altar reunite, the great hero Tutan-Ka will reappear. Tutan-Ka and comrades, I thought golden tigers hunted alone, right Mi Jiang? She replied blankly, me probably. Strangest thing is Tutan-Ka and his fang. When the fang touches the altar, a reaction will occur. That is magic. Yet the Golden Tiger clan does not know magic. Then how did the clan leader cast magic? Truly strange. Yet they never noticed this abnormality. Continued, I came to this place long ago because of the sage Kia Theo. You are not lying. I can smell this place on you. I am curious about one thing, he said. Why did Bersha not find you? She should have detected this barrier. About that, he pondered. That man was right. Why did I not notice anything strange here? No one found it odd. He said confidently, the one behind this abnormality is you. No one realized it was the sage Kia Theo. The Golden Tiger asked in confusion what relationship he has with the clan. Tan Ka was not strong enough to rule the world. Replacing him with Kia Theo makes everything more reasonable. He continued, the important one is Kia Theo. He is the sage who hypnotized your entire clan, and also the one who left behind Tan Ka Fang. Jiang asked in shock, hypnotized everyone, why? Because that was the final testament of Tan Ka, the proud great chieftain. The clan leader slowly extended his hand. You are very clever. Unlike those barbaric sisters, I will lead you into the village. He exhaled in relief and thought, let us go. I have passed the first trial. He shook his hand and replied, all right. The three entered together, leaving Mi Jiang standing awkwardly outside. Then he gestured for Mi Jiang to follow, making her excitedly raise her hand. Followed behind everyone, her hand gripping the fang of Tan Ka tightly. Great chieftain Tan Ka, you have finally saved us. The clan leader asked emotionally, what have you prepared for the Golden Tiger clan? Everyone moved deeper inside together. Gradually, Mi Jiang saw her own kin. Clansmen murmured, I smell Tan Ka scent. It truly is that scent. Everyone knew Tan Ka scent even though they had never met him. This is clearly an immense trial for our entire bloodline in this place. And men stood before the stairway reaching into the sky. This is the altar of the Golden Tiger clan. On the altar near the stairs, there is a small hole. Place the fang into it. It is said that if an unworthy person places the fang of Tan Ka, their heavenly lightning will strike and kill them instantly. And men paused. I have never heard of this. The notification shows that Kia Theo was extremely cautious. He prepared this trial in case someone who had never met him came to possess the fang. If an unworthy person sacrifices the fang, Kia Theo ultimate skill, specialized in exterminating human enemies, will activate. The skill name is truly long. The village chief asked suspiciously, what is it? Are you afraid? He replied, no. I'm only sensing the breath of Tan Ka and Kia Theo. Then let us begin. Anla stepped up one step at a time, tapping carefully. This is certainly the altar. I can clearly sense the magical power here. There should be no problem, because Kia Theo himself handed this item to me. When the fang was brought closer, it suddenly reacted violently. Fang immediately turned the blue color of magic. Some mechanism was activated. Everyone shouted in unison, Tan Ka, Tan Ka. The one who appeared was Tan Ka. A fragment of his soul manifested. That image was a younger Kia Theo. Just as I guessed they were the same person. Successor, you have brought the Holy Grail to me. It was a three-dimensional projection like last time, because you brought the Holy Grail. I will grant you this item. A gemstone. Kia Theo, you bastard. Ah no, do not stand before my handsome face. The Holy Grail wailed bitterly. I guess Bo-Okai is crying in pain right now. The small Grail sneered, shut up, I am not Bo-Okai. I'm certain Bo-Okai would claim himself to be the great Holy Grail. Bu-Kai screamed wildly, truly troublesome. Successor, if I am not mistaken, you are walking the path of a mage, yet not entirely so. I guess he is referring to my magic combat style. No matter how talented humans are, there is always a limit. That is why I thought of the Holy Grail. He continued, an attribute that does not exist naturally requires the role of the Holy Grail. The Sins in the original storyline also possessed the Holy Grail, but it was useless because they did not know this secret. Perhaps this sacred relic is more useful to me than to the Sins. So is your attribute fire, Buki argued, wrong guess. I am great and possess all attributes. I hate that because it looks ugly, but with attribute stones, I can fuse with any attribute of my master. That explanation is enough. The first attribute should have been fire. I believe you will make good use of it to learn elemental magic. The key point is that this attribute is deeply engraved into the Holy Grail, and no one else discovered it. If you can conceal this ability, it will be extremely advantageous in battle. Follow my footsteps, and you will learn many things. He gradually dissipated, and said if possible follow the path of my close friend. But he disappeared. Then who is the friend he mentioned? He turned and teased Buki. You look dejected. The Holy Grail screamed, I am the great Holy Grail. Right, Bo-Okai. The small Grail sobbed. Do not treat me like that, it feels awful. Just as they were enjoying themselves, chaos suddenly erupted. An earthquake, no, this is. Ground before them began to crack open. The altar shattered completely. He activated the wind attribute to maintain safety, his heart still pounding. He turned to look at the villagers and was horrified. All the golden tigers stood motionless. None of them moved at all. One tiger took a deep breath and exhaled, Fu. The temple collapsed, the binding upon us also vanished. Why is he being so polite? What binding? Golden Tiger clan was strong enough to dominate the world. But when Tan Ka disappeared, the binding of God tightened around us. That binding persisted until now. Now the binding of God has vanished. The sky, the barrier dissolved. space and time fluctuated. Yet even so, the Golden Tiger clan is still incomplete. Why is that? Because we have no tails. Tail is their fatal weakness. That is why they cut the tails from childhood. When the binding of God is gone, the Golden Tiger clan needs tails to unleash their power. He looked toward me, Jiang, in astonishment. Then he said, long ago there was a king of the Golden Tiger clan. Of course, only symbolically. Aside from Tutan, Ka, all kings were women, because the Golden Tiger clan follows a matriarchal system. Now I see you are very suitable to become the current queen of the clan, me. Binding of God once weighed heavily upon you. After it was removed, you became much stronger. I truly feel lighter. Mi Jiang was once very weak because she bore that binding. Because all the adults in the village were killed, she could not have her tail cut and was not allowed to enter the village. She was forced to survive alone. That is why she met me. Was it all merely coincidence? Too perfect, as if someone arranged it. Kia Theo must have controlled everything. I, back user of the Golden Tiger clan, swear to absolutely cooperate with the savior who removed the binding of God. I, Gai Cha and Zejuser of the Golden Tiger clan, also swear absolute loyalty to the savior. I, San O and Dai Biko of the Golden Tiger clan, swear absolute cooperation with the savior. The entire Golden Tiger clan swore loyalty. I, Mi Jiang of the Golden Tiger clan, swear absolute cooperation with the savior. Received the oath of loyalty from the entire Golden Tiger clan. I have gained a clan as allies. This is exactly what Kia Theo wanted to give me. The binding of God was gone. The Golden Tiger clan became valiant. After one day of feasting, the Golden Tiger clan went their separate way. There was no reason to live together anymore. Even if they could not defeat the sisters, they could at least flee. Why are you not coming with me? This is the direction I intend to go. Hi, Giant, why? She fumbled, not knowing what to say. Then she pretended to be excited. Going alone must be lonely. Tigers should live alone. What is wrong with you? Do whatever you want. Both of them suddenly froze and looked ahead. High Giant burning, that is the village. He was startled. Wait, that flame feels familiar. The flame made him think of someone. Perceive a flame. Something is wrong. A bad premonition surge. Ludia should be in High Giant right now. If she meets Berseer, it will be over. He activated the wind attribute. There was no time left. He vanished instantly. Hopefully everything is not yet too late. Even me, Jiang, trembled before the flames, unable to move. Feeling both familiar and terrifying enveloped them. Flames surrounded the forest, making her unable to move, and men charged straight into the sea of fire. The village was engulfed in flames. The High Giant people panicked. A voice called out, "Young Master La Sen. Help over there, High Giant people. What happened?" Girl screamed Berseer. Before she could finish speaking, she was swallowed by the flames. Scabbard fell right in front of his feet. He frantically swept his gaze around. He discovered Ludia lying motionless, her eyes tightly closed. Beside her was his deranged older sister. She licked the blood from her lips and laughed. The little brother finally arrived. Just saw Eve Leanin doll playing with that little girl for a while. Then she turned to look at him, as if she had just remembered something. That girl is your toy too, right? Why is sister here? Oh, am I not allowed to come? Can you speak to your sister a little more politely? The entire village reeked of scorched flesh. Why did it turn out like this? He recalled Ludia's happy face when she spoke of the long sun range, saying she would soon meet her father again. He roared in fury. Why did you do this? You waited here, so you must have wanted to say something to me. You really are foolish. I did want to see you, but you misunderstood. I came here for Mi Jiang. I have been watching her for a long time. ECA glanced over and said, I need the Golden Tiger Fang. Why? Just because I like it. Recently, I could not use Golden Tiger tracking magic, so I hired people to investigate. Besides, there were rumors they linger around here. Berseer surely possesses an intelligence network planted everywhere. But the one accompanying that tiger turned out to be my younger brother. How could I not come? You worked very hard doing many things for me. While waiting, I even had to think about what you might like. So I prepared a special gift for you. It is the desolate scene before the villagers. The entire tribe drowned in flames because you exhausted yourself to deliver the golden tigers into my hands. Aag, save me, spare the child, do not hate me. Do you know why you must die? Because you are weak. If you hate it, then come find me when you are stronger. Even so, I dare say you will still be weaker than me. Those words were carved deeply into Mi Jiang's memory. She asked in despair, how long have you been deceiving me? Mi Jiang fell into panic from psychological trauma. He spoke with a choked voice, Berseer, the High Giant people are innocent. Innocent or not, they still must die. The golden tigers were innocent too, but I needed them. Growled and continued, her name is Mi Jiang. She is my friend, the one who walked with me the whole way. I will not hand my friend over to you. Mi Jiang froze briefly at those words. His sister showed clear displeasure. Then it is time to see. How strong have you become? A sealing sigil appeared on her finger. He blew a breath of magic power toward An Men. The magical seal skimmed past his face. That strike was enough to annihilate an entire area. The power of 6-tier fire magic. No, I deliberately missed. This time I will not miss. If you do not dodge, you will lose your life. She showed regret when she saw him dare to move. A friend will die, hear that clearly. She drew another magic circle, and men stood still, not moving at all. When the magic circle rushed close to his body, his gaze remained firm and unshaken. The circle stopped right in front of him. She spoke irritably, You know I do not intend to kill you. He replied, Yes, because you want to become the family head. I'm immune to all attacks from siblings while traveling. So boring. I even prepared to have some fun. That is the law of the Cloud-turned family. She must obey it. Interesting. Instead of attacking him, she turned around. A severed arm fell to the ground. It was Ludia lying unconscious on the ground. She looked at him with extreme excitement. His expression darkened to the extreme. Rage exploded along with violent mana. That was Ludia arm. Activate Blitz tactics. With the current mana amount, it can be maintained for 130 seconds. Battle magic. Your mana increased, but it is still insignificant to me. Why not play a familiar game? As long as I teleport one step, you win. If you win, I will return the tiger and your toy. The promise still holds right. He roared and charged straight toward her. But she calmly said, Let us see. How strong have you become? Touch me and you will be burned. Despite the pain, he still advanced toward his detestable sister. He sneered lightly, What can you do? He threw a punch. Activate Harmonizing Fist. After the strike, it seemed to have little effect. He was forced to step back. She absorbed fire energy. Doing that in such a short time, interesting. You have passed the first level. And move on to the next level. He clenched his teeth and thought, I will break her bones. But she seemed rooted to the ground, completely unmoving. It's me that much to hug so tightly. This brat fire resistance is not bad. An ordinary second-tier mage would have died on the spot long ago. Where did he get that equipment? That face makes me think of a detestable person. Her anger flared violently. She directly lifted him up and burned him mercilessly. Massive mana pierced through white dragon scales and the 1,000-year dragon armor. He screamed in agony while she laughed softly and said, I have reached my limit too. Pain tore through his body, as if he were about to be ripped into hundreds of pieces. Jiang witnessed everything and could only tremble. The scene shifted to the cub memory she had seen. The gentle older sister smiled and said, This is for you. 4-leaf clover will bring good luck. From now on, you will only encounter good things. And a massive flame appeared. The beloved sister died right before her eyes. Before dying, she tried to shield her. Run Jiang. The scythe of death manifested. Her head was severed. The detestable murderer, Bercia Maton. The weak cub at that time could only burst into tears. Bercia even said calmly, Do not hate me. Do you know why you must die? Because you are still weak. Your anger has no meaning. Wait until you are strong enough and then come back to find me. No matter what, in the end I will still stand above you. Returning to reality, even now she could not stop trembling. Another loved one of hers had to suffer pain right before her eyes. It hurts, does it not? That is the feeling of the weak little brother. The weak are always trampled by the strong and are constantly robbed of everything. Many years had passed, yet she was still the same, powerless to change anything. Exactly like your tiger companion right now. Mother Yen Jiang once said, When the weak dare to act, the world is forced to turn, sister. He called her name, softly mentioning me. That fear was something she had to overcome. Spoke with great difficulty, saying that if not then. From her vacant gaze, she finally let a tear fall. That is right, it was the deep fear buried in her heart. She told herself she had to overcome it, then forcefully flung her cloak aside. Her body continued to move forward amid the chaos, because in the end, nothing would change anyway. Beside Besha, blood suddenly splattered everywhere. Jiang bit down hard on her arm. Immediately after, the witch sister's arm was severed. It was Jiang who had bitten it to pieces. At last, the elder sister turned her attention to her, leaving the younger brother aside. The mana in her body was exhausted. The quick strike tactic had ended Jiang. He had directly bitten into Bercia's arm. This gaze makes me remember now. A major change affecting the plot had just occurred. She burst into hearty laughter, boo-ha. Ha, it seems I have weakened quite a bit. For a golden tiger, this is not bad. You are far stronger than last time. Other men looked at that face and could not help but be startled. But I already said it. She lightly snapped her fingers. The golden tiger was immediately sealed within a magic circle. No matter what, you are still inferior to me. 3 collapsed, but brother men believed it was only fake, caused by Sister Besha's illusion magic. I planted hallucinations hoping they would kill you, yet you still live. Jiang was defeated in a single blow even after becoming much stronger by losing divine restraints. I acknowledge your potential, enough qualification to be her toy, and you even dared to bite my arm. Asen spoke irritably. Yes, she replied, this is my gift. The elder sister tossed her arm over, he said in horror, and this is called a gift. System notification, Bercia's left arm has been lost. That was her own arm. For a mage, the arm ranks second only to the heart in importance. It is what allows them to cast spells. Why did sister give me this? Because the kid amused me, I can reattach it. Doing so would ruin today's fun. She was clearly plotting something. Then he suddenly remembered, wait, Liu Dai A in the novel. He was known as the Mage Slayer and also the One-Armed Mage. If she had only one arm, how could she bear the title of Mage Slayer? There must have been some punishment. System notification. Probability deviation detected. Character Lassen may receive author privileges related to probability. Many years had passed since this phenomenon last appeared. Time seemed to stand still. New branch of the story. I need to fix this error by using author privileges. Ludia still bore the nickname Mage Slayer despite having only one arm. The reason were two clues. The one-armed mage and the sister who had given me her own severed arm. I cannot understand her way of thinking, but sparing me Jiang was certainly because she found it interesting. I must make this detail reasonable without derailing the plot. Ludia was still called the Mage Slayer, even with only one arm. The reason lay in the diverse conditions that formed an outstanding fire mage. I deliberately used the word diverse as a precaution. It could not be only mandatory conditions. Physical advantages could be added to make a fire mage stronger, but that would affect others. System notification, the deviation has been corrected. The world has returned to normal. Fortunately, that was the correct answer. Today, I am far happier than I expected. You get angry, you look quite cute. I am always ready to accept your challenge. I hope you will grow stronger. Do not forget the rage you felt today. Suddenly, the elder sister stepped forward and lightly kissed his cheek. Besha said, and I hope that one day you will officially challenge me. But by then you must be ready to trade your life. I will not hold back like today. My beloved little brother, until we meet again. After speaking, she transformed into flames and dissipated. Other men stood stunned. She had vanished. The scene shifted to the elder sister. She had returned home. Servants bowed to welcome the young lady back. "Where is the young lady's arm?" She replied indifferently. "All right, I gave it to my little brother." The servant coldly replied, "Understood. The citizens of High Giant have been evacuated elsewhere. May I presumptuously ask why the young lady created illusions of them being burned? Because it is fun, and it would be even more fun if I truly killed them. But if I did that, my little brother would hate me. I do not want that to happen." After she left, the atmosphere there sank into silence. Ludia's memories. My father loved pear blossoms very much, because my mother also liked that flower. Father once said he wanted to meet mother again soon, but Lassina quietly sowed pear blossom seeds. I hold some resentment toward you. Your sister killed my father. I know that was not entirely your fault. The fault lies with me, because I was too weak to protect my father, and could not even keep my own arm. Naive Ludia is gone. I will become strong and I will kill Bersia mi tung tong. I will kill Bersia's father first, so she can taste the pain I am enduring. What is this strange energy? Even me, Jiang, ran over in shock. System notification, primal healing power has been activated in accordance with Ludia's story. The script is on the correct track. The abyssal ghost eye has opened. Primal healing power and the abyssal ghost eye. In the novel, Ludia once met Bersia first and lost an arm. That was the cause that opened the ghost eye and turned her into the enemy of all mages. I tried my utmost to change the story to avoid that outcome. Yet everything returned to the starting point. This is the primal healing power. This situation continues. My ending can only be death. Night fell, everyone rested in tents. Mi Jiang approached. "Brother, man. Is the kid all right?" "Yeah, just sleepy." "Where did you get all that stuff?" "From many places." She wondered what he wanted to say. Does eating good food not improve one's mood? Perhaps Mi Jiang empathized with Ludia. She even handed Ludia a cloak. "I will kill Bersia's father so she can feel my pain. This is the abyssal ghost eye, but Bersia's father is also your father. I do not think I could feel joy seeing you suffer. When I kill Bersia's father, please kill me, Lassen. That would be the right thing to do." "Where are we going?" "To the Hunter Cemetery." "Why are we going to that stinking place?" "I need necro potion." "What is necro potion?" "Special liquid medicine that increases the maximum mana that can be infused into magic arrays." "Does such a thing truly exist?" "I am not well versed in necro potions, but I have never heard of such a thing, because no one has ever witnessed it with their own eyes." "Huh, what do you mean?" "After encountering Bersia, I understood that I was completely unable to harm her. More importantly, discovering the recovery power of this world truly shocked me. Here I possess the privilege to adjust probability. In exchange, the world itself also possesses primal recovery power to maintain its current state. Those two powers oppose each other without me realizing it. I need to create changes to increase primal recovery without affecting probability. Then there is no time to hesitate. I must find alchemy potions to grow stronger. Only by being strong enough can I overcome the primal recovery that took my life at 17, according to the novel. The whole group ventured deeper into the cemetery. This place was indeed gloomy to the point of terror. Smell the stench of rotting corpses inside. Really, I cannot sense anything. Mi Jiang's sense of smell is sharper than ours. That is true. The Hunter Cemetery is exactly the place I mentioned. Its eeriness exceeds imagination. I feel this place is filled with sinister energy. Even ghosts would probably be wary of her. He activated enhanced vision, and upon closer inspection he saw nothing but flintstone. The abandoned cemetery was devoid of people. Aside from being entirely constructed of flintstone, there was nothing special. Flintstone was once used by ancient humans to start fires by striking metal to create sparks. But when fire, magic, and spirits developed, this type of stone gradually fell into obscurity. Where exactly is the alchemy potion? Only by searching will we know. Still do not know the location. It must be somewhere around here. Ludia trembled as she called out La Sen Hu. I am so cold, can we start a fire? No, why? All the graves are made of flintstone. Once ignited, they will cause a chain explosion. She looked at him in pain. It was already close to midnight. The entire group froze, tremors. Is that tree moving toward us? Are you joking? How could a tree walk? But when they looked up, they saw a gigantic tree truly moving. That was En, a creature with bark many times thicker than humans and overwhelming strength. He stepped forward and spoke, Humans, why do you not start a fire? Tonight is very cold. I thought humans liked fire. I hate fire. I was burned as a child. Ludia stared blankly. You hate fire, oh. There are those who fear fire as well. Fire truly is terrifying. She asked the tree being innocently. Are you afraid of fire? Mi Jiang shouted, Idiot. Do not ask nonsense. The tree being was not evil. En's roots were deeply embedded and spread throughout the earth. I have guarded this place for a very long time. My ancestors, my grandfather and my mother did the same for over 3,000 years. System notification. En was born with the mission to protect the Hunter Cemetery. The gravekeeper is searching for the Hunter Rib. The Hunter Rib is the crucial key. Human, can you bring me the Hunter Rib, the rib? That is not difficult. At this point in the plot, no one had ever come here. But in the future, Cassin's team would obtain alchemy potions from En, and many others would follow. Where is the rib? I will show you. This place reeks of fire, so I cannot dig it up myself. Then let us follow that tree right here. The Hunter Rib lies here. Do you need help? I cannot smell anything anymore. My nose is blocked. No need. I must do this with my own hands if I want the alchemy potion to work. After that, he picked up a crowbar and began digging non-stop. The coffin is here. If it is open, then lay inside was not human bones, but werewolf bones befitting a hunter. The torso still emitted faint fire mana light, but that alone was more than enough for a being like him. Here, take it. Tree being extended his hand to receive it. I finally have the Hunter Rib. Thank you, human. Immediately after, En's body emitted a strange light. You are glowing. Oh, it is really beautiful. Human, this is my gift in return. A flower emerged from the ground. This flower looked rather strange. He observed carefully and saw that it was in full bloom. Then he seriously realized that this was exactly the alchemy potion growing within the stamen. Strangely, everything felt far too easy. The quest certainly could not be over. There had to be something else. Could a quest to obtain a potion really be this easy? According to the rules I once wrote, how should it be? Cassin's team would arrive at En, complete the quest, and obtain the SWIGH potion that the protagonist was forced to compete for. Potion that expanded magic circles priced at 100,000 giant, allowing all mages to grow stronger and break the world's balance. You have discovered a probability flaw, just as I predicted. The problem begins here. Asked the tree being, En, why did you give this potion to me? Because you found the rib for me. What meaning does that bone fragment hold? It belonged to a hunter. Why is that important? Why ask further? Is it not already obvious? My grandmother and my mother searched for it for a long time. Wait, something is not right. I do not know either. Stop asking and remain silent. Why did Tai need this bone fragment? I remember there was a reason. Now I am certain. Quest En issued was never something I wrote before. These potions will continue to be produced like in a laboratory. However, all of them are merely fakes. It is possible that the potion increasing magic circle size will not function as I once wrote. You have obtained a prosperous fragment. Even though Cassin's team obtained the potion, the only description stated that they would become stronger. I never clearly defined how much the maximum magic circle would increase. Therefore, there must certainly be a clue to resolve this matter. Here it is engraved on the coffin. Burn the coffin to offer the sacrifice beneath the ashes. Sacrifice by ashes. That means the item must be burned for this ritual. However, if the ritual is performed immediately here using fire magic, it will cause a magical explosion. Moreover, all En across the world may regard me as an enemy until death. He decided to try linking together these scattered fragments of deduction to see whether any clues would emerge. The reason the grave warden here is an En is that anyone who comes to perform the task will immediately cast fire magic to burn the offering after reading the inscription on the coffin. Because En are a race resistant to fire, they were chosen as grave wardens to eliminate those who carry out the ritual. The notification stated that you have collected the missing fragment of deduction. Your level of understanding of this area has increased thanks to these fragments. Use flames created without magic to incinerate the coffin. Burn the offering to ashes. The door will open slightly. 2 new lines of text will appear above and below the old script. This must be that man's guidance, and I was able to read it thanks to the clear eye. You know what an offering to cinders is. It repeated softly, offering to cinders. The speaker said, offering to cinders, fire and heat. Then suddenly, it exclaimed in panic that it had remembered. According to the traditions passed down in my family, I came here to present 77 offerings to cinders into the coffin, containing the hunter's bones. Personally offer them, when they are so terrified that even a trace of fire magic is enough to horrify them. But still, even so, mentioning a number in literature must carry hidden meaning, and the number 77 stirred memories from my old world. Naturally, a number appearing in this context must be intentional, especially 77, which I once knew in my previous world. Perhaps it refers to Alberto's 77th book that I learned through the Holy Eye Basic Magic, a work that made cultivating magic in this world easy and was often classified as anti-literature. Notification stated that although the translation of basic magic was simple, it became the foundation of my progress, serving as the basis for improving combat skills and accessing advanced magic. My ancestors once offered offerings to cinders after receiving grace from another. To this day, only 76 offerings have been completed, and my task is to present the final 77. Legends say that flame can burn with extreme heat, yet at times have no heat at all. According to the elders, it was so terrifying that I completely forgot the story from childhood, raising my shield and lighting a fire without magic to burn the coffin, reducing the offering to ashes. You blurted out almost. It asked back emotionally, what do you mean? Your 77th offering, if I do it for you, is that acceptable? You intend to start a fire using only stones. Well, how do you do that? Lucy has used fire magic since she was very young and does not understand other fundamentals. First, I only need a few flint stones, metal, and flammable material like straw. In this world, not only magical families manipulate fire, famous sword and martial families can do so as well, because they can buy magical fire everywhere at very cheap prices. Therefore, they never needed to find alternatives. Like the coal business in modern times, trading magical fire was once an industry controlled by the May family. She glanced at him and said this was really foolish. Let me try focusing my spiritual power instead. The Golden Tiger tribe does not use fire magic, and thus chose another path, relying on theft to seize magical fire and maintain survival, rubbing flint against metal to raise the temperature to its limit, and then succeeded. How it really made fire. Why make everything so complicated? Now I only need to begin the ritual by lighting the straw and placing it into the hunter's coffin. The treant reacted extremely violently to the flames. This time it was different. It said there was no heat at all. I guessed correctly. N are extremely averse to magic-created fire. Even a small spark causes severe injury. But conversely, they are immune to fire produced by physical action. Thank you, human. Thanks to you, I was able to complete the task my mother left unfinished. There at that door, simply burn the coffin with non-magical fire to reduce the offering to ashes, and the door will open. Hey kid, you do not have the strength to climb up there, let alone jump over. Udia said, climb onto my back. I will only help this once. It was his turn to use wind attribute optimization. Let us go, advance into the artificial dungeon, where no one knows what awaits ahead. He stepped inside and the door behind them slammed shut. The notification stated that the hidden scene offering 77 has been completed. You have entered the golden door that appeared after the ritual. The hidden scenario of offering 77 is complete. You step through the golden gate that appeared after the ritual. Landed on the ground. This was certainly an artificial dungeon, but it was so dark around me that I could not see anything. In the end, where exactly am I? Everyone was stunned by the characters appearing on the wall. It was a cavern, and every wall was densely covered in writing. What place is this? Why are the walls full of script? Automatic translation confirmed this place. That means you are qualified to become my successor. Successor you. Was this also left behind by that man? The first condition, you must possess a special eye such as the clear eye. Indeed, it was thanks to it that I reached this place. Second condition, your skills must be linked to me. That is battle spirit and combat magic. The third condition, you must carry the bloodline of the May family. Wait, it just specified that tribe. My name is Alberta. From now on, I will entrust my story and that departed friend to you. So this place was not created by that man, but by Alberto Yu. He and I once argued endlessly over one issue. He believed attribute magic was supreme, while I valued combat skills more. To me, attributes were useful but not overly important. We always held opposing views, like two people standing on different battle lines. Deeper cause was merely oversized egos, but we understood and cherished each other more than anyone. Until one day, an orphaned little girl appeared. The girl was named Soza, and we adopted her. He taught the girl magic, while I trained her combat skills. Unexpectedly, Soza learned very quickly, so we raised her as our own daughter. Soza grew up. We let her choose her own path. Only later did we hear she had become a family head. As for what happened, no one knew. Until the day I met Soza again. Girl's heart was completely shattered. The only thing I knew was that when a person accommodates both combat magic and attribute magic, they will conflict within that very heart. She knew this clearly, but feared we would worry, so she hid it. Eventually left the family while still very young. He and I suffered for a long time, but we could not remain trapped in remorse forever. So Za passed away, leaving behind children carrying the Mei bloodline. We had to handle the aftermath to repay our debt to her. The sole goal was to help So Za's descendants grow up in peace. Attribute magic and combat magic, only one of the two was allowed to be chosen. In the end, he was the one who cared for the children. As for me, I left and lived in seclusion in a distant land. Many decades later, I broke through and created a new type of power, one that does not react to mana at all. I called it Battle Spirit, and the combat magic that uses it is called martial arts. Magic and battle spirit do not interact with each other. I wrote that in my book. A single simple line caused such tremendous consequences. Now I understand why attribute magic is widespread, while combat magic was forgotten by the Mei family. Two asked in confusion what was written up there. Can she read it? Ah, if you can reach this place, then you are my successor. The reason I created Battle Spirit, even after founding my own tribe, was that I still loved the Mei children. Therefore my successor must carry that bloodline. This is the last thing I can do for So Za. It seems he had long harbored similar intentions. In his final years, he created the transcendent Holy Grail. One could pour different attribute skills into the Grail, while the heart would contain combat magic. Through this, it became possible to use attribute magic and combat in parallel. From that point, he and I fell into conflict. To him, the Holy Grail itself was an obstacle. We fought continuously for 7 days and 7 nights. Blow after blow and punch after punch, blood and fire unceasing. The more we cherished each other, the higher our rage burned. Until the battle finally ended. Two of us completely diverged onto different paths. Disagreement was undeniable, but I still regarded him as a precious friend. I just do not know what he thought. Perhaps he still harbors resentment toward me. Finally, Kia and Alberto, the two who laid the foundation of the So Za Mei family. There is an inconsistency. If they truly fought, then Alberto's book should have been kept by the Jerzendel. When I arrived before, it was instead in the archive of Me Tongue. In the end, why did the notification say I had discovered a missing probability? That was the missing fragment of deduction. Time suddenly stopped. The writing on the wall vanished, leaving only emptiness. It seems I must write the rest myself. But then I understood, having witnessed the past, he was now completely certain. Alberto and Kia always regarded each other as friends. The love they held for So Za Me Tongue will endure forever. The notification stated that you have obtained another fragment of deduction. The author's probability and storyline have been supplemented. So my speculation was correct, and I gained another. Notification. The guidance of the great sage Alberto is gradually taking shape. As a new instruction appeared, the chest beside it suddenly shattered. He turned around. That thing was, I love transmutation magic, a streamlined mana cultivation method. Up until now, I had only learned basic lessons when I was young. These two are the true supreme methods of magic cultivation. Light suddenly radiated from the left side of his chest. Potion capacity has been upgraded from 20 to 100. Even the storage limit has increased. I originally needed it to learn another mana cultivation method, but this cave is about to collapse. I must leave here immediately. Cough, cough, it hurts so much. He was in pain and did not understand what had happened. After that, everyone was transported back to the green grasslands. He woke up in a daze, already back at the hunter's grave. What about Alberto's guidance? I love transmutation magic, streamlined mana cultivation, and potion capacity 100. At least I still retained these two along with some new memories. Ludia asked anxiously. I just dreamed of something. What was it? In the dream, you were swept around and fell into a strange place. I hope it was not a prophetic dream. Mi Jiang hesitated and said she remembered nothing at all. It should be fine. It seems Mi Jiang's memories of the dungeon were also erased. Wait then, what about you? Everyone turned their heads, and before them stood a gigantic tree. This tree existed here before, it began, to protect this land for more than 1,000 years. Feelings Alberto held for So Za and Kia Theo. He touched the tree trunk and whispered, well done. With these instructions, I will create a new power to carry on So Za's will. The dead of night, there was still a room lit brightly. He had been sitting there for many days studying the great sage Alberto's I love transmutation magic. He entered meditation to comprehend the teachings. Transmission progress reached 99%. Hey kid, do you know what he is doing? I have no idea at all. Lost again? Are you really a genius or what? I've completely absorbed the great sage Alberto's streamlined mana cultivation method. Your ability to comprehend battle spirit and wield mana has increased greatly. Battle spirit is a form of energy based on mana. Therefore, fusing them is not impossible. At present, I can do it. Ludia asked worriedly, are you all right? Could it be that you are burning up from the inside? She touched him and cried out in pain. My hand, Mi Jiang. Mi Jiang looked over in panic and asked what happened to him, Min Pham. I must focus all my spirit on the changes within my body. Felt like observing the entire universe. Assuming the source of magical power originates from the Holy Grail, I will guide that energy to spread throughout my body. Notification. Due to the effect of streamlined mana cultivation, the combat magic you previously assimilated has been upgraded. Intermediate combat magic has been embedded into your heart. Notification. Intermediate combat magic enhancement has been activated. Intermediate combat magic physique has also been activated. Intermediate combat magic enhancement and mana amplification. You are about to become a sage. When the master taught you, mana responded to your desire, which is why 4 major transformations occurred in your body. Enhancement stabilizes the body and soul, so it is an upgraded version of self-defense, while mana amplification makes spellcasting more complete. In other words, I have increased both combat capability and defense. After receiving recognition from Alberto and Kia Theo, I will reach the power threshold of the first-generation family, head Sozame. La Sen, Ludia hesitated. You really are La Sen. It is me, who else could it be? It is indeed La Sen, but the feeling is very different. What do you mean your aura has changed somehow? Ludia vaguely sensed the difference. After that he called out the names of Mi Jiang and Lumia. I have something important to say to the two of you. Night fell, Mi Jiang went deep into the forest alone. Are we preparing to return to your estate? Heavens, you scared me into thinking it was something serious. What does you going home have to do with me? Staying at the May estate will probably be hard on you. I do not like being confined. For the next 2 years I will focus only on seizing the right of succession. No need to say much. There will be times I need your help. Not interested. I have followed you for so long that I am tired of it. If you want to see me, then come to the northern gate of May. Damn it, I must have one too much, so she got angry. She left and said, fine then, I am sick of it anyway. Boo, right at noon, she caught a rabbit. Rabbit trembled as it looked at her, seeing that she softened a little. Then she suddenly let it go. I should be happy, yet my heart feels empty. Why are the stars so bright today? How long must I wait? Asen, earlier you said you would travel incognito for 2 years. That does not necessarily require going outside. I hate this. If you return now, you will only be mocked and attacked. I do not want you to endure that. Perhaps so, but it is enough to prove that I am not their joke. How should I do it? That friend will help me fabricate evidence. She is arriving soon, you. Soul reincarnation. All Azure War Knights have been defeated. Monster walked while chuckling. This is really fun, Han Mu. Murderer, is that what you call me? What are you saying? Murderer, I am not. Is it really that bad? It is only because you are weak, Mo-on. With just a light touch, your puppets fall apart. How could I restrain myself? A man in black appeared. Run, that man is the escaped murderer from Anicap. Please step aside a little, huh? Step aside, that mad bull has gone berserk. He is. Charged forward in a frenzy to attack you. This inhuman bastard. Why did you kill the horse? What crime did it commit, you? When did you get up there? I will kill you. Young man in the round collar robe stabbed through him in one strike. Wonderful, but you should not shout so loudly. Monster died without even gasping, he said. Try to stay calm. Witnessing this scene, everyone stared wide-eyed. Han Mu. Pink-haired female fighter cursed irritably. That damn guy. Why did you make me come to such a desolate place? The hybrid vehicle drove in while greeting them. Hello, everyone. Why did you not knock? I knew you recognized me. No need to be so stiff, sailing. You have grown taller. Why did you refuse to return to the May family? Because this world is more terrifying than I imagined. La Sen May, that bastard. He made such a mess as if I were completely incompetent. He replied irritably, Uncle, you always say that. Master Mark and Huh, you have already surpassed me. He really had good judgment. She asked unwillingly, why? Can I sense battle spirit from you? Can you really use mana and spirit at the same time? She saw through my battle spirit. This is the rarest talent in Giandel. Moreover, that old man. Did he use me as a stepping stone to push Duza forward? She shouted angrily, follow me. Let us fight one round. Why should I do that? What did you say? Giving and receiving. Have you heard that phrase? What will you give me? Do not tell me you prepared nothing. Is this not the best opportunity to test our progress? If it were Cassin, he would probably think the same, but I am not very interested. So are you not planning to fight me? He asked calmly, do you want a duel with me? For someone who loves battle like you, that is only natural. Continued, then let us do this. If I win, you take me to the G. Giandel library. Otherwise, I'll grant you one wish if you win. One wish, he pondered. In such a dry and windy place, mages are clearly at a disadvantage. She replied, you should understand that I have never done anything halfway. A single spell. The fire attribute can deal damage without harming the user. Come to think of it, you once said you wanted to test the complexity of martial arts. Is that right? Yes. Explain clearly what type you're aiming for. Destruction, what destruction? Fine. All right, I am coming. In the blink of an eye, she had closed in on his reign. Rosaline's body was so agile that it left others astonished. That every strike carried terrifying power. Perhaps she had gone through extremely brutal training. The moment it began, she unleashed a rapid and relentless barrage of attacks. Should I try that move right now? Master-level combat magic technique power enhancement has activated. She delivered a downward kick. A loud bang rang out. She froze in shock upon realizing he had vanished. What was that just now? That strike should have hit his right jaw. If you can land a hit on that child, I will give you anything you want. Really, anything at all. Ha ha, how could something that easy happen? Why, you could clearly defeat La Sen. Are you only defending and counterattacking? Why not attack me? You are good. So why not make a move? Because it is still not the right moment. She was furious at being humiliated by him. Then let us begin a real battle. She charged forward with all her strength. Sensation was no different from being crushed by a massive boulder. Endurance was truly astonishing. Every blow carried battle spirit. As for me, my stamina was nearly depleted. It would be best to end the match before causing damage. She rushed in and attacked like a madwoman. He looked at her and said, I have won, do saline. Applause rang out. That is right, you truly won. Who is it? Alajaringa CSR, father. Why are you here, father? That was Rosaline's father. Then he must be Vila Tudor G. Giandel, head of the renowned Giandel martial family. The son of Mei Tung greets the dark, benevolent wisdom king. There is no need to be so formal. I told you I could handle it myself. He was still distracted. If he accidentally injured Du Saline, it would be serious trouble. I, as a child of the Mei Tung family, so interested in the Giandel library, because there is still much I wish to learn in martial arts. This child showed no hesitation or deceit. Very well, I will send a formal invitation to the Mei Tung family. He secretly rejoiced. This went even smoother than expected. With my authority, I allow you to enter the second-tier library. Du Saline shouted. Father, even I have not been allowed in there. Senmaid, if he stays by Du Saline's side, that would be best. I will wait for you at the Gzandal family and treat you as an honored guest. Next morning, inside the auxiliary estate of the Mei Tung family. The moment he stepped in, he sensed something different. The shadow guard, his father's right hand, Senkin, appeared. After visiting the madam, please come to the main house. The family head is summoning you. Yes, he replied. He lowered his head and said, I understand. The blink of an eye, the man vanished, truly like a ghost. Knowing I returned to Mei Tung, yet still allowing me to see mother first. Father is indeed kinder than I thought. He even summoned me personally. Young master, are you no longer going on your journey? I think so. Hearing that, then of course not. Mother, I am back. Welcome home, La Sen. You have worked hard. Come rest here for a bit before heading out. Issa, bring out the Lubada fragrant tea. Yes, I will brew it right away. He smiled. Issa and mother are just the same as ever. Mother knew from the first time you went to the inn that you would succeed. La Sen hesitated and said, Mother, I need to go see father. He stepped into the main house and said, Father, it is me. Report. As family head, I wish to hear what the candidate has achieved. I must have many things to say about the changes in my body. Should I say everything? As long as mother is still here, Deck Acre will stand on my side. I never intended to hide anything. I will honestly present almost everything. There are two conflicting types of spirit within my body. Therefore, I can use both attribute magic and combat magic, though currently only at the beginner level. But if I can control battle spirit, I can reach the strength of the first-generation family head. Besides you, who else knows of this? Only Ludia and Mi Jiang know if it were. If it were anyone else, I would have killed them long ago. Because the dead cannot reveal secrets, right? That is right. And they would not be able to help you anyway. That makes sense. Father was born strong and never needed to rely on anyone. But I am different. I cannot shoulder everything alone, and I cannot protect mother by myself. Respect your choice, but keep it secret from your siblings, including Ivelia. Remember that a dominant predator should only reveal 7 parts of its strength. Remaining 3 parts must be concealed. On the other hand, lucrative opportunities must be seized swiftly. I remember I will reach a position where I must reveal 7 parts and hide 3 parts of my strength till I can calmly display my full power. What is this? An invitation sent directly from Vila Tudor. The Gzandalu family head has written to invite La Senmei to visit. What exactly is the purpose? I highly value La Sen's potential. It is no different from publicly acknowledging that La Sen surpasses Du Saline. Elder Bo was extremely proud of his son La Sen. It seems that child has begun to take the succession battle seriously. Notification. The Heavenly Mage has partially eased doubts about the missing probability and added several fragments. So father truly is a Heavenly Mage. He believed that hiding strength until 50 years of age was deliberate. Concealing suspicion proves that father understands the consequences that could shake the continent. Who would have thought probability could be compensated this way? Hearing it now, it does make sense. Have you prepared what I asked for? Yes, hamper, and I have gathered as much as we could. Immediately afterward, a pile of gifts appeared stacked high. The librarian does not accept tower commissions paid in money from succession candidates. Monetary tower commission. He laughed and said, Bringing some gifts back for friends after traveling far is only natural, yet I could still clearly hear Evian's heartbeat. Last time I helped you absorb Cation because I was swayed by emotion. There will not be a second time. Did not come for that matter. Can you help me find books? What kind do you need? All books related to the great sage Alberto. Can you find all of them? That is simple. I will scour the entire library and ask the Sunlight Hall and Moonlight Hall to assist. Inside the library she spoke up, but why are you searching for books about Alberto? Is there any reason I should not look? Not exactly, but I can let you see one volume first. The moment he mentioned the book it fell into his hands. This one is not the best type, but it is Nizani's introductory ice magic book. Nizani's ice magic ranks among the strongest. Evian once practiced it with great mastery. If there is anything you do not understand, just ask, and I will answer as the librarian. This book does not list an author. It is very likely that Evian herself wrote it. If I can embed ice magic into the transcendent Holy Grail, then I will be able to utilize a completely new method of combat. Darkness fell, the scene shifted to the training area. It seems you are already very adept at using the water shield. Truly a genius among geniuses of Mei Tung. Defensive capability of the water attribute has always been rated as the most outstanding. Every time I must admire you. My current condition has never been this good. Call him out. What do you mean? That annoying older brother spoke up, La Sen. It is time to make him understand the hierarchy. Inside Brother Men's autumn estate, the atmosphere was unusually quiet. Ice magic of Najin for beginners. A voice rang out, young master. None other than Evian, she continued. You were looking for ice magic books before. Remember not doing so, she replied with a hint of sadness. Then why, perhaps? Wanted to help me, yet still maintained the neutral stance of a librarian. Evian was finding ways to support the young master. Librarians rarely contacted each other under normal circumstances, but this time she still asked other libraries to help with the search. He spoke softly, something is about to happen, I must stay alert. Yes, I understand. A faint light emanated from the Mei Tung estate. Early in the morning there was a knock at the door. Come in, Evian. I was just about to go to the library to see you. Is that so? But I came to see the young master, because we are acquainted. Oh, so that is how it is. Wonderful. She could not even be bothered to look at me. By the way, I brought the book you were looking for. You were looking for books about Alberto, right? Alberto the Great Sage's Grand Magic Practical Fundamentals. I found it in the Sun Library. There's only one volume. Yes, among the libraries I checked, there was only this one. Brother Men was extremely grateful. Thank you, Evian. I am merely fulfilling the duty of a librarian. Box of chocolates on the table is a gift I prepared for you. Activate Holy Eye. Alberto the Great Sage's Grand Magic Practical Fundamentals. Najin's Beginner Ice Magic Book. Just half a page took 6 hours. Alberto's books are indeed difficult to analyze. Alberto the Great Sage's Grand Magic Practical Fundamentals. Contrast, Najin's Ice Magic Book is far easier to understand. Najin is the highest-ranked ice mage. Moreover, the book was compiled by Evian herself. All key points are clearly recorded. Perhaps when I have time, I should return to study Alberto's book again. Now focus on finishing the ice magic studies first. Pause analysis of Alberto's book. Switch to Najin's Ice Magic Book. Progress 25%. You have finished analyzing part of the Beginner Ice Magic Book. Transcendent attribute mana within your body has begun to react. Frost spread throughout the body. The Holy Grail is absorbing a new attribute. Notification. Absorption of level 1 Ice Magic Ice Crystal complete. Ice Crystal has been embedded into intermediate combat magic enhancement. I have added magic into my combat skill. Even though it is only level 1 magic, I am not sure how effective it will be. He called out loudly, Issa. She appeared immediately. Yes, young master, I am here. Try blocking one of my attacks. I am ready. Enhancement is a skill that strengthens the body. I will combine it with the level 1 Ice Crystal magic. I did not expect much from low-level magic. Activate intermediate combat magic enhancement. Right, I am attacking now. He immediately rushed toward her. She easily blocked it and asked, are you done testing? Yes, thank you. Does it feel all right? Impassable, it is acceptable. And I will hide and await orders. As expected, combining with level 1 magic only produced a very minor effect. It seems I need much more training. Night fell, yet strange sounds continued to echo within the estate. 4065, 4066, 4067. Brother Men trained tirelessly day and night. The young master is already a level 2 mage, while ice magic only requires level 1. With Mei Tung bloodline, using level 1 ice magic was never a major achievement. Being able to cast it, after merely reading the book, is an entirely different matter. Moreover, the young master's punching force even surpasses single attribute spells of a level 3 mage. Young Master La Sen is improving faster than any predecessor. He stared over in shock. Someone had just barged into the autumn estate. That person came running over panting. It was the training area manager, No Man. He shouted in panic, young master. Inside the training area, Brother Men curled his lips into a smile. You are still the same, even in how you issue invitations. It seems you have reached level 3, the detestable older brother said. Your trash has arrived. Divine Eye appeared, Ka Tung Mei Tung, primary attribute water, level 3. But you learned level 3 defensive magic already. It must be water droplet shield. He asked angrily how you knew, just a guess, Young Master Ka Tung, La Sen is currently on pilgrimage. I already said we came here to strengthen brotherly bonds. Then I will report this matter to the main hall. It concerns the direct descendants of the Mei Tung family. Do you not understand? He revealed fear well about that. Brother Men reminded him, if not reporting now then later is fine. It seems Ka Tung truly wants to defeat me. Keeping it secret from father is impossible. But I do not want to fight here. In 2 days I must go to Giandel. Moreover, if news of me fighting my elder brother spreads, it will be troublesome. But as a member of the Mei Tung family, I cannot refuse a challenge. A challenge? You call this a challenge? Is it not the weak who challenge the strong? Ha ha, stop making a fool of yourself. It seems you are so scared that you are speaking nonsense. Everything has been arranged by the 7th young master. Even at a disadvantage, he still managed to turn the situation around. Should be grateful that I am on pilgrimage. Otherwise, you would already be a corpse. Oh, my little brother is quite impressive. Why not try turning me into a corpse? Roared in fury, die. Brother Men appeared. I will say it one last time, stay away from me. He gnashed his teeth and shouted, shut up. You lowly vermin. You have only grown stronger in spell rank. Your combat instincts have not changed at all. The two watched as the ground of the arena was shattered. After that, no man immediately used magic to change the battlefield. Level 2 mage like you only has recklessness. I will slowly teach you. Ka Tung Mei Tung, it has been a long time. This time I must give him a lesson. Notification current location mushroom forest formed by magic. This time let me teach you something. Breaking magic is stronger magic. I can see behind his back. He turned and charged forward to attack. Level 3 water magic. Water droplet shield. Oh, he exclaimed in surprise. So that is water droplet shield. Water vortex will crush everything it touches. The closer one gets, the more dangerous it becomes. You say breaking magic is stronger magic. A mere level 2 dares to utter such words. He was struck until blood sprayed from his mouth. What exactly was going on? No one shouted in panic, calling for young Master Ka Tung, while the family head only watched silently and evaluated that strike. The previous encounter, I already realized that power was unlike an ordinary level 2 attack. Something was hidden within the spell ring. Even a level 3 mage would struggle to resist it. This damp and chilling discomfort is precisely the strongest level 2 spell ring. Trembled and gasped for breath. It hurts, doesn't it? I still want to hit you a few more times. But if you did not carry the Mei Tung surname, you would already be dead here. Next time, remember to be grateful to father and learn some humility. Brother Men turned his back and left with contempt. Ka Tung stared blankly at that retreating figure. The 6th young master of the Mei Tung family, Ka Tung Mei Tung, trembled in fear. The dagger was placed into his hand. Take it. His elder sister said coldly, kill him. Do it like I taught you. The other person cried in pain and begged, spare me please. Both the 6th young master and the 6th child trembled at the sight. Being pleased to survive only made him more terrified. But his elder sister was not satisfied at all, beating him while cursing him as vermin. A weakling like you is a disgrace to the Mei Tung family. Since childhood, he had been bullied by his elder sister, leaving deep psychological scars. That is why Ka Tung always vented his anger on La Sen. A miserable failure like you is the shame of the Mei Tung family. He kept beating his younger brother while screaming die die. That was how Ka Tung survived in the family. Until today he went mad screaming, how dare you, I will kill you. He roared insanely, do not look down on me. Level 3 water magic water droplet shield. No one cried out in anguish. Wait, the match is already over. He lost control, screaming as he continuously unleashed magic attacks. Brother Men had just turned away when he was ambushed. He turned around in shock. System notification. Intermediate combat magic skill enhancement activated. He raised his hand to block the attack. Even if he is only the 6th young master, Mei Tung is still Mei Tung, so that is how it is. He attacked non-stop like a madman, died. A violent pain swept through his entire body. Mana backlash erupted, causing him to vomit blood repeatedly. Crowd watched, yet few cared. Owen rushed forward shouting, quickly control your mana. Brother Men warned not to touch him, but this is the end of someone who dares provoke the Mei Tung family. Only because of brotherhood was his life spared. That boy carries the blood of a mage. It is the child from earlier. Committed disrespect twice. First by ambushing after the match. Second by letting mana backlash occur due to inability to control his power. Mage, this is basically the end. If he had not provoked the 6th young master, it would not have come to this. Brother Men spoke. Save him now. If we miss this moment, he will never be able to use magic again. But from now on, he will become an enemy of La Sen Mei Chuan. He realized in fear that he was forced to choose immediately between the 6th young master and the 7th young master. He decided to stand on the opposing side of La Sen Mei Chuan. He hesitated and opened his mouth. A wave of power swept through. I never thought the youngest sibling would be so ruthless. Could this mana flame be? Third young miss sneered. Worthy of being my younger brother, I like it very much. But you still need to improve. You gave your opponent too many chances. He replied, because I cannot be as cold-blooded as you. Just then Berseer appeared. Why? I already reminded you minutes ago to keep your distance. Shut up, vermin. Before the training session, a voice rang out. You have only formed a spell ring. Your combat instincts have not changed. Another person appeared. Tando, we meet again. It was Senkin, the right hand of the family head. The third young miss showed great interest in the seventh young master. Are you planning to force me into a corner again this time? There was no such order. You must keep secret the fact that you met me. She replied yes, and secretly understood that the family head was watching him. Thank you for understanding on behalf of young Miss Berseer. All gazes were focused on the seventh young master. A voice sounded from the doorway. Die. Senkin worriedly told Ando to inform the third young miss. But the sixth young master is in danger. Could it be that he already lost to the seventh young master? I do not need to join his side. Did she come to help Ka Tung? She said disdainfully. Vermin will always be vermin, unworthy of bearing the Mei Tung surname. He looked at him and said, in any case, I will still take him away. The third young miss used magic to lift her body and flew straight up. If you are not satisfied, then follow if you dare. She sneered. That level of confidence is enough. Immediately after her figure vanished. If we follow her, I will be crippled. He said, let us go back. No one replied yes. It seems she values Ka Tung quite a lot. System notification. Berseer cares greatly about Ka Tung. She has tried to teach him many things, but Ka Tung could not fully comprehend what Berseer taught. She ate a steak heartily, the sound of dogs barking by her ear. From then on, conflict between them began to arise. I am sorry, please spare me. Berseer's method of teaching is not something everyone can learn. She herself knows this but refuses to admit it. She threw the piece of meat, then ordered the sixth child to eat. The hunting dog lunged at the sixth child upon seeing the meat. When the hungry dog opened its mouth to bite, blood splattered across the entire field of view. Berseer loved Ka Tung as much as she forced him to endure. That was how she expressed affection. Seeing him in misery, she shouted at him to stand up. Today, Berseer realized she still valued Ka Tung greatly. A variable affecting the storyline appeared. This variable appeared at this very moment. Something was gradually changing between Berseer and Ka Tung. She looked at her younger brother with emotionless eyes. The next day, father summoned them. The reason was very simple. The incident from yesterday. From the very beginning, I had already guessed it and prepared my answer. What matters is having a reason to behave properly as a mage. There is nothing to be ashamed of. The next morning at the main estate of the Mei Tung family. Explain what happened last night. You are still on pilgrimage. Why did you continue fighting to the point of mana backlash? Ka Tung and La Sen, both of you answer me. Dek Acre already knows everything. This is only a question, and not a test between you two. Father is considering who will bring benefits, and I will take advantage of the situation to gain the greatest benefit. Ka Tung struck first. Father, previously I once sparred with my younger brother. At that time, I clearly understood how important distance is in combat. For mages, keeping distance is keeping one's life. To make up for that weakness, he trained to master the use of the droplet shield. He wanted to test how far his shield could perform in real combat. He chose to fight his younger brother to measure his own progress. It had truly changed compared to before. The old man asked whether he understood what he was saying. He replied yes, and admitted that he was inferior to La Sen. The most important thing was that the outcome proved everything, and he was completely convinced. It turned out that he had never once spoken such words in the past, but now he understood this was not the time to cling to pride. He was weaker than his younger brother, so he lost. He knew that was exactly the answer Dek Acre had been waiting for. He continued by saying that he had also suffered mana backlash, staining the honor of the Mei Chuang family. Even so, from now on, he would give it his all to be worthy of his status as a member of the Mei Ti family. Very well, I understand, La Sen. You must also have something you wish to explain. Father, on the surface, he was the one who reversed the situation, but the one who wanted to turn the board around was me. Father, I believe you already know everything. You summoned us to learn the motives and the full course of events. Continued that he was challenged as a member of Mei Chuang, leaving him no path to avoid it. Therefore, he decided to eliminate the challenger thoroughly, so that man would never dare provoke him again. Even though that man was his own elder brother, he believed that precisely because they shared blood, he had to act decisively. Father said that he had completely destroyed his opponent, but in truth, that was only his original plan. However, before the finishing blow, the third young lady Berseer appeared and saved him from death. With his current strength, he could not stop Berseer and could only watch. But once he surpassed her, he would definitely not forget to collect this debt. How exclaimed in shock, H1E3, what did you say? Did this man know what he had just said? He had openly declared that he would take revenge on Berseer. The old man asked what debt he meant. He replied that she had overturned the judgment he passed on the defeated man. That was clearly an abuse of authority, and a disregard for his decision as a family member. He was truly insane. Had he never been punished by Bersia before? These two really were Bersia's own younger brothers. How did he intend to collect a debt from Bersia? Was he going to overturn his own elder sister's ruling? He firmly declared that he would collect that debt many times over. The father smiled faintly. "Ka Tung, you may step down now." He obediently replied, "Yes, sir." The father added that he would investigate this matter. Understood. It seemed he wanted to speak privately with La Sen. No one knew when they had become so close. He felt unwilling, thinking that he had also worked very hard. Fear crept into his heart. Now left in disappointment, wondering why the gap between himself and him was so vast. He asked sadly, "Can I become stronger?" Sister Bersia looked at him but said nothing. And she replied with disdain, "Trash like you also dreams of power. Maybe I am just trash, but I still carry the blood of the Mei Chuang family." She looked at him, her eyes no longer as crazed as before. She said that tending trash was my pastime. What did she mean by that? He continued that from now on every day at 10 in the morning he should come to her room. After saying that, she vanished. After a moment of excitement, he replied, "I will do my best." System announced that the character Ka Tung Mei Chuang had changed a variable affecting the plot and abilities. He was still stunned when Ka Tung continued to change. This time, what exactly was the variable? The father stepped forward and asked, "Have you already learned equalized magic?" As expected, Deathacre had discovered the truth. This skill was very difficult to master, but once perfected it would be extremely terrifying. He replied yes. That was why equalized ice magic reacted to combat magic skills, combining combat magic with elemental magic. "Do you still remember the magic I once passed to you?" He was clearly referring to that. The magic named after his father. He was very honored to possess magic bearing his father's name. He had not yet had the chance to test it. The old man said to transform a little. Transform. Immediately his body trembled as if bitten by ants. The previous magic appeared again and even fused together. Fortunately, this time it was not as painful as before. This magic will help you conceal your training in equalized magic. Even experts will find it hard to see through, including Nelia. "Father, did you already foresee that I would learn both combat magic and elemental magic?" He smiled and said, "It is done. You know what you should say when receiving a gift. H letter 1EA3, what?" The boy replied shyly, "Thank you, father." "All right, go back and rest." It seemed Deksha had smiled just now. In the evening, when he returned to the autumn estate, in the original novel he himself wrote, the father had never given his son a gift. He only left behind a massive inheritance. But he had never mentioned this gift. Clearly that magic did not only conceal elemental magic. For now, that was all he knew. Because there was no way the old man would hide the same magic twice. The word gift was surely a hint. He sprang up, realizing that this was the new task Deksha had assigned no matter what. He would also uncover the mysterious special ability hidden within this magic. Early in the morning, Heza said that everything was ready, young master. "I Hampton, your loyal shadow guard, am also prepared." He glanced over and smiled when Issa, Hampton, and Ludia spoke. Everyone was preparing for the journey. "Hamper Tongue, perhaps you should take fewer items from your bag. This much is really not much. La Sen, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Now let us head to the renowned martial arts family, Ji Jian Dio." Ji Jian Dio was also called Zep. To reach Zep, one must cross the Black Sea. To reach Ji Jian Dio, one must cross the Dead Sea. They arrived at the ancient, a mountain range, the largest in the world, as well as one of the longest and widest rivers in the world, named Am Ison. After a week of travel, this place was already the territory of Ji Jindale. It would take about 3 more days to reach the Ji Zandal family. Ludia asked tiredly, "Is there no spatial gate here?" The Ji Jian Dio family did not support using them. "Why?" He thought irritably. "Well, because I came up with that idea myself." 3-day journey to Ji Jian Dio encountered no major obstacles, except for those mysterious red beams of light. Immediately, a demonic spider appeared. It was already aiming straight at their tent. Just as it bared its fangs and lunged, the assassin Heza rushed forward and attacked it. Emperor Tung explained that this was a 200-year-old black venom spider. "Take its venom." "Yes, sir." "Wonderful." He did not expect that monster to be killed so easily because Heza dealt with it before it could cause trouble. The next morning, the adventuring group continued onward and crossed EZP. The 4 of us finally arrived. Destination was Ji Jian Dio. Could their gate really be a gigantic iron door? There seemed to be no one guarding the gate. If so, then this was an iron door engraved with magic that amplified the battle soul of the Ji Xander family. When he raised his hand, the door immediately reacted to his magic. He curled his lips into a quiet smile. My guess was right. The scene shifted to an ornamental fish pond. A voice said that Sa Lin had not lost her way thanks to his guidance and La Sen. The family head replied, "Do not say such frightening things. Our Za Lin grew up well-behaved on her own." "Yes, indeed." Servant interrupted to report, "So the group of La Sun Mei Chuang has arrived at the front gate." "How many people?" "La Sun Mei Chuang, 2 shadow guards and 1 fire maid." For the usually extravagant Mei Chuang family, This attire was rather plain. He had opened his collar. I heard he stopped when his hand touched the iron door. The family head smiled and asked his younger brother, "Do you think Sen noticed it? He is very sharp. The secret of the door is known only to warriors of Giant Do. But his eyes, the old man evaded and replied, "Forget what I just said. A battle soul resides within his body. For now just observe. What is going on? Battle soul amplification magic." He replied that it was nothing, the door was just too heavy. "If you need help, just say so. Young master, let me try opening it. I have trained very diligently for this." After that, he looked suspiciously toward the dark-skinned kid ham to ton. He strained his loose muscles and pushed the door. GGG or eh. He ground his teeth and muttered, "Why is it that even just a door is so heavy? Normally I would have been able to open it already. Perhaps I am just tired today from the long journey, young master. You do not need to push yourself too hard, ham bow tongue." He knew very well that when creating the renowned sword family, he had thought through every detail carefully. It was just that he had not dug into the details of Giant Do to this extent. Because this world centered on protagonists from the Zepp family, Zandal was even less prominent than Mei Chuang. This was an iron door engraved with battle soul amplification magic of the Zandal family. The door was infused with a special type of magic that resonated directly with the Zandal bloodline battle soul, thereby amplifying and strengthening their soul power. As long as one possessed the Zandal battle soul, even opening and closing the door would help them grow. Although it only increased slightly, his own battle soul had clearly become stronger, but he would have to wait for another opportunity to amplify it further. He would make use of this opportunity during his stay in Giant Do. After that, he rubbed his arm and said, "All right, let us open the door." The iron door slowly opened. Sen Mei Chuang had opened the door. The family head inside silently observed, and then asked whether he had done anything beforehand. It seemed he had thought for a moment before acting. "Is that so? Then what about the door?" The servants replied that they had increased its weight to the maximum. If one used a battle soul, that would not be difficult. Where is he now? In the Martial Hall family head. Even if Salen used his battle soul, he would still struggle with this weight. Servant suddenly spoke seriously. "Apologies for interrupting, but there is something you need to know." The family head asked with slight surprise, "What is it? Speak." It is true that Sen Mei Chuang has a battle soul within his body, but he did not use it to open the door. From afar, the younger brother walked over and said, "I told you already. My younger brother, I only told you to make a simple exchange with the Mei Chuang family, yet you created such a monster." Old Magnet said, "A monster? In my view, he is just a powerful fool. Wearing HI third-tier gear." The family head was extremely shocked. A warrior born from the Mei Chuang family. I must witness it myself. The Giant Do family archive, Martial Hall. The scene shifted to a cheerful fat man. "Greetings, I am Otto, the librarian of the Martial Hall. Today I will guide everyone through this place." Looking at the person before him, he could not help but be stunned. This is Otto. Otto was a character he himself had written. He was a warrior who would later become a close friend of the Zepp family characters. At the same time, he was also a grandmaster and the successor Battle King. Thinking about it was truly shocking. A Battle King who once worked as a librarian. Everyone welcomed Sen warmly. He was still dazed. Otto's physique did not resemble a Battle King at all. Otto smiled and said, "All right, what is the name of the beautiful young lady standing behind?" He startled and turned back. The beautiful young lady behind. All gazes shifted backward and froze when they realized it was Heiza. She stared at the fat man with eyes full of ellipses. Heiza clearly showed her displeasure toward librarian Otto. She coldly said, "The one I serve is standing right before you. I ask that you show some respect." "Right, I misspoke. I was just momentarily captivated. My apologies for the discourtesy. Apologies to young Master Sen as well. It is fine." It is right, Otto was originally a flirt. In the original story, he once tried to court Ludia and was burned bald by her anger. "Get lost back to your forest." He said, "Librarian Otto, could you please guide us to the Martial Hall area?" Two voices suddenly rang out, "No need." Froze, Vila Tudao and Master Mac no. When had they appeared? The master laughed heartily and said, "Aya, I really like your dumbfounded expression. Seems your cultivation is still insufficient. In any case, bringing my disciple here today counts as an official visit. This is the first time in history a mage has gone on an excursion. Truly an honor." The elderly family head looked at him again in appraisal even though they had met before. To think such a physique belonged to a mage. A mage with a battle soul, truly interesting. The two continued speaking. "Keep your promise, third tier or second tier library. Choose." He froze and then replied, choosing both to be safe. "Truth, you can only choose one. It was not easy to come here." He laughed loudly and said, "I promise to let you see it, not to see everything." He had been tricked. The master laughed gleefully. "How does it feel to fall into your own trap?" "If that is the case, I choose the Martial Hall." Everyone was shocked. The Martial Hall, that place is not even third tier. This librarian movement technique was more agile than he thought. The master was also surprised. Otto having such skills. There must be secrets in the martial hall, otherwise how could he reach Battle King? Librarian Otto, have you been training lately? The man hesitated and replied, I have been a bit busy recently. There must be something in the martial hall. All right, since you have chosen so, I allow you to enter the martial hall. Thank you, sir, dark charitable king. As soon as he stepped into the martial hall, he thought he had to find the materials Alberto left behind. Welcome to the martial hall. If you want to find any books, just tell me. Young Master Lassen just called. Thank you, Librarian Otto. He was a bit disappointed at seeing nothing special, but the clear eye reacted to one particular book. Perhaps this was the answer. He carefully asked, Librarian, may I look at this book? This one, the divine eye immediately displayed. Secret Art of Tutanka First Form. Tutanka was the clan leader of the Golden Tiger tribe, also known by another title. The fat man turned and asked Heiser if she needed anything. A warm cup of tea for young master. Any kind is fine except black tea. He seized the chance to flirt. Will you have some? I am fine. When he left dejectedly, he broke into a cold sweat, thinking that once he learned Heiser's identity, he would abandon the idea. Gung, the heir of the Mei Chuang family, had stepped into the Ji Jian Dio library and found the book of Tu Tan Ka. Would he discover its secret, completely contrary to the rumors of being a rogue? The man's expression now was no longer vacant, but full of anticipation toward the Mei Chuang heir. Suddenly, someone forcefully pulled the door. It was Du Saline. She appeared and asked Otto where La Sen was. Miss Du Saline is here as well. He is in the third reading room. She merely glanced over and then ordered him to lead the way. He obediently replied, yes, miss. Though it did not show, Miss Du Saline seemed very happy. Upon stepping in, she was about to make a fuss, but remembered that since La Sen had arrived at Ji Jian Dio, she needed to inform him first. When she opened the door and saw him deeply engrossed in reading, she immediately held back. His level of concentration was astonishing. He had eliminated all extraneous senses while reading. No rush at all, just wait then. 30 minutes passed, the sky gradually turning golden. I have known this name for a long time, only retaining impressions from long ago. Compared to now, it was like two completely different people. If it were me, I probably could not concentrate to this degree. He closed the book and exhaled, phew, that is enough for today. Tap, disable holy elegance 9. He startled and said, Du Saline, how long have you been here? A long time. Then why did you not speak up? He replied that she had called him. What are you reading that you are so immersed? This book. So how long do you plan to stay in Ji Jian Dio? You need magic books from this library. Wait, how can you use mana and battle soul at the same time? He looked at her for a moment and then burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? I do not have any. It is just that you asked so rapidly to probe what I am worried about. There is nothing. With your personality, you probably would not plan things that carefully. Lord Vila Tu told you. She angrily replied, why did you expose me? Leaned closer and asked, then what are you curious about? What? I am reading a book here. Look, Courage of Tutan Ka, why are you reading fairy tales? Reading the finer details is quite interesting. Mark Kong really praises people. You were strange back then and still are now. Librarian Otto quietly observed from outside. He heard the entire conversation between the two and fell silent. The next morning at the warrior family residence. Notification, Secret Art of Tutan Ka First Form Analysis at 95%. He looked at the divine eye. In just one day it was almost done, faster than expected. While thinking, a cup of tea was placed beside him. Young master likes that book. Ah, thank you, librarian. If you need anything, just call me. He asked curiously, all right. Have you finished reading Courage of Tutan Ka? He began to feel irritated. Librarian Otto, yes. Why do you keep monitoring me? Man expression turned serious. Then he said that was not the case. I just wanted to introduce new tea. He replied irritably, is a librarian duty to brew tea for me? That is not it. He broke into a cold sweat. I am just an ordinary librarian. Tried to remain calm. Character information Alto Ji Sun So appeared. Attribute Patience, member of the White Wood tribe, guardian of the covenant passed down through generations. But due to inner fluctuations, he saw the information through the heavenly eye, White Wood. He did not remember this detail. He looked like an ordinary person. If that is the case, he spoke up. Librarian Otto is the librarian of Ji Jian Dio. He must be the guardian of the covenant through generations. The man jolted but pretended to ask, how do you know? He replied, it is written in the books. The man said, when I read that book, there was no such information. He smiled faintly, but you said you have never read this book. The man replied awkwardly, perhaps this book contains much more than what appears on the surface. According to legend, our family has always hidden a secret, waiting for the day an outstanding heir appears to uncover the legacy of Tu Tan Ka. Does the head of the Ji Jindale family know about this? Probably yes, Otto once said so, but I think he does not care much either. Otto will become the next Battle King, and you will inherit the title of Grandmaster Mark N. the battle king who once shook the continent with a single punch and felled enemies with just a glance. Yet the current Otto shows no sign of that at all. Could this book contain what allows Otto to become a battle king? Perhaps only when several conditions are met. Its true name is Secret Art of Ka First Form. Otto stared at the book curiously and muttered, "Secret Art First Form," stood up and said that in just over one more day, he would be able to fully comprehend its contents. After that, he wanted to discuss this book with librarian Otto, asking whether it would be possible. That man looked at him with an emotionless gaze and replied, "Of course." A notification appeared. A variable affecting the entire plot and probability has emerged. You have completed the analysis of Secret Art of Ka First Form. The Heavenly Eye has fully assimilated the contents of Secret Art of Ka First Form. Notification. Secret Art of Ka First Form 10,000 bytes has been deeply engraved into the heart. While walking, Mana suddenly enveloped his body. 10,000 bytes. This was originally a skill he had prepared for himself long ago, though it had not been fully completed. Part of its effects manifested clearly. His entire body felt as if countless things were biting and tearing at it. The two words 10,000 and bytes in the story he himself had written. The previous battle king Mark N once believed that Otto's most terrifying skill was 10,000 bytes. Those weaker would feel as if their bodies were being torn apart by monsters the instant they touched it. Just as recorded, 10,000 bytes was the key for Otto to become a battle king. At the first form, it was only a foundation, but it would accompany the future battle king for life. A plump figure stood outside the door and asked, "Young Master Lawson, may I come in?" "Come in, librarian. You said you wanted to discuss something. What is the topic?" Secret Art of Ka First Form. He spoke frankly that he wanted to discuss 10,000 bytes. That man hesitated and replied, "Young Master Lawson, as far as I understand, discussion means each person presents their own view on a specific topic. But I know nothing about Secret Art of Ka, so how are we to discuss it?" I simply thought that every martial family had its own training area. Indeed, there was such a place right near the guild hall. He said that he would demonstrate 10,000 bytes there. The librarian froze and asked, "What? I've only read the book for less than 2 days and already learned it." That man lowered his voice and said, "The training ground is behind the building. Let me lead the way." That was also why this place was called a guild hall, because this library possessed a training ground that met the highest standards. "And what do you want me to do during that time?" "I will use 10,000 bytes on you. Of course, I will avoid vital points. Could you extend your hand?" "My hand." He clenched his fist tightly. He focused his will and thought about activating 10,000 bytes. Flames surged forth. The plump librarian exclaimed in shock, "This is Secret Art of Ka First Form, 10,000 bytes." As he was demonstrating with full momentum, the surrounding space suddenly became abnormal. Time and space seemed to freeze. Is there a problem with probability? What does this world want from me? If there was a problem, it could only be related to Kia Theo, who according to Alberto memoirs was at the G. Jandale family. Kia Theo originally hated G. Jandale, even though Secret Art of Ka was stored in the G. Jandale library. Why was it Kia Theo and not Alberto, the founder of the family and the author of martial texts? Thinking carefully, there was something that made him uneasy between Alberto and Otto. Was the similarity in their names merely a coincidence? When naming characters, Ao was not something he usually used. Ale was associated with wizards, while Ao was tied to the Black Rose. Ao symbolized calamity, so he only used it for antagonists. The book slammed heavily into his hand. The creator setting has been activated. Kia Theo searched for traces of Secret Art of Ka at many ruins, including G. Giant Dio. His emotions were extremely complex because he had never thought himself related to martial arts. At that moment, he seemed to realize something ominous. Wait, there were far too many gaps compared to before. With the privilege of the creator, he had obtained the one-time erasure right granted to the eraser, meaning this mission was extremely dangerous, because the mission involved modifying the probability of an old setting, even a slight deviation. Cold sweat poured out when he thought that if he failed, the world would collapse and he would die. Not only him, those people, he did not want this world to disappear. No mistakes were allowed. He had to remember where the key point lay. Memory surfaced, words once spoken by friends. "We will always cherish Kia Theo." But whether Kia Theo felt the same, no one could be sure. In his thoughts, perhaps Kia Theo, Delta, all of Alberto records were based only on speculation and had no definite conclusion. He picked up the pen. In that case, Alberto never knew that Kia Theo also cherished him as a friend. Kia Theo both loved and hated him. When he was young, his mother once said, "Love and hate are separated by only a thin thread." These two emotions intertwine so deeply that they can reverse in an instant. That year, Alberto once said to Kia Theo with absolute confidence, and with his understanding of Kia Theo, that man would not be angry, and would instead sincerely hope Alberto's aspiration would come true even if the era did not allow it. In the long run, everything would change. Those emotions took deep root and spread into a forest beyond anyone's control. Theo continued researching and eventually comprehended a way to counter Alberto combat magic. However, he needed a place to experiment outside Mei Chuan. He used the alias Tu Tan Ka to operate within the Golden Tiger clan. Under that identity, he developed a new martial system for the Golden Tiger. This was precisely the martial secret art Kia Theo, created in hopes of realizing Alberto's dream. He hid the book in the G. Jindale family so that Alberto descendants could find it and inherit the legacy. He thought sorrowfully that this was the most reasonable hypothesis, but he did not know whether the world would accept it. Notification, probability deficit has been partially restored, adjustment accurate and significant. The one-time erasure right is still retained. Probability has stabilized again, and he can still use the one-time erasure right. Activate creator privilege to add 2 more lines. He was thrilled at gaining 2 additional uses. This was the reward for restoring a large-scale probability. Perhaps it would be used in the future. Marshall Hall Librarian was someone who always repaid kindness and also possessed talent for comprehending secret arts. This was clearly a worthwhile investment. When he finished writing, the world's space transformed once more. That man gradually shifted from a faded state back into a 7-colored rabbit. This is secret art of Tu Tan Ka first form. He directed light at that man's hand and said, 10,000 bytes. That man's hand instantly split open, blood flowing out. He was startled, thinking that he had only used a small amount of battle soul, and it was already like this. Librarian, are you all right? But the librarian replied that I am fine, moreover. I want to see you perform it once more. Something just flashed through my mind, but he advised that man to stop the bleeding first. Please, just one more time, young Master La Sen. It seemed his setting had begun to take effect. Understood. He continued testing and said, activate 10,000 bytes. That man groaned in pain yet looked excited. One more time. He fired continuously at that man's hand until the skin peeled away. Yet that man grew more excited. One more time. The two sparred from morning until afternoon, whispers once again echoing within the eerie arena. He awkwardly told the librarian that this was enough for today and that he should treat his hand. That man panted and asked for one more favor. Why are you suddenly speaking so politely? What is it? Want to replicate that secret art? You want to replicate it yourself. It took only 2 days thanks to the heavenly eye. That man possessed innate talent in comprehending secret art of Tu Tan Ka. The effectiveness of the setting far exceeded expectations. This time he assisted that man, and just as expected, that man could immediately perform 10,000 bytes. That man solemnly activated 10,000 bytes. The power radiating out made one shudder. But when it struck his hand, the effect was not as expected, only like a bee sting. As expected, using this skill was not easy, but I have seen something important. Try condensing more of your battle soul and combat energy into your fingertip. Maintain stability while compressing it to a higher density. The volume of battle soul and combat energy decreases, the destructive force will immediately surge. Ah, I understand. That man struggled to perform it again. That is right, keep this state. But the moment you touch the opponent, amplify it to the maximum. Just a single piece of guidance was enough to perfect that man technique by leaps and bounds. Without relying on the heavenly eye and still progressing this fast, how far could he go in the future? 7th young master. Yes, librarian, sir. You are my master. He was still bewildered and replied blankly, what? That man said in a deep voice, 10,000 bytes feels as if it has been engraved in my body for a long time. I never thought my bloodline hid such power. Cold sweat broke out as he thought. That man was starting to make him feel dizzy. And you are the one who awakened that power. I sincerely thank you. That man suddenly shouted, can you accept me as your disciple? He thought silently that the effect of the 2 additional lines had begun to manifest. The Marshall Hall librarian truly knew how to repay kindness. Replied awkwardly, that was this not too sudden? But I have realized that fate is moving in that direction. Even so, I come from Maton, while you belong to G. Zandal. In the end, I am only someone who works by contract. That man called himself a man of the covenant. His family has also served for many generations, right? Is this not what you have always hoped for, librarian, sir? Then what do you think? He turned and called out, Master. Markner appeared and said that he found this quite interesting. The librarian was startled when he saw him. Battle King. By the way, how did you know I was hiding nearby? He smiled and replied it was just intuition. You revealed yourself. Scene shifted to a hot omelet on a plate. Father, do you not need to keep an eye on La Sen? Keep an eye on him. I can never guess what he is thinking. That is right. I would rather believe he says he is 140 years old than 14. Someone like that asking to enter the library, do you not feel uneasy? Do Selena, we do not monitor guests. I have already allowed La Sen to research the Marshall Hall. Authority is only granted to those who know how to keep trust and promises. He pouted and replied, fine then, it seems I was mistaken. By the way, what is it? There is one more person, right? Another who can break my authority. Back at the arena, he asked again, how did you know I was nearby? Or did you see it with that eye? It is not important. A G-Zandal librarian wanting to serve the Mei Chuang heir. That man replied anxiously about that. Markner immediately said, is librarian Otto not being constrained too much? He does not belong to the G-Zandal bloodline, so he has the freedom to choose whom he serves. Different from the demon clan, I understand. If Mei Chuang surpasses G-Giant Dio, then that is G-Giant Dio's fault. At this moment, I am not speaking as deputy commander. When did you learn secret martial arts? Do not tell me it was only in 2 days at G-Zandal. He replied, if I said so, would you believe it? That man quietly looked at him. I have known Lassen for 4 years, and he has always brought one surprise after another. Thought I understood him somewhat, but it turns out he is a genius beyond my comprehension. I wonder how strong he will become during his time in G-Giant Dio. The system now notifies that the setup destroyer has begun to take interest in the mysterious setup. As expected, the setup destroyer is Grandmaster Markner. This title implies the ability to interfere with probability. He pretended and said, Librarian Otto, yes, Battle King. I want to speak privately with my disciple. Could you give us some time? Of course. The librarian left and even made a heart gesture at he. Master, I love you. He had never agreed to accept him as a disciple. Plump man left noisily. He asked his master if that was how people said farewell in G-Zandal. Self-love is only used between my brother and Jocelyn. Now that Otto is gone, let us get straight to the point. What do you mean? That man said excitedly, just now you held back, right? Secret martial art first form, 10,000 bytes, correct. Use it with all your strength. Storm of force erupted. What is that all? That man suddenly said, take off your clothes. What, why clothes? Listen to your master. Why argue like usual? He lifted his clothes and thought silently. What is Master Markner planning? What, I understand now. We have not reunited for long, yet you have grown this much. Replied shyly. That man asked again why you do not learn martial arts. You mean martial arts? Recalling the harsh training period, that man once said he was too slow. Huff, huff. As night fell and birds fell silent, his master was still awake and watching. Everything I have learned over the past 4 years. It was only physical training. Then what about what you taught me before? That man replied, those were only basics. You have not even entered the path. Then what is true martial arts? That man laughed and said, I have never clearly explained the true origin of martial arts. He said it comes from the battle soul. Then should we not strengthen the battle soul? He asked blankly, but is that feasible? Moreover, my battle soul belongs to G. Gunder. And how do we improve the battle soul? That is something I have thought about for a long time. This time I will teach you the correct path, even if you may regret it for life. He asked then what was what I learned before. That man replied, mages cultivate mana, accumulating it in the heart to form a circle. Though he did not fully understand, he felt it sounded reasonable. Warriors do not cultivate mana. We absorb energy through meditation and guide it into muscles and nerves to accumulate the battle soul. I am about to teach you a meditation method that ordinary people cannot learn. With your mysterious eyes, you can. Can you analyze the G-Zandal meditation manual? There is such a book. Yes, there is in the first-tier library. The first-tier library. You have the authority to do that. Have you asked the clan head? The old man laughed, of course not. Taking it out would be theft. But what if we do not take the book out? He was utterly shocked. Excuse me. Using only what is memorized in the mind is not theft. What if the clan head discovers it? Markner laughed loudly. Do you think he does not know? He certainly knows. He looked at he with great interest. If you think otherwise, then you are not worthy to be my disciple. Clearly, there had already been a secret negotiation between the two. 1 day earlier, the scene shifted to a strange place. It was the secret chamber of the G-Zandal family within the Mist Garden. Markner asked, be honest, why do you plant these things when they cannot be eaten? Looking at you like this, who would think you are the Hack King? Mac Long laughed and said, appearances do not matter here. Anyway, why did you call me here? I think you already understand. Because this is a private space, I can guess what you are about to say. From now on, I am not speaking as clan head, but as your elder brother and friend. Mentioned your disciple, Lassen. I have confirmed that his battle soul was amplified when he passed through the main gate. Once he controls and develops it, we will witness a warrior never seen before. That is right, this is the first time I have seen a genius surpass me, not only in physique. Markner laughed and said his talent lies in the mind. He has gone far ahead of me. He is still very young. In my view, you will be the one responsible for guiding him. The elder brother released killing intent in anger, but I am already his teacher. I think I do not understand your martial ambition. It was precisely that which brought you to the position of Battle King. G-Zandal rules forbid taking martial arts outside. If broken, you must abandon everything you have gained here. I mean crippling my tendons and stripping my battle soul. The elder brother said worriedly, do not raise a seed of disaster out of interest. One day it may return as an enemy. Markner replied, is that not why I train more strictly? The stronger the enemy, the greater G-Zandal becomes. Do you think I would ignore that? Protects his disciple. He is merely a victim forced by me. No one in G-Zandal is allowed to threaten the victim. If you dare touch Lassen, I will strike you. The elder brother released killing intent in displeasure. The younger brother was startled by that pressure and stepped back. I cherish you greatly, Markner. You are the only family I have left. Very well, you may go. Manner said, many thanks, royal brother. Magic and swordsmanship will continue to evolve, but martial arts have reached their limit. Over time, G-Zandal will weaken. I pondered endlessly and finally found the answer in Lassen. Back in reality, the master asked, then do you want to learn orthodox martial arts? What are you thinking? He replied at once, no sir, I will think about this later. Angrily shouted, have you lost your mind? Even with mountains of gold, one might not be able to learn the martial arts of G-Giant-Do. That is exactly the problem. This thing exists only in G-Giant-Do. My goal is to leave the family and live peacefully. If I learn their martial arts, I will become an enemy for life. He put his clothes back on and said, I do not want to live in hiding after learning it. Just endure 6 more years and I will be free. No need to invite trouble. What I want is only a sparring match between disciples. He froze and asked, what do you mean? Did the Mei Chuang family head not allow it before? That was in the past. I stayed in Zep for 4 years because of that and learned from you, master, but I have not truly learned anything. Turned and blamed that man, because your realm is too high, my eyes cannot analyze it. In other words, I will learn through sparring with Jocelyn. In that way, martial arts will be comprehended naturally. You want to fight Rosalind to learn martial arts? Do you truly think martial arts can be learned that way? Master, even thinking about it feels impossible. Felt both joy and worry upon accepting this strange disciple. His mind filled with doubts. An unprecedented declaration. Yet the thought that this brat might pull it off sent shivers through him. The system issued a notification. The god Mu Mo Lai Dian is paying attention to La Sen Mei Chuan. God Mu Mo Lai Dian. After the fire god Phoenix, now this god has appeared. But he felt he had heard the name Lai Dian somewhere before. Where exactly do these gods come from? If gods truly exist, then living beings should be the ones receiving revelations, not me. But setting aside author favoritism, this ability has no issue. Now that I think about it, the clear nation Holland truly exists in this world. Holland is not only an important kingdom, it also plays the role of balance among the 3 great families. They are followers of the light god, specializing in support and healing. They use divine power, completely different from mana, battle, soul, and sword. Thinking about it, this world truly has gods. If the light god exists, then there are very likely other gods as well. That means others may also be able to borrow divine power. Then a massive probability paradox would appear. If gods exist, and there are those with god eyes who can see divine will. But throughout the entire story, living beings never directly saw divine will. When I transmigrated into license, the first trait was probability deficiency. The original protagonist, Kassan, also carried probability deficiency at the start. If one reads the whole story, this detail is easily forgot. But if this world is real, then even the protagonist is no exception. But if living beings themselves have many personality gaps, if living beings carry severe probability deficiency, then the world would certainly collapse, because it cannot exist if probability is unstable. Perhaps that is why I was brought to this world. In the distant future of the plot, perhaps living beings found a way for someone to patch probability gaps. So my task is to draw the attention of Lydian, the god Mu Mo. A notification continued stating that the god Mu Mo Lai Dian is paying attention to La Sen Mei Chuan. He decided to turn this into an advantage. The old man called him back to reality. Why are you standing there spacing out in front of your master brat? Sorry, sir. How long was I standing there? 22 minutes 33 seconds. He awkwardly said there was no need to be that precise. Sorry for making you wait. That man pinched his arm. Who told you to make your master wait so long? Will prove that I can learn martial arts by sparring with Jocelyn. Good, I will wait and see. A notification stated that the god Mu Mo Lai Dian shows favoritism toward La Sen Mei Chuan and grants 3 days to find what is needed most. The scene shifted to a lavish dinner as dishes were served. Young Master Mei, dinner is ready. Food in G-Giant-Do is much better. Perhaps because I am a guest, they treated me especially well. He ate until full and then strolled leisurely down the corridor. This place is truly peaceful. Such an atmosphere is hard to find elsewhere. Leaving the family and living near G-Giant-Do would not be bad. The family head appeared and asked, do you like the food? Hack King, sir, it is very delicious. I am glad to hear that. I heard you want to train with Jocelyn, is that right? Yes. And you also said you would learn the G-Zandal battle soul and martial arts just by observing Du Salin. He looked at him seriously and replied, that is correct, sir. But an irritated shout rang out from the side. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you looking down on G-Giant-Do? Her father covered his face with a fan and said, "Do Salin, the family head is speaking with a guest. Even so, I also agree with Zosaline. Even though she is inferior to Markner, I do not believe G-Zandal martial arts can be learned just by watching." He replied, "But you personally asked me. That shows you very much want to verify whether my words are true or false. Indeed, the people of G-Giant Dio are not afraid of challenges. If you wish, I will allow you to train with Jocelyn. However, Du Salin will also observe you and your combat magic. If she learns more, then all the better." He laughed and said, "And if you observe better, then you will grow stronger. I will monitor both of you." Hearing this, he confidently looked straight at him. The next day, at the second training ground in G-Junder, Du Salin solemnly entered a state of martial meditation. He thought idly about what Lai Dian wanted from him, what exactly it was. "If I find it, will Lai Dian grant it to me?" She suspiciously glanced at him secretly and saw that he was still extremely focused. In the end, the two stayed in the same room until evening. By the next morning, no one knew what they had done inside. Notification: the appointed time with the god Mu Mo Lai Dian has arrived. The god poses a question to La Sen Mei Chuan. When he opened his eyes, he was stunned. "Where is this place? What place is this?" A voice rang out asking, "What do you need most?" His spine turned cold as he sensed enormous eyes watching from behind. He startled and turned around. This voice: "If you say the right thing I am thinking of, Lydian will give it to you. If you are wrong, I will take your eyes as the price for deceit. This is only an illusion. I just need to follow the plan." Over the past 3 days, he had thought a great deal about what Lai Dian considered the most needed. The god Miu Mo focused on him for the first time. "You said you could learn martial arts by sparring with Jocelyn. Do you truly believe that? For you it is impossible, because you are not a martial god and do not care about my martial arts. You gave me 3 days to find what I need most." The god looked at him and said, "I did exactly that. I find it strange. Why did you pay attention to me at that moment and force me to find what I need most, then appear now to turn it into a concept? In my view, that thing is not a concrete object. Then what do you think it is?" "What I need most? Nothing other than the grace of Lai Dian." The god was surprised. "My grace? I like your way of thinking, not a bad answer." He stood straight and tried to stay calm as he said, "Thank you. At least I did not anger him, so the decision still rests with him. Everything depends on the god. What if I ask for something other than grace? I will cut out your tongue." His tongue was severed. Pain racked him, but he told himself this was an illusion. God laughed excitedly. "I like your answer, so I will grant you something interesting. The blessing of the god of conspiracy, Lai Dian, has been bestowed." His eyes immediately changed color. "The god of conspiracy, Lydian, grants you new eyes." Jolted awake back in reality, his eyes. It was still evening in that training room. Beginner Ice Magic Book No So Giant 1-2. Analysis 78%. Grand Mage Alberto Basics 12.9%. He realized he could analyze 2 books at the same time without slowing down at all. Previously, he had given up parallel study due to low efficiency, but now the speed surged. The fruit of Lydian, the eyes, turned out to be a special ability that greatly enhances the sacred eye. He was overjoyed. This gift truly lived up to being a god gift. Beside him, Heza briefly thought in contemplation that the young master must be seriously researching magic, absolutely not doing it casually. Judging by how he was reading, it was obvious he was researching 2 spellbooks at the same time, and magic was by nature an extremely advanced field. Even those commonly regarded as the most intelligent rarely managed to comprehend its true essence. Magic had always been reserved for a select elite, yet he was able to absorb 2 advanced magical texts simultaneously. She silently observed him and thought to herself that she absolutely had to report this matter to that person. 1 week passed since the day he received the gift sent from Lai Dian. It was Zosaline's meditation and breathing technique, allowing battle spirit to circulate, accumulate, and gradually permeate the muscles. That gift not only made reading magic books more efficient, but also rendered his perception of the world clearer and more coherent. Suddenly, Du Salin called him over and asked how he intended to respond. She stared at him and said that she would never understand what he was thinking, and if not for her father's order, she would never have shared a room with someone like him. He smiled faintly and replied that he might have figured it out. She immediately asked what he meant. It was the method of accumulating battle spirit through meditation. She asked in astonishment whether he had truly understood meditation already. He told her to look carefully. "Just watch whether what I do is correct, Du Salin. This is the meditation technique of G. Xander that I analyzed thanks to Lydian's gift. First gather the battle spirit around the heart, then gradually amplify it step by step." She was so stunned that she blurted out for him to wait. Acting on a warrior's instinct for action, she grabbed a nearby wooden stick and struck him directly, smack, making him cry out asking why she hit him. She shouted that starting meditation required adult supervision. A single wrong movement could cause him to die from severe muscle damage. He replied that he did not know, but he would probably die even sooner than that. "If something happened to me, would that not be even more beneficial for you?" She She yelled that defeating him had been done with her own hands, and she did not want him to destroy himself like that. She said she would go call her uncle, and told him to stay right where he was. His head was covered in blood, yet he still watched her departing figure and thought to himself that Du Saline always cared about him even if she never admitted it. Inside the family head's grand hall, a deep voice rang out saying that he had already heard the report. He asked whether the boy had learned meditation merely through observation. He replied that he had spent nearly 10 days watching before grasping it. At the side, Markner stepped forward and spoke up, saying he had warned them beforehand. The man continued, asking how long it had taken Du Saline to finish learning basic meditation. 3 years, so only by seeing it with your own eyes would you believe it. He nodded because their meditation technique was both overwhelmingly powerful and inherently destructive. That was precisely why extremely severe side effects were unavoidable. He said that in that case he would begin. La Sen Mei Tung immediately activated the Ji Jindale family's new meditation technique. The moment he sat upon the platform, he was instantly hit by backlash and his body nearly exploded. Even as blood sprayed everywhere and he kept vomiting blood, he still resolutely refused to stop. "See, I knew it all along. How could it be learned through observation alone?" he said worriedly and moved to halt the ritual at once. Markner hurriedly called out, asking him to wait a little longer, saying that if it were this boy then. Felt the blood vessels throughout his body swelling abnormally. This was bad. Than Kuk appeared with a warning that if Mana continued to be probed, the human body would explode. The Dek-Acre ritual was still struggling to protect his body. Du Saline observed while sweating profusely, murmuring that at this rate he would die, then took something out. "It is not a side effect of meditation," his older brother said anxiously. "You felt it too, did you not?" His master was filled with worry, yet a glimmer of interest flashed in his eyes. He answered yes. He said that this was something he could never forget, because this feeling was very similar to the condition of the family head back then. Old Dex-Ager recalled that scene. Scene abruptly shifted to the image of him lying on a bed. "So what exactly happened afterward?" "I am asking you," she said irritably. "I thought you had died back then. How could you be so calm now?" He asked how long he had been unconscious. She replied that it was 10 days, which was not short at all. Thinking back after the meditation ended, could that session be considered a success? Was there any new notification on the status window? Notification stated that the Celestial Foundation attribute had developed through multiple complex factors, and that the War King attribute had been activated, leaving him stunned that he had evolved into a War King. A figure rushed in panic and shouted, "Young Master." Hampton, "Not now, hurry." He sighed in relief and said that the young master had awakened, then startled and asked where she had appeared from. He replied that he was awake. "You believed that the person I serve would not be affected by those side effects, did you not?" He laughed loudly and answered that of course it was so. 3 days later, with those 3 factors, his Celestial Foundation attribute awakened into a War King, while Cashin Set, the protagonist of this world, also awakened the Sword Saint attribute. He thought that the War King attribute was probably only on par with the Sword King at most. Could it be that Dex-Ager had calculated everything from the very beginning? If one day he returned, that time he would personally find the answer to this question. He calmly cast the second form of ice magic, but it did not stop there. He curled his lips into a grin, and he continued by unleashing the third form of ice magic. The ice magic tome compiled by No So Giant and Evian possessed a trait that allowed maximum effectiveness with minimal mana. However, an overwhelming killing intent was emanating from Heiza. The fact that she released such a fierce presence right outside Vila Tudor's room showed that. "I understand clearly what you mean," he replied. That meant the agreement with Vila Tudor was complete. "I must block Heiza's attack not with magic, but with martial arts. The skill I intend to use corresponds to the level you once displayed when mastering Ice Crystal in the past. You are speaking in the past tense, because now we all know you have stepped into an entirely new realm. That means I am forced to increase the pressure on you even more." Immediately after that, she instantly made her move and struck at him. From the right side and then behind his back, that collision was only a feint. The real attack came from the left flank. Her attack came crashing down, increased power for both body and soul. He was still wearing patient clothes when he was dragged straight into battle, immediately activating an intermediate combat magic technique to enhance himself. Ra charged toward him like a bolt of lightning. He threw a punch, but this attack direction was dodged. She appeared behind his back again. It seemed she was far more serious than usual. He executed the secret martial art Tu Tan Ka, the first form named 10,000 Trials. "If that is the case, then I must live up to the expectations she has placed on me." He immediately used his own 10,000 Trials. The sword in Ra's hand was shattered to pieces. "I've matured far beyond what I ever anticipated. The fusion of martial arts and magical combat techniques of yours is truly outstanding. Thank you for the compliment. With a mage body, controlling magical combat techniques is inherently difficult. so I can only perform at my best thanks to the support of martial arts and teamwork. Perhaps Hira could have completely dodged that strike if she wanted to. She deliberately took the hit, and those words just now were far from simple. Just as the family head predicted, Vila Tudor appeared. He spoke not quite to me, but as if for Vila Tudor himself to hear, making martial arts sound like nothing more than an auxiliary ability. Astonishing aura. This is the fighting spirit of someone who has reached the 10-star realm. Martial arts are indeed only a supporting ability because we are born as mages. Mages believe that magic is the supreme discipline. Do you think so? You should clearly understand that I do not think that way. I was born into a mage family, so my magical talent far surpasses my martial arts. Investing in the stronger ability is not the obvious choice. He suddenly exclaimed in excitement, "This is the first time I have seen a mage acknowledge another school." Then he retracted his fighting spirit, his gaze evaluating a two-faced person. "Asen, I have a proposal for you. As the head of the Zandal family, I believe this is not a bad thing for you. I will decide after hearing the content. Have you ever heard of the Dark Shadow Desert? That is territory once managed by May." "That is right. That place lies under the governance of our family. Can you bring back an ancient book from that land for me?" "Yes, and I want you to take Du Sa Lin along. And I would also like to add one condition. Treating Vila Tudor like this, the supreme entity of this world, should you not be more polite? The one making the request is the Dark King, so I think I have the right to set a few minimal conditions. If the attitude is like this, you can completely go yourself. Doing so would cause Mei Tung to view it as a declaration of war against us. Truly a bold child, he has calculated several steps ahead. And the reason you want to send Du Sa Lin to that land, it must be because Du Sa Lin needs something there. Up until now, the candidates observed by Mei Tung have been at most 3 people. First person from that family has already disappeared without a trace. The next was the gentle healer Ivelia Mayton, and finally the one with the nickname Double V, BCAM. After that he looked at the young man and said, "Fine then, what do you want? I have a feeling this child could become the next heir of the family. Your request is quite simple. Please help me find my friend again." The face of Mi Jiang surfaced in his thoughts. Mi Jiang, I have heard many stories about her. By now she must have grown much more. Yes, recently she once fought the mercenary king, but clearly it was a completely one-sided battle. That man underestimated her simply because she came from the Golden Fox clan. Even so, she still could not inflict any damage on him. I heard her attacks were quite impressive. In the end, she was still defeated. A priest in the Holland region discovered and rescued her. At that time, she was on the brink of death by the roadside and thus received assistance. A girl who is even afraid to return to her village on her own. Yet she dared to challenge the mercenary king. I do not know the relationship between you and Mi Jiang, but I will say this. Yes, the number of people who survived after confronting the mercenary king can be counted on one hand. Mark N, your master. Elia, your elder sister. Kasha Set, head of the Set family. He confidently pointed at himself and said, "Me and the last one, although that person has never been made public." He added that the person lives in seclusion. In other words, only someone extremely strong could survive against him. You know why that ruthless and cold-blooded man spared Mi Jiang's life? Perhaps he recognized her potential. That is right. That is why I believe she is qualified to become a candidate for the next generation mercenary king. If I find her, will you approve? I understand. In any case, I need Mi Jiang, Ludia, and also Era. I need their help because I myself am still weak. The family head asked in surprise, "Weak? Do you truly think you are weak?" He smiled foolishly and replied, "Yes, I am just a 15-year-old child who has not experienced the world yet." That man was so shocked that his eyes went wide. This brat is truly terrifying. Even Du Sa Lin believes that girl is already strong enough, yet he still claims to be weak despite surpassing his peers by far. I truly cannot understand this child's standard of strength. He said, "I will find Mi Jiang within 2 days. During that time, prepare yourselves mentally for Zozalin." After that, the group of 4 appeared before Miss Ho. Mi Jiang Feng Fiu spoke up. "You came to find me for what? Such a waste of time." He shouted joyfully, "Mi Jiang, long time no see. How have you been lately?" Mi Jiang walked closer and asked, "And who is this?" "Ah, she is. My name is Jocelyn, the young lady of the Zandal family." "Oh, so you are the beloved daughter of the Zandal family head." "That is right, then what is your name?" Mi Jiang was surprised me. And Mi Jiang rudely asked, "What are you curious about?" He hurriedly apologized in embarrassment for her temperament. Mi Jiang asked bluntly again, "Are you two planning to get married?" Du Salin immediately showed a disgusted expression after hearing that. "Even from thousands of miles away, I still heard that rumor. You two do not know." "A rumor?" He scratched his head and thought, it must be that old Vila causing trouble. Jia Lin replied irritably, "Never. I will not like him, he is not my type." "Is that so, Tufi?" From behind, Ludia spoke up, "This feeling is really uncomfortable." "Then would you like to marry me?" "Do you understand what marriage is? It is being by my side for life." Jiang said indifferently, "Let me tell you, La Sen is already my man, because I think I must bear his child. Thought to himself, this is bad. Her possessiveness is too high. After that, he hurriedly cut in, enough. Let us not talk about that anymore. We still have to go to the Dark Shadow Desert. Said confidently, I know a shortcut to get there. Follow me. The Dark Shadow Desert. I thought this place still occasionally had anonymous explorers pass through. This place belongs to the Maton clan's territory, yet there is no teleportation gate. Do you know how much it costs to build such a gate? My family is rich, but not to the extent you think. Moreover, we have only walked for a short while, and this place has already sunk into darkness. Let me use the Azure Eye to check. Notification, current location is the Dark Shadow Desert, residence of specters. Specters. They are a species that parasitizes within the shadows of other beings and siphons their nutrients. He worried that they needed to leave this place as soon as possible. Julia hesitated and said, La Sen, what is it, Julia? I do not like those cacti. Can I deal with them? Sure. After that, she launched a fireball high into the air. She turned around and threw it straight toward the cluster of cacti. The flames erupted violently. The ghosts hidden inside were immediately burned to ashes. He spoke up in praise. Well done, Julia. Said there might be an ancient book around here, right? According to the G. Jindale family head, that is the case. She immediately took action, sniffed once and said, all right, let me take a look. Suddenly her eyes widened, as if she had smelled something extremely terrifying. She retched violently. Then she said, trembling, what is this smell? This is the smell of death. Smell of death energy. I cannot see anything even after using the Azure Eye. It seems we must stay here for at least 3 days. From afar, someone was secretly watching their group. That man stared fixedly at his group with eyes full of malice. 3 days passed. I realized one clear fact, that the specters began to move actively when night fell. Could even coexist with even the smallest shadows, even if it was only the shadow of a moving flame like Zen. Do you see anything? Yes, this area is filled with specters in overwhelming numbers. Really, I cannot see anything at all. You reach a higher magic circle, you will notice it. Really, but that is strange. You already have 3 circles while I only have 2. And men paused slightly. Why can you see them while I cannot? Somehow I can still see them, perhaps because of bloodline. See, worry rose in his heart, and he reminded himself to be careful with his words when talking to Ludia. Hope you reach the next magic circle soon, La Sen. The next day, An Men immediately went to find Mi Jiang. The specters moved chaotically, but in truth drifted along a certain direction. A direction clearly so. Which direction? I cannot smell any sign at all. I finally see it now. I have identified where the specters are gathering. Over there, right beneath the cactus cluster. She replied briskly, all right, let me handle it. Right after that, she unleashed the power of her beast seal and shot forward. Her speed was unbelievably fast, so the one hiding here all this time was you. A loud explosion resounded. Everyone was shaken. This Miss Ho truly could not be underestimated. Ludia could not hide her shock and asked, was your friend already this strong? Mi Jiang really grown this much already. La Sen, there is a staircase in that lake. That staircase. A place like this cannot naturally exist in the desert. This must be an artificial dungeon. The ancient book Vila Tutor mentioned be inside this dungeon. We will only know after entering. And Men immediately ordered the maid, shield me. Yes, young master. I do not want to lose. Absolutely not to him. Notification indicates that the dangerous trump card character is beginning to awaken. Reading those words made An Men shudder. A dangerous trump card. Could this be related to Du Salen? Ever since that mysterious Moan man appeared, Era immediately sniffed and shouted, who are you? Sorry, I did not intend to look up there. My name is Duzen, just an anonymous explorer. I came to explore the desert. He is lying. I cannot even regard him as human. Beneath his disguise were dense specters, or he had already been eroded from the inside. The dangerous trump card has met the conditions to awaken. Lai Diane proposes to support this awakening process. La Sen, this one is extremely suspicious. Can I eat him alive? It seems Lydian wants Du Salen to mature. Salen, what do you think? Are you asking me? Yes, I will follow your decision. Are you testing me? No, I am only asking for your opinion. I know how strong your shadow guard is, so it is strange that she only discovered him now. Clearly the one tailing us is not human, and this is the proof. He left no footprints at all, proving he is not an ordinary explorer. But I am just a naive and trusting person. Everyone showed discomfort. Explain clearly why you approached us. Then we will decide whether to kill you or not. I was only investigating the desert on my own. I followed the traces and thought they would lead me to useful information. What information? Of course, about the ancient book containing secret techniques. Oh, so you are also looking for the ancient book. We have been searching for it for quite a while. Oh, what a coincidence. You call that a coincidence? Du Salen immediately charged straight at him. Shouted in panic, I did not. But her strike missed. Target was something an ordinary explorer could never dodge, an attack carrying 3-star fighting spirit. Explorers, evasion is an instinct for survival. I do not believe your words. Calling yourself an explorer is meaningless. Eliminating potential opponents is only natural. Killing you comes later. Could she show mercy and spare the life of someone naive like him? Are quite interesting. Was it not you who planned to use poison the moment I approached? Why do you not reveal your true form? He laughed hoarsely. So it turns out you are a young lady who refuses to listen. I cannot sense any vitality from him at all. Moreover, he appeared exactly when the dungeon opened. You are the guardian of the ancient book, are you not? That is right. I am the guardian of this place. My real name is Tu Yao. From the start, the name itself was never important. The moment you set your sights on the ancient book, your fate was already decided. Mi Jiang stepped forward and said, "Leave him to me." And men hurriedly stopped her. Mi Jiang, wait, what is it? He added curiously, let us just watch for a bit. Du Salen charged seriously at the opponent. Martial warrior, let me see what ability you have. I am not afraid of you at all, and met the attack head-on. She was slightly shocked. The power he unleashed was far from ordinary. He retreated in pain, cough over there. At this age and such an impressive martial soul, I will not hold back just because you are young. Step aside, young lady, otherwise you will truly lose your life. All of you behind her as well, leave now. I will spare you. Are you just going to stand there and watch? Hurry into the dungeon and find the ancient book. All right, Du Salen, we are counting entirely on you. Do you think I will let you enter so easily? An enraged hand seized him. Du Salen flung him violently forward, like tossing an object. And men reminded anxiously, be careful, Du Salen. How dare you block my path? A voice rang out. You plan to approach and then betray us from the start. I asked in surprise. You noticed, not bad. Because I noticed it, La Sen must have as well. Then why did he hand this battle to me? You are the guardian, so you will disappear once we obtain the ancient book. I ask you, what is your purpose in life? I was born to accept fate and give my all. Then what do you think my purpose is? It must be to protect the ancient book. Then if the ancient book disappears, what should I do? I do not know. He stood dazed in thought. I have never thought about that. Until now, my only purpose has been to protect the ancient book. So be it. Perhaps there is not much time left for me to show you my true power. After that, he erupted with firepower. Now on, I will not hold back anymore. If you still want to live, then retreat quickly. That a 4-star martial soul? No, it must be at least 5 stars. She began to worry. He surpassed her by 2 stars. This gap in close combat was enormous. If my mission is to protect the ancient book, then is your mission to stop me. But she could not retreat, at least not from this moment on. That is how it is. It seems you are completely unafraid of death even while facing it. From now on, do not lose it again. In truth, my task was never to guard the ancient book. Right after that, his entire body suddenly emitted a dazzling light. He disappeared, but he clearly just said his mission was not to protect the ancient book. Wait, that is not right. He has not disappeared at all. My body trembled as too many martial souls suddenly surged inside. If I do not enter meditation quickly, I will truly die. Could it be that even this dungeon is nothing more than a trap? I have already completed my part, but they must pay the price. Lin realized in shock that she was drifting within a bizarre land. Is this really the inside of the dungeon? Right beside her, a strange sound rang out. She saw 2 bodies lying there, blood flowing everywhere. Turning her head, she discovered the others were the same. Had all of them been defeated? Even the handsome and men had already lost an arm. This dungeon truly be a trap. No, it must only be an illusion. If you enter the dungeon now, they will live, but your body will dissipate. On the other hand, if you refuse to step in, they will die. Will you choose your own life or accept a massive amount of martial souls? 2 lives in exchange for 1. Sacrificing yourself to save your friends or not, everything depends on your choice. Lady A stood beside her in a daze and called out, La Sen. I cannot move. How interesting. It seems this is not a dungeon but a trap, but after some time we will escape. Young master, should I go out to assist Miss Du Salin? No need, just wait. It seems Lydian wants to observe Du Salin. From the moment we entered, I knew there was no ancient book at all. This thing is quite good. How can I see that girl from here? That is called clairvoyance magic, a place that binds and allows clairvoyance at the same time. Moreover, we came here at the request of family head Giant Dio. Asen, if it were you, what would you do? I would stand still. Truly the style of Mei Tung, simply the way they live. I almost forgot you carry the Bersia bloodline. But Du Salin belongs to Ji Zandal, and Ji Zandal always has its own path. Therefore, I think Du Salin will step inside. At that time, her body will explode. I do not think so. Considering all factors, it is very likely my father and Vila Tudor were behind this. If that is the case, all dialogue from earlier has been eavesdropped on. The healing mana gathered here is extremely beneficial to us. How do you know all that? Are you teasing me because I only have 2 magic circles? In any case, I am still a mage. I believe that when Du Salin steps in, her body will be restored. That is the awakening opportunity Lydian mentioned. Then why do I not go out and warn Miss Du Lin first? It seems we have been here for quite a while. Du Lin still has not made any move. Now that you mention it, I notice it too. Flow of time inside and outside must be different. How did I fail to notice something so simple? Binding, clairvoyance, healing, and distortion. Not many people can easily use so many types of magic. She said seriously that combining 4 types of magic at once is impossible. Only top-tier mages, at least Elder May Ioi level, could do it. But Elder May Tung testing the air of Ji Jiandel is no different from declaring war. He turned and asked, "What do you mean?" "Yes, this test concerns my father." He looked ahead and said, "We have arrived." Everything unfolded exactly as predicted. The binding magic had been lifted. Du Lin spoke painfully. "La Sen Mei Tung, you had better be grateful to me for life. You should treat me as your benefactor. Shut up, do not embarrass me anymore. But acting like this is fine. Yes, do not be so picky." He covered her face and said, "I did not expect everyone to be fine. I am dying of embarrassment. Now hurry and start meditating. Here, you know I will be putting myself in danger. You accepted the risk from the very beginning. Just do it." And Men said solemnly, "I will protect you." Hearing that she stiffened, her cheeks flushing red like tomatoes. "If you betray me, do not blame me. Issa, do not lower your guard until Du Lin completes her meditation." Understood. System notification. Lydian is no longer paying attention to Zosaline. It seems this is not what La Sen hoped for from Du Lin. A warrior together with a divine strategist. That means he never intended for Zosaline to awaken. Perhaps he only wanted to test me. Then why did he pretend to pay attention to Du Lin? Like an image surfacing, that name, Divine Strategist, was merely enjoying this game. Night fell after days of exhaustion. Saline tightly closed her eyes. Then she slowly opened them. From afar, An Men called out, "Is it done?" Joker has awakened. Her martial soul has developed to the point I almost cannot recognize it. She has now reached a 4-star martial soul. He said in shock, 4 stars. But this amount of power indicates it must be at least 5 stars. From now on, Rosalind will progress at an astonishing speed. This is what Vila Tudor was searching for. Creation privilege activated, time and space freeze again. It seems Du Lin awakening was merely a pretext for Lydian to appear. System notification. Divine Strategist Lydian has bestowed you the Black Cauldron. He was dazed once more. What is the Black Cauldron? System displays information from 30 years ago regarding Divine Strategist Lydian, a minor god born from the relationship between the god of knowledge 8 and the cunning fairyland E. Minor gods often interfere in human life out of curiosity and are easily attracted. How much are you planning to buy it for? That stall over there sells it cheaper. They have no natural predators and exist for a very long time. Gods possess personalities like humans, but most have dissipated with time and grown quiet. Therefore, they are always searching for new amusement. And the most fascinating beings to them are humans. Humans are unpredictable and full of emotion. Divine Strategist Lydian has set his sights on La Sen Mei Tung. Will you learn martial arts by sparring with Jocelyn? This is precisely Ji Zandal martial arts. Therefore, he wanted to directly intervene with La Sen Master. Once believed this was impossible. Then the book appeared, and he said it was time to complete the layout. At least this time it is easier than before because I already know the answer. Because Lydian, that fat cat, is extremely interested in the way La Sen Mei Tung lives. Suddenly a British specter appeared and said, "That is right, your life is very interesting." Said he liked it very much, sending a chill down An Men's spine. He stared in fear. This voice is, "I want to possess you." Lydian was trying to seize control of his body. Could it be that everything I did broke the barrier, preventing Lydian from intervening directly? He painfully felt blood flowing endlessly. Damn it, I have fallen into a trap. System notification. Probability deficit has been partially restored and adjusted more precisely. I will use the deletion authority once. I must stop Lydian from intervening directly. To do that, Lydian can only observe from afar because he likes La Sen lifestyle. He enjoys watching La Sen grow on his own. System confirms deletion authority has been used. After this incident, An Men was drenched in cold sweat. Just from lowering my guard, I nearly lost my body. From now on, I must handle the layout more carefully. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Then what is that lantern jar about? Is it just an ordinary jar? Ludia ran over adorably and said, "La Sen, I am hungry. Then let us return to Giant Dio." System reminder, the Black Cauldron is an item forged by a god. The group of adventurers continued their journey. On the ship, An Men closed his eyes and pondered, the Black Cauldron. Why did Lydian give me this? Thinking carefully, there is one person connected to that jar. Someone often called by a nickname. Suddenly he froze. Jian Fan, Prince Seng. This character will later become a teammate of the Zinzet. He joins if he helps me find a life partner for Hak Seng. I remember adding Hak Seng partner plot quite impulsively, so most of it. Readers did not like that idea because it was too childish. Even so, Hack-san partner will certainly be connected to Hack-din. When we return to Jijindale, we will follow Giant Fong Trail there. The moment they set foot on land, everyone widened their eyes and exclaimed, "What in the world is happening?" Did Deke appear in Jijindale? Old Bo slowly sipped his tea and said, "You have arrived. I could hear your brain spinning from far away. It would be strange if you were not surprised. All right, then what conclusion did you draw? You guessed that father used long-range teleportation to reach Jijindale. Anyone could guess that. Teleportation is a dangerous ability often used for assassination, so being allowed to use it within Jizandal territory proves that. The relationship between the Mei Tung family and Jizandal is fairly good but not close enough. However, if that is the case then, why would father plan this mission together with the head of the Jizandal family? Are you implying that I cooperated with the head of Jijindale? Not at all. You are wrong. Even if father says so, that type of magic is so sophisticated that no one else besides father can cast it. So, seventh young master of Meitan, did your trip to the Dark Shadow Desert yield anything? Looked at the two elders and replied, "A friend." Dusailin pointed at herself in surprise. "Do you mean me? What kind of friends? Who said that? I only went along because we shared the same goal." "That is true, but did we not save each other lives?" Hearing that, she froze on the spot. Then she stuck out her tongue and said, "That was just." Old Bo reminded his daughter, Dusa-lin, "If you want to talk to him, you must be careful or you will be led along. Sometimes I wonder whether he is a secret card prepared by the Mei Tung family." After saying that, he stared at his son for a long time. The son still looked dazed and understood nothing. He said in shock, "This really is the first time. Character Deathacre Meitan is currently in a proud state." The heavenly eye clearly shows that emotion. Dusailin, have you ever been to Bin Fong Mountain? Never. I heard one must cross the desert to reach it. Jizandal warriors will escort me. You look unhappy. Oh, you think so? I have to climb Bin Fong Mountain with you. The head of Jijindale assigned the mission. How could I be happy? And Min stood up and said, "Then father will entrust a task to Jocelyn, right? Cooperation, Jocelyn has reached 4 stars. I think I can also become stronger like that. If the mission is beneficial, why mention it now? Because I want to delay it a little. This entrustment is for Jocelyn, so the decision belongs to her. But since you are close friends, you will be given priority. If you can reach the magic circle immediately, why delay? Is that not a good thing? Because," he continued, "I have almost touched the 3rd magic circle." Hearing that, Dusailin felt as if struck by lightning. 3rd magic circle? When did he achieve that? You said the 3rd magic circle. Do you dare take responsibility for those words? He replied confidently before the elders, "Of course, father." You not overly confident? What if you fail to reach it? He replied calmly, "Then I will die." Do I look like someone who craves death? He hesitated and said, "Being purged by father sounds terrifying. Are you not afraid?" He reassured her, "Do not worry, Dusailin. I will reach the 3rd magic circle within 2 weeks and return." He smiled and said, "See you then." She stared after him blankly. This guy used to be just a kid. She muttered foolishly, "Since when did he become so handsome? Have you gone crazy, Dusailin? Hurry and pull yourself together." "Young master, what do we do now?" "We will head to the Kunu region of the holy nation Holland within 2 weeks. As far as I know, Kunu is the cultural city of the holy nation. Why are you going there? Are you planning to report this to my father? Is this something that needs reporting?" "I already told him. I will reach the 3rd magic circle within 2 weeks. He asked seriously, "Is that feasible?" "Of course not. That is why we must depart early. I do not want father to know this process. Reaching the 3rd magic circle so quickly is impossible by conventional means." Lazy person yawned long as dawn broke. "Why leave so early? I am still tired. They say waking early catches the worm. I am not a bird. By the way, where is Mi Jiang? She is not coming this time. I wanted to bring Mi Jiang, but she said she would return after a few days, and we cannot wait." 2 old Bo stood high and observed while talking. "Deathacre, do you think La Sen can do it?" "Most likely not, but the boy must go because he needs to prove his words were not bragging." "If La Sen fails, will you step in to help?" "Yes, that is the rule of Mei Tung." Dusailin asked anxiously, "Do you truly believe he can do it?" He replied, "Do you still want to rule the world? Now we have too many things to lose. I have Jocelyn and 7 children. That is the thinking of the weak. We were born to wage war. I will not initiate an attack on Mei Tung, but if they strike first, I will wipe them out." Just as I expected, the intelligence network of the Set family has spread everywhere. On the surface, I remain neutral, but sooner or later I must reveal my hand. A storm is coming. The scene shifts to the outskirts of the holy nation Holland, before the Korvan spatial gate. "Gatekeeper cursed, why do I have to work on a rainy day like this?" A voice rang out, "Are you the Korvan gatekeeper?" And men stepped forward and said, "We want to use the spatial gate. Is a kid like you rich enough? The fee per use is 5 million giant." Hampton shouted angrily, 5 million. Why is it so expensive? It seems there has been a misunderstanding. 5 million per person including commission. 20 million total. If you do not pay, then leave. Fee changes with distance, but this rate is unreasonable. We are still using the gate. Do you not need to verify identity? While Hampton kept talking, Anmen cut in. What mark is on your right hand? All eyes immediately focused on his arm. So what? Anmen continued. The southern continent is seeing an outbreak of black butterfly plague. Is that a symptom? That disease is hard to transmit. But your attire shows you are a mage, while your aura resembles a warrior. What exactly are you? Anmen replied coldly, a bee. He froze because that was the password to enter the underground auction, place for trading slaves and illegal items. I also know that May-Tung mages are secretly monitoring that place to profit. Hampton, how much money is in the subspace? About 82 million giant. Hearing that he was horrified, 82 million. They look so young. Anmen extended his hand and said, "This is my identity card." He leaned in to look closely. La Sen Mei. Just reading the name was enough to make his face pale. He screamed once and fled in panic. He ran so fast that the umbrella had not even fallen yet. Zha was even faster and instantly rushed over, pressing a blade to his neck. Anmen issued a cold command. Kill him if he dares take another step. If you cooperate, I will spare your life. Understood he still had value. Damn it, have they tracked the trail already? In any case, the May-Tung family must maintain some dignity. So that is why new managers are sometimes executed. Yes, Ngodo are merely tools that can be discarded at any time. Even if you die right now, the world will still function as if you never existed. Young master, if you say that, does it mean you will spare me? I believe I still have value. Of course, because you still have to lead me to the auction house. Once one value has been completely exploited, death is inevitable. I must wait for the right timing to escape. On second thought, it is best not to dream of running away. Anmen said indifferently, I have already marked you with my mana scent. Tracking magic. Yes, with your level you would not even notice it. It is embarrassing, I must admit you are right. You must have heard such words many times. Wait, is La Sen Mei-Tung not the useless 7th young master? Rumor says he is about to be discarded. So which organization do you belong to? But he completely ignored those rumors. This gate is managed by the Yahello Magic Association. Hampton, submit a complaint stating that he failed to verify identity and deliberately raised the price. But if I do that, I will be fired. Do you think so? At worst, they will just deduct your pay. They hardly care about this remote and unprofitable place. Everything will be handled according to regulations. Even the weakest 7th young master of May-Tung is like this. Then how terrifying must the others of that family be? We'll activate the spatial gate for you immediately, young master. The scene instantly shifted to Kanu, the holy nation Holland. Men appeared amid the crowd, drawing glances from the people of the holy nation. La Sen, look, everyone here has pleasant features. Holland is famous for handsome men and beautiful women. It is said that even breathing the air here makes the skin better. So many people are willing to spend money to travel here. But of course no one can compare to your appearance. Thank you, Hampton. I've come here a few times for a type of poison called Dio Fiu that only grows in Kanu. Young master, did you really use tracking magic earlier? I do not even know how to use that. Zha was cut off the moment she opened her mouth. So from. He turned back and asked blankly, from what? She broke into a cold sweat and said it was nothing. It seemed she was about to say the word trick. Where are we going now? There is only 1 week left. I know. We will go there. See the tower at the center. We will stay there for 1 week. In a place like that, can you reach the 3rd magic circle? Even if I cannot, I must. He smiled brightly. In any case, I should try every possible method. How can he remain so calm? Let us go. Time passed like the wind. 5 days later. Sen, how long do we still have to keep circling around? Probably need a bit more time, but it has already been 5 days. Only 2 days left. If he does not reach the 3rd magic circle, he will be purged. But the young master has not cultivated or changed anything at all. How exactly do you plan to upgrade the magic circle? Anmen stepped in and thought to himself, it is finally time. Door within the divine hall slowly opened. A man wearing holy robes stepped out. May I ask who you are? Everyone froze. He was far too handsome. He said, I am La Sen Mei-Tung, a mage in cultivation. That man was Ajahn Zahazer, the Pope of Holland. His extraordinary holy power made him a candidate to own the tower at the age of 31. So you are a mage. Nice to meet you. Why has the 2nd most important figure of the city appeared here? I am Ajahn Zahazer. Why have you been wandering around here for 5 days? Every 7 minutes the circle completes once. I received guidance to walk around here for 7 days. Such things are usually not believed by anyone. This man is hiding his intentions, even though he is a priest, but he does not believe in gods. It was I who arranged that, causing Ajon to lose faith. Then he abandoned his position, eventually becoming one of the wealthiest merchants in the world. Wait, Mei Tung, could it be you? Yes, I am the 7th young master of Mei Tung. I heard your family intelligence network leads the world. I was guided that if I walked around the tower for 7 days, that priest would accept the request. 7th young master of Meiton. As a priest, I feel displeased hearing that. No priest exists without belonging to this tower. Only true servants may pray here. I fear I cannot help you. I invite you to leave this place. It seems I have angered him, but in the end he must still accept it. Sorry if my words were rude. I am only recounting the guidance. I heard there is a ritual in the tower to summon Zahaso. How could a Mei Tung know about this? That ritual has never been public and has only occurred twice in history. No matter how skilled Mei Tung is at gathering intelligence, they could not know this. Could it be you were truly guided? You said you were guided by something calling itself the heap of creation. It said my mana would be amplified here. That is only a conjecture. You are practicing or researching secret magic, correct? How does he know that? If it were exposed, I would not need to be so tense. Anyone would think I am threatening him. Are you certain that was guidance from the gods? If not, how would I know these things? I understand. I only wish the 7th young master of Meiton to accompany me. Priests of Engodo always trust and tolerate one another. It seems that is true. What do you see behind that painting? I see a space. Perhaps it is the fastest and free secret passage. How do you know? Anyone who senses mana would notice. All priests should know that path. Kudo is inside, correct. Demon S. Cancer, 7th young master of Meiton throughout his life. I never mentioned the name Kudo. No matter how good the Mei Tung family is at gathering intelligence. I could not know about Kudo. Could it be you were truly guided by the gods? Do gods truly exist? Someone combined divine power and demonic patterns to create a medicine. It is truly astonishing. You are sure Kudo will help me open the 3rd magic circle. Kudo was created from divine power. It can even help open the 1st magic circle for those without talent. It provides the minimum foundation to learn magic. Therefore, those who learn through Kudo often submit to demons to advance further. Kudo once signaled the decline of the demon race, yet caused Maya to flourish even more. If you give me 1 vial of Kudo, I swear to keep this secret. If you ever need anything from Kudo in the future, come find me. I will help with all my strength. Perhaps you are very hesitant right now. No matter what you choose, the gods will not resent you. Becoming a priest is not the only path to serve the gods. Gods will still watch over you. Guidance and will of the heap of creation descended upon Ajon Zahazer. A warmth never felt before spread throughout. That man said in pain, in 3 years I will come to Mei Tung. I will hand you a vial of Kudo that I am holding. Perhaps I came to Ajon Zaha too early, when everything was still premature. Felt uneasy, thinking that a serious trouble had already arisen. This vial of Kudo is still unstable and remains in the refinement stage. It has a very high chance of causing dangerous side effects. It will take about 3 more years to create a complete version without backlash. As for the side effects, an unrefined amplifier can collapse your mana circle. That means I could fall back to the 1st magic circle instead of opening the 3rd one. Then how much time is left until the deadline my father set? Eza stood nearby and answered, only about 3 hours remain. If I fall back to the 1st circle, then I will definitely be purged. But if I do not drink it, the outcome will be no different. Bo Okai, it seems I need your support now. From inside, Chen Than weakly replied that he could help. But 3 hours is not enough. How much more time do you need? At least 1 more hour. Deck Acre will not allow even a moment of delay. How do you intend to decide? From this moment on, I cannot afford to waste time. I must drink the potion and immediately operate mana cultivation. There was no way back. Only a desperate gamble remained. After saying that, he raised the cup of holy water and drank it in 1 gulp. The mana in his body began to spiral into chaos under the influence of Kudo. Listen, Issa, protect me while I execute the mana cultivation technique. She replied briefly, understood. Time passed swiftly, and the 3 hours gradually came to an end. His friend stayed constantly by his side without leaving. The vial was completely empty when the clock pointed to 0 hours and 1 minute. He silently prayed, please give me 5 more minutes. From afar, an authoritative voice rang out. A promise that cannot be kept is no different from empty words. Everyone around jolted in shock and fear. Bowditch Acre manifested and angrily said that the price of deception was unimaginably high. Sen, you should only blame yourself for that loose mouth of yours. Everyone looked at him, so pale with fear that they did not dare to breathe loudly. His mind was still in turmoil. Bo, okay. Is it done yet? Just 5 more minutes. He closed his eyes tightly and said, Please forgive me, father, for failing to welcome you properly. Then he turned and instructed, listen, Issa, buy me 5 more minutes. She looked at the man before her and replied, yes, young master. Immediately after, she unleashed all of her strength. Dexter witnessed the scene and exclaimed in astonishment, oh, Heza, are you confronting me? He calmly replied, absolutely not. I'm only following your command, family head. Following my command, yet directing Azure Dragon and White Tiger, the things I bestowed upon you toward me. You ordered me to serve as the shadow guard of the 7th young master. Yes, but pointing a blade at me is another matter. She replied that where there is light, shadows are born. You told me to protect that light. I am still only following your command. Azure Dragon and White Tiger are magical artifacts personally crafted by you. Do you truly think they can pierce my mana barrier? At this moment, that is not important. Even if I die here, my mission is still to obey your command. Dexa smiled faintly at this moment. He said in a deep voice, very well. And what do you want? Heza replied, please grant an extension of 5 more minutes. The Count said, as expected, you have never disappointed me. Many thanks to you. I can no longer feel the sharpness you once had. I sincerely apologize and will train harder. Young Master Lassen glanced over, while that man remained motionless despite the extreme danger. That is precisely why I risked my life for this moment. The old man said in surprise, even if you acted under my orders, pointing a blade at the family head is an undeniable fact. I am willing to accept punishment for that matter, but you have actually already been punished, because a talent like you risked your life to protect a fool. We'll let this matter pass, since there are no external witnesses. Beside them, Ham-Tun trembled like a mouse, and said that without Heza perhaps things would have ended already. Is someone like me even worthy of being a shadow guard? Changes began to appear on his body. It is done, hurry up. A brilliant light erupted and enveloped him. Ham-Tun stared wide-eyed in shock. Everyone was stunned as they looked at his body. Had he truly reached the 3rd magic circle? Ucha witnessed the entire event with his own eyes. A system notification sounded. The 3rd magic circle has been completed. Looked at him and smiled with confidence. Sorry for the delay, father. This useless child can finally receive father. It seems you have reached the 3rd magic circle, but you exceeded the deadline I set. However, your shadow guard made up for that shortcoming. The capability of a shadow guard is also part of your strength. And because father acknowledged that, you granted me 5 more minutes, correct? You are still very eloquent, father. Could it be that father is not curious how I reached the 3rd magic circle? Must I really know? With your method, the family could cultivate large numbers of low-level mages and gain immense benefits. Tell me, why should I care about this matter? There is nothing, the indifference of the absolute. Because Jia Lin is waiting for me. I am finished here, I will take my leave. That man believed that even without such a method he could still dominate the world. Vaguely thought, was Derek Aker in a hurry? The scene shifted into the interior of the Cloud Tier residence. Your mood seems very good, family head. The boy has been waiting for you in a deserted place. It seems the young master was certain you would go there. Lassen had predicted that he would run out of time. Therefore, he deliberately chose a place with no witnesses. If you say so. Then did Heiser oppose you? Yes, she carried out the order correctly. Moreover, she knew that it was only an illusion of mine. He rarely smiled and said, to be honest, I am very satisfied with both Lassen and he Issa. It has been a long time since you were this pleased. Teaching a child seems not so bad. There is one more thing. Investigate how Lassen reached the 3rd magic circle. Why not ask the young master directly? He silently gazed toward the distant horizon and softly said, I no longer have enough time. The scene shifted to Ham-Tun, calling out in a daze, young master. Dusk, it seems the young master has already attained enlightenment. So that was why the family head left early. Your understanding of the grand magic of the great sage Alberto has increased significantly. You have now reached the 3rd magic circle. The heavenly eye provides new data. You have learned 1st tier supreme magic. Interaction derived from Alberto's grand magic. Interaction is magic I have never heard of. This 1st tier supreme magic can link 3 1st tier elemental spells. The attribute I learned is the ice art of No So Giant. 1st tier ice art, ice crystal, and 1st tier supreme magic interaction. If they are combined, using dual eyes to cast ice art and ice crystal. Everyone was stunned. Why did it suddenly become so cold? Was this created by the young master? He slowly extended his hand forward and chanted, ice crystal. Is this truly the power of 3rd tier elemental magic? It is at least comparable to the 4th tier. Everyone stood dumbfounded as the ice was released by him. Young master, the magic you just used was 1st tier ice art, right? That is correct. Even the 2 guards looking on exclaimed, but this is. He smiled casually and said that the mana went out of control because this was the first time he cast it. At first, she was extremely shocked, Because it was Hezama, she quickly calmed down and said, I see. I hope you continue to work hard. I have encountered many mages. At the young master's age, even the family head had never been that strong. She said the mana was out of control, yet it caused absolutely no harm to his magic circle. She quietly thought that everything felt wonderful, yet it seemed she had found the final destined master. Late into the night, a voice reported to the family head that young Master Lassen had exerted strength beyond controllable limits. Even so, his abnormal physique endured that power. His heart should have shattered, yet remained completely unharmed. Magic circles that should have suffered damage were now intact, without even the slightest crack. We'll continue monitoring him and send a more detailed report later. He produced power comparable to 4th-tier magic, using only a 1st-tier spell. Perhaps my fate will truly change, just as foretold by the departed. The next morning, because Du Salin was unusually lively. This time it was my commission, so I hope you will give it your all. Because Sa Lin showed rare seriousness, very well. With me along, this mission will be finished in a flash. Come on, Andy Lassen. Yi Jiang turned back and said she could not accompany the young master this time, because she had to carry out another order from the family head. He asked worriedly whether she was punished over the previous matter. She replied that it was not so. After that, he softly said, Heza, I will become stronger, so you no longer have to bear responsibility because of me. Hearing those words, she was shaken to the point of speechlessness. She quietly lowered her head, showing deep respect and cherishing toward him. The scene shifted to the territory of Gojian Dio, where golden fiber fields stretched endlessly. The adventuring group moved leisurely through the vast grasslands. Wait a moment, what is going on, Lassen? Be quiet. Subtle movements sounded from within the reeds. The ambush officially began, while everyone had yet to understand what was happening. Suddenly an arrow shot straight toward Ham Tun, leaving the boy stunned. The spear nearly hit its mark, but fortunately he blocked it in time. One monster after another revealed themselves. Humanoid lizards. The leader did not waste words and ordered the kill. It was an entire swarm of lizard folk. They are surrounded. With these numbers, it is extremely dangerous. The G. Zandal family will surely send protectors for Du Salin if we can hold out until then. From behind, Du Salin loudly called out the names of An Men and Lassen. Are you expecting rescue from the family? Will they not come? Oh, I promised my father that even if my life were at risk, I must overcome it on my own. And men stared wide-eyed, thinking that the family head of Gojian Dio actually accepted such a promise. Truly a strange father and son pair. The lizards flicked their tongues and charged fiercely toward An Men. An Men warned in a deep voice, they are coming. Just as he prepared to rush forward, a figure flashed past. Mi Jiang appeared and threw a punch that sent the lizards flying. She looked at them with crazed eyes and charged into the attack. Heavy punches rained down, turning the scene terrifying. The remaining lizards saw their comrades crushed and retreated in panic. Mi Jiang roared, come on and you monsters. As expected of Mi Jiang, with her there was probably no need to rely on family reinforcements anymore. One reckless lizard lunged forward. He hurled his spear toward Mi Jiang. He easily dodged and counterattacked, punching through his body like a donut. She and the monsters collided amid a scene drenched in blood. Wait, why are all the lizards targeting Mi Jiang? The one controlling them from behind must be the leader. Roared that tiger, you will die. The system now indicates lizard trigger, the name I gave it, trigger being short for high tier. Mi Jiang, why are they only targeting you? She replied, because I killed their mother. She killed the mother of the lizard folk. Why would that be? What was the meaning of asking that? Weak must die, that is the law of nature. No reason is needed. I will slaughter all these weaklings, so just sit there and watch. Under the warm sunlight, the reed field still looked strangely beautiful. Blood splattered everywhere. The slaughter was desolate and brutal. The numbers were still too many, and Mi Jiang was gradually showing signs of fatigue. Since the lizard folk ignored us completely, the wisest choice now was to abandon her and flee. That is right, the weak are eliminated by natural law. This world is not a fairy tale where heroes always sacrifice themselves. Of course there are heroes like that, but I am not one of them. But wait, the lizard folk are not smart enough to coordinate such an ambush. How could they hide and wait for us to approach? I must investigate, Ludia, Du Salin. Protect me while I concentrate, understood. Fine then, I must focus all my senses on the heavenly eye. The heavenly eye displayed that Mi Jiang once picked up and raised a human girl. Child, Mi Jiang had never understood how fragile humans were. That child was extremely adorable and well-behaved. A golden tiger must grow on its own. I will do the same. Mi Jiang named that child Luma. At that time, Luma was only 4 years old. For the first time, Mi Jiang felt love and family thanks to that child. He looked at Luma with eyes full of affection. It fell where the wolves. As Fox Lady was carrying her spoils back, she suddenly froze at the sight before her. That familiar arm was being gnawed on by a lizard, chewed while savoring it. A flower bracelet from Lumai still on the arm. When she recognized the bracelet, her body went rigid. Immediately after, she went mad and charged into the attack. Since childhood, Mi Jiang had always believed that the weak must die. That was the law of nature. He cried many times, but Luma's death was too painful for her to accept. Therefore, Mi Jiang could not forgive the lizard folk. She wanted them to feel the pain she once endured. She massacred the surrounding lizard folk, found their queen, and killed her. But her fury did not subside. Mi Jiang continued hunting other lizard swarms. Avenge Luma became her purpose in life. Returning to reality, Mi Jiang continued fighting like a madwoman. The lizard folk seemed endless. Mi Jiang once said that the weak must die by natural law. Now I understand, but Mi Jiang's stamina has reached its limit. While the enemies kept pouring in, it was clear someone was manipulating things from behind. Mi Jiang must first eliminate the lizard trigger, and men silently activated the unsealing system, waiting for the right moment. All gazes focused on Mi Jiang. The lizard king seemed to sense something wrong and shouted, "Wait, kill him." He used the secret martial technique of the first two the 10,000 strikes. And men said coldly, "It is already too late." The lizard leader was split in two in an instant, screamed in agony before collapsing. Mi Jiang turned around in shock. Was it him? Even the lizards locked in battle froze in fear. The lizard trigger leader had fallen, blood splattered everywhere. After the leader fell, the remaining ones panicked and scattered in all directions. And men glanced around. Now then, it was time to drag the one pulling the strings behind the scenes into the light. The one hiding in the shadows immediately felt fear rise. Once exposed, he did not hesitate and launched a direct attack at him. I have dodged an assassin's blade hundreds of times. Even with my eyes closed, your strike would never touch me. He roared in fury, "Shut up." And men swung his arm and threw a straight punch into his body. "Lend me a bit of blood." He collapsed and begged for surrender. "Do not toy with me. Do you think surrender means you will be spared? Judging by the emblem on your armor, you are a freelance mercenary. When did he get behind me? Move even a single finger and you die instantly. Who exactly is he? I have never heard of him being this strong." NG, answer quickly. The lizards only hate Mi Jiang and do not attack others. It is probably the effect of a curse technique. That means you knew who we were and still attack. No, I was just paid a lot of money. Who hired you? I swear I truly know nothing. From afar, hurried footsteps ran over while anxiously calling La Sen. Who is he? Just a mercenary. And men tossed something over and said, "Take it." Mana stone. This is exactly what was used to control the lizard folk. Destroy it quickly. Sa Lin looked over, her expression showing some hesitation. You realized someone was controlling the lizard folk from afar, while you did not notice anything at all. Send a message to the one who hired you. If he wants to know about me, then come ask in person. And if he dares repeat this again, I will personally go deal with it. Dark-skinned man trembled as he replied, "I understand." Was he hired to kill Mi Jiang? Very likely. It seems there is an intelligence organization gathering information on us, even willing to kill for that purpose. Because we are descendants of the three great families. Remember this well, from now on all forces will scrutinize us. Do not tell me the reason you told me to destroy the Mana Stone was because of this. That is right. It was to prove that I am the one making decisions, the one who can lead even you. Now the organizations should clearly see that I am more suitable as successor than the only daughter of the renowned martial family. There is one more point. Even though they were being used, they still acted directly within Zandal territory. You mean? She froze in disbelief. My father allowed this attack. Exactly. Even though you once promised the Zandal family head, that promise was hard to keep, because that family cannot do without you, John N. Now narrow the scope. An organization that can negotiate with your father and use mana stones to manipulate minds. At the same time, able to contact mercenaries of the Free Mercenary Alliance. Fully aware that Mi Jiang is traveling with us. Based on these conditions, there are only three most suspicious organizations. The second organization is Tiu Miu. Last two names are Sich Fu Hoa. You are saying all this so they can hear it. Yes, every word I say right now will be transmitted. She was so shocked that her face went stiff. You are really troublesome. If you were an enemy, I would have gone mad. So that means we are not enemies now. What? And men looked at her and smiled brightly. It seems we are friends now. After speaking, he walked into the tent, leaving Jocelyn still stunned. She stood frozen and thought to herself, what is wrong with me? Her cheeks heated up, her heart raced chaotically. Could it really be with someone like him?